हाँ स्पीड कितना है तेरा?
वो आप मेरे पे छोड़। हेलो 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 व्हाट्सअप व्हाट्सअप व्हाट्सअप, क्या हाल है? आज भाई आज एकदम टाइम पे पहुंचे। मालूम है थोड़ा सा डिनर बचा हुआ है मेरा, बट एनी विच वे इतना टाइम पे कभी नहीं पहुंचते थे हम। आज मस्काट टाइम पे पहुंचे। अब वो है कि अपना डिनर विनर बचा हुआ है, सो दैट इज वन थिंग। एक बार फट से शेयरिंग वेयरिंग हो जाए। अरे यार परफेक्ट एक एक शॉट मिल जाए परफेक्ट। ये परफेक्ट शॉट मिला ना। कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है जो चाहिए वो मिल गया, सो प्रिटी अनरियलिस्टिक। कोई जो जो चाहिए होता है वो मिलता कहाँ है। सबको फटफट पैक कर दूं एक बार, एक सेकंड रुक जाओ। कौन कौन? सबसे पहले तो अपना वाई भी स्पोर्ट्स, दूसरा स्लीपी बॉय, एम्पली बॉय, रूडी भाई, सियानो, रिशु भाई, क्रेजी। एक मिनट गए, ये जरूरी है क्योंकि एक तो इंस्टा स्टोरी,
Arena is unbelievable. The electricity is just truly off the charts as the fans are getting ready. They want to see who's going to come out on top with this one. Both teams, fan favorites here. We talk about Wolves being the main characters, but it does feel like Gen G might just be the antagonist that ends their run here today. Question is, though, whether or not Wolves can actually stand tall here, and you see Texture as he gets ready to go, Kukuka. This is going to be the guy on the server that I'm looking out for through and through. How can he not be?
We've been speaking wonders of both Texture and Juicy. At some point, someone has to be above Texture, otherwise he will be the king of this tournament. For Juicy, one of the biggest opportunities, if he can keep up the performance that we've seen so far, the chance could be his.
So much of what I'm looking at on this game across all of the maps is how GENG can flush the lurks from Spring. Wolves is almost always going to play slow, attack side defaults with double smoke bombs, focusing on getting Spring into less positions on that win condition against this team. It's not giving first picks to that guy, denying him space, and clearing that back away when you're on your defense.
So much that they're going to have to worry about here, right? There's just so many layers. But I like what we saw earlier, though, Kukuka, what you were showing us with that deadlock. It just goes to show that this team, this Wolves squad, when you think that they could be a little transparent, no, they have so much complexity with them.
I think that, of course, we expect another stellar performance for the side of Scream. I'm looking at YU.
By
I
the
think
same
that
bundle.
in the last match, and I think that he could also be the difference. Looking at this split, expecting the double controller plus the Cypher is what we can see. And GENG has locked it in. They have no doubts, and they're repeating the same composition that they played against Fnatic. The Deco is in. They will be starting on the defense, and they better start strong.
Yeah, this is a weird one. GENG on defense. This is where they faltered against Fnatic. Their biggest problem was struggling to re-clear with a lack of information utility. They had to push into Fnatic a lot. Fnatic held for that aggression and punish them. They had to play those man advantages on their attack side mid-rounds. I think Wolves is going to try and go for a very similar thing. So it's a question of what GENG changes up off of their learnings in the Fnatic game.
Yeah, and I want to see how Wolves, being a team that has experienced what that deadlock, and of course we're peeking this map and knowing that possibility of Foxy being in it was very, very real, how they're going to deal with it.
A little interesting to see both the Viper and Cypher picked up for Wolves. Normally teams are only going into one of those agents. They fill a pretty similar role, but there's a lot of utility to stall on defense, a lot of opportunity for lurks on attack.
Toronto, let's get this show on the road and send it over to your casters. And I hope Pansy's got a gift because it's Hot Poc's birthday today, baby.
Welcome back, Michael. Happy birthday. Hopefully, this is going to be a bit of a treat because we also have that as well.
Well,
Happy
I was going to say if we did anything on the show today, but thank you, it's not even lit. So no fire zone, I guess. But thank you very much. Yeah, an absolute gift, hopefully, today with this matchup. I mean, there's many a talking point here.
Okay. Let's start with GENG, right? Kind of the gatekeepers of greatness here, right? This could be where the fun stops for Wolves. This could be Dream Run.
Yeah, although it's not do or die for Wolves, this is certainly, again, there's a very short list of teams from SEN that have made it this far, so certainly here with potentially a lifeline, no elimination, still a chance to make it work, but GENG are who they have to overcome. Really here for Wolves in terms of new kids on the block, making a dream run. We're really going to tap into sort of the preparation coming into this. Almost a benefit, actually, to come to Split and see the same composition for GENG.
Because this puzzle has been solved. We've seen it before. The desk going through it. Mimi highlighting that, the cycling of the utility was a profound problem in the game up against Fnatic previously. And now we ask the question, can Wolves find that same sort of look here? Already though, Texture, who has been probably one of the highlight players thus far, off to a belting start.
Certainly slow things down here in the pistol, as well as this utility in mid. Wolves probably happy to sit behind this, wait for anything further if GENG do show anything.
मैं सही बता रहा हूँ अगर फंसाया ना टेक्सचर ने
now stacked up reinforcements here in mid.
These deadlocks look good, Mike. I've liked seeing it here.
in less than 2 hours
Looking solid on this, and we've expected this sort of pace from Wolves, right? Slow, cautious, methodical, very clear-cut, very precise in approach. The timing from Foxy9 will hinder this. It's going to slow them down. Paranoia is going to come through, but a quick slip towards the site means safety is secured. Still unaffected. They've given up a lot of space, though, and there's not that many rotations. Mike, where's the support here? Texture left on his island, still going to get 2 so far. Looking to make it a 3rd. 13 seconds! This guy is just out of his mind. Looking for more! Come on!
चार मार गया!
An ace off the rip, and look at the time. Spring.
It's over.
Too late to this one. Looking more like summer and autumn at this point. It's done.
भाई ये texture अलग है.
Can't ask for much more from Texture to kick things off here. Certainly discussing an MVP level performance already so far here in Toronto. Only really the reload that
The way he
prevents
kicked it.
the ace from coming through
That's
here.
crazy, bro.
Just a lack of pressure really.
Cypher wala shot is must,
Coordination,
एकदम
but
मस्त
the
था.
swings here you can see in the replay. Happy to sit back, dig his heels in, and deliver here for GENG. As well, just coming back to that discussion on the deadlock. Talk about how you don't really want to say all in on this first wave of utility with Teo, but certainly deadlock, a tool to slow things down beyond that. Not necessarily removing the risk, I guess, of
नहीं एक चीज खत्म किया मैंने.
lack of utility. Wolves kicking off
एक तो
slowly
भाई
here.
portion wise खाना पड़ता है.
And if we're talking bigger picture, look, GENG's pistols have been really solid. I mean, statistically, it's been the case.
Well,
So,
yeah. The numbers show that for sure.
yeah, so this, I don't want to say an expected result, but, you know, you kind of know that GENG is going to get a good start here. The Wolves, they need to build back in now, though. This round, obviously, just with the classics, not going to find too much. Obviously, the extremity dealt with by Texture and Carol. Not doing it all to Texture. He's a name in the mix here. Obviously, GENG is going to highlight reel. Hard to avoid many of them, and Karen's still going farming.
Hello,
And they've
Ashley
got,
Chan.
the main man
2
himself,
घंटे में 2
one
शून्य.
kind of hearts and minds out here. See if that baby has been
Less than 2
outstanding
hours.
for this squad, but slow starts here, and GENG
उसके बाद वाले मैच में तो मजा
lean as
है.
anything.
ये वाला मैच तो it's
Well,
like
Wolves
GENG one
probably
side अगर
need to
खिलाते
find a
भी
way
नहीं
to
तो भी हो जाता.
deal with this utility in mid. GENG's ability to really
Upset can happen.
close the shutter.
लेकिन
Texture able to farm up.
99.99%
That's probably
upset का कोई chance नहीं.
just one away.
No chance for upset. Like
Early
99.9%.
learnings here to find from a
Like
round like this.
99.99%, I would say.
Wolves choose to navigate
0.01%
beyond
का
that. There
chance
needs
है
to
कि
be
upset
obviously
हो जाए.
pressure across the map.
There is no other chance
You
to
want
upset.
to weaken Foxy 9's
Click करेगा.
ability.
It's impossible.
In terms of locking it down. 2-0 the start here. First bye round here for Wolves. Spread evenly in this
अभी
default.
भाई एक सजेशन लेना था. क्या बोलते हो? अच्छे राउंड्स का शॉट्स निकाल के अपलोड
Planting
करूँ
their
तो?
flag in this map very early on. I like this from GENG. Not afraid to make moves, and even on towards that A side as well, pushing up a little bit deeper. You saw only in that second round, Texture willing to take that fight.
अभी कर देते हैं.
Presence shown on both
Half
sides
time
of
में
the
अपन
map.
कर देंगे.
So, see, Trip dealt with early in B
अच्छे राउंड्स जो है शॉट्स काटे तो बढ़िया हो
a
जाएगा.
little deeper here with the
लाइक
Guardian.
वो वाले राउंड का शॉट्स काटना है मेरे को.
Late use of the drone as well to re-clear
जो
actually.
फेक क्लोन वाला राउंड था ना, if
Outside
you
ace. GENG
remember.
with a pretty good idea now.
वो वाले राउंड का शॉट्स काटेंगे.
Where the focal point is, Munchkin going to be first on the chopping block, potentially.
With explanation.
There's a lot
That
of pressure on
fake
Mictal,
clone
but
नहीं होना
49
चाहिए
is
था.
up
और
to
क्यों
the
नहीं होना
10.
चाहिए था?
Takes away Juicy, and that's a big player gone, right? That's a lot of that
Ah,
springboard into the
Derek was
site
not there.
now.
No, not
This
Derek.
is starting to worry me. When we're looking at the time, 35
guess
seconds, they
Derek
haven't
नहीं
had a
था.
huge success anywhere. They didn't get the steps towards
Ooh.
middle. They're not getting towards B. GENG
तंगड़ी
looking
दिखा था लाइसॉर का?
refined in holding this.
Yeah, that bait and switch in mid on the back of the Prowler.
अरे
Executed to
111
perfection.
लिक्विड वाला रे.
Wolves
नहीं
almost
नहीं
left
not डर के.
scratching their heads now in
111
bye round. Probably
जो
finished
paper
with a
X
hold on
वाला
to these
match हुआ.
rifles here. You want to see on the mini-map, Spike not committed anywhere. Not even going to look for a kill here, so a
हाँ,
big
मैं समझा.
win for
10
GENG
seconds left.
with the bonus.
But 111 paper X
Quite
versus
further
liquid में
pressure
एक
here.
fake clone हुआ है. The round is crazy.
Onto Wolves. Like I said, really, I mean, the big positive
और
would be
क्यों
even
नहीं
to
होना
go
चाहिए
even
था
in
वो
this
bait.
trade for mid
उसके लिए भी
in
मैं
this
एक
first
चीज
buy
बोलूँगा.
round for them. Whether or
थोड़ा
not
time में.
GENG got any further
ये
players
round
here
ये map खत्म
to
हो जाए तो
apply.
we'll explain everything. अभी मैं छोटा explanation
Be
दूंगा.
able to get something
Real
back.
पे perfect explanation
Two
दूंगा.
players that did struggle financially, but there's gonna be a Guardian between them. Perfect timing here for Karen as well to pick up that kill.
This hasn't felt difficult yet.
So
No,
that
I
would
mean,
be
coming
like
into
that
this,
only.
we were talking about what is very kind of hard-hitting, simple Valorant, right? It's, you know, a slow default, wait out some of this utility, but I mean, the real concern here with the towers, Mimi was touching on the desk, is obviously that second wave, right? Or some of the other things that we saw Tejo do very effectively. Here, it's not even really an issue. Wolves aren't getting over the first hurdle almost.
Yeah, I need to see them come up with a little bit more here.
भाई साहब अरे यार ये टाइम आउट में कर सकते थे ना अपन
Go in there almost solo through the smoke and gets dealt with, and that felt like it fizzled the round. So then does this become almost indicative of a very direct approach from Wolves? That's kind of how you're going to imagine it, right? These kind of slower defaults, working through middle and those extremities.
Let's see.
Didn't really reward them much. And now they're going to go for a direct side approach. That's going to, if anything, now reward the operator.
And actually a much deeper setup here from Foxy 9.
Texture off पे आ गया है, हो गया कल्याण.
See whether or not actually Wolves will find something to exploit here towards A. Still two members for GENG, Munchkin and Karen.
भाई निकल Karen. TP मार ले बाबा.
Okay, so right now GENG are re-clearing middle as well.
I was going to say, right on the back of this is a re-clear through mid.
13-0 देखना है रे मन
No
है बहुत
confirmation
मन है.
just yet, but
Look how deep they're holding this default,
yeah.
right?
आज एकदम fresh भी आया था मैं
temptation will be
मतलब.
to maybe fact
Stream से
find
पहले
further.
एकदम ही
Or do you assume they're
थोड़ा
all
सा
there?
ठंडा feel कर रहा था, नहीं मजा आ रहा था.
Don't, no. Oh, he's a lucky boy. 5 HP and he's still breathing. But it shows that there's still a
Not by
default
that
play, right?
Guardian,
That's
bro.
pretty indicative that there's pressure elsewhere. Maybe there's still presence middle, but there's still more going on here. This presence in ramp has drawn the rotation now.
I was going to say, if Texture hadn't taken damage, actually they could almost, with this trip up towards B Heaven, send an extra body across, but there's the awareness there.
And one more thing, guys.
Placement is have given up mid. Got to be aware of vents now.
Which we are thoroughly
there is a
planning.
chance that vent player could be a problem, but it's already
Ish
been
tarikh
watched.
se-
And with Texture on that deep,
Oh.
it's safe. Karen, how are you hitting that? But finally, Wolves breaking on the side. There's an extra body here. They don't know about it. GENG simply have them. Not
पर क्या देख रहा?
still fighting forward. Wolves in the 2v2, rotation on the way, but it's Karen. Look,
Nice!
takes down one. Looks for the follow-up. Karen!
Nice!
Sonic!
The way he plays!
And GENG reading Wolves like a book.
You can even see here the general idea of numbers of where Wolves are. A couple of players unconsidered, but this second swing through the smoke, absolute perfection from
दिख गया
Heaven.
था वो.
Karen in particular
Near
stands
side
his
हो गया
ground
था.
here, finds 4 on the round, the
Shot.
second 4K for GENG.
शॉट. ये vulnerable होने के बावजूद जो मारा लास्ट 8 बुलेट था.
Just two, not able to sync up. Get a unified swing onto site here. Fantastic play from GENG. Wolves now back down to all but one sheriffs across the board.
These 1-1-3 approaches, they're tough. Those late retakings of space coming out from the likes of Texture or that almost awareness of the, okay, we've left vents open, that's fine, we'll kind of catch that from Heaven. Again, GENG very aware of the board here. I need to see if Wolves can be disruptive. I want to see them try and get in their faces now. Garon, this feels like rinse and repeat, right? But there's no flying juicy towards the site.
Yeah, on the back of actually the paranoia invested there, there's not really going to be much behind that. So a big win out for GENG on a less purchase.
I mean, the one
Foxy
benefit...
9
Sheriff के
by
साथ
the
इतना
way.
डील कैसा?
I guess there is that small benefit in the fact
How
that
he
they
is
are figuring out how they
129?
can draw that utility out of Ash, and it's very then hard. It's incredibly hard then for GENG to re-clear some of these spaces. But this isn't the round to make the most of it. This might be another moment for the man here. 5 and 1, make it 6. Count them up as you go. Juicy's gone down, and he doesn't look under pressure. But oh my goodness!
होंडा अलग है. होंडा अलग है. अरे बाबा.
He's a one-man
been
army.
shut down.
And Wolves down to 2 now. Still a chance, but 20 seconds. Someone's got to go above and beyond for their side if they want a chance in this one. Spike's knocked down.
Off है.
And this slow creeping death with the judge is coming in from Munchkin. You got 10 seconds. They have to make their move. Munchkin now knows the player nearby. That judge is lethal.
Spike planted.
A spring. Got to try and clutch up.
It's over.
GENG.
over.
These guys look so controlled.
Yeah, so drilled today. We got Texture and Karen delivering on opposite sides of the map here. Not much for Wolves to do. A lack
एक
of
साइड
inventory
पूरी की
in this
पूरी
round.
कैरन ने लॉकडाउन करके रखी है. एक साइड पूरी की पूरी
I
टेक्सचर
mean,
ने
it's just
लॉकडाउन
happy
करके
to
रखी है.
stand
That's
his ground
crazy.
here. Actually, a miracle almost
That's
shut
immense.
down what he was. A well-placed headshot by Spring, but not many positives for Wolves to build upon here. Back into a bye round. Really, now you're asking something to step up the pace a little bit. They've got to find some sort of victory in the early round in terms of util drawn out or a trade somewhere across the map, because GENG are just winning everything.
And it feels like GENG have got all the right kind of solutions so far. They know their strengths and weaknesses. Maybe learning from that game up against Fnatic, but A big opportunity here for Wolves to try and put together all of the pieces they've learned thus far. But as it stands, the big man himself, Texture, is over here. This guy, again, absolutely miraculous performance. GENG re-clearing towards ramp. And we know the pace coming out from Wolves is slow, but they are still here. And now here comes the fight. Already Texture can't support here.
भाई इनके पास एंकर इतने सारे हैं ना, साइड एंकर, सब साइड एंकर कर सकते हैं.
How many times we've seen Juicy go down and not have support? Spring is there to take away Ash, but there's still time being purchased.
They're so hesitant to swing onto that window of opportunity, passing them by almost. Luckily now, will equalize.
Kind of सारे ही एंकर कर सकते हैं.
45 seconds, you're looking for another win for Wolves, really, but it doesn't come. Texture finds one. Munchkin now with a judge shut down. I saw potentially opening up this round.
But the spikes here towards A, if their temptation is to rotate through towards B, which isn't a bad shout, they still need to get this spike through vents, through middle, over towards B. And you can see that maybe Texture's going to try and mirror that. If it goes silent towards A, that inkling is it's going to be this B hit. But look who's waiting here, Karen. No slacks by any means. Hello. No. Oh dear. Oh, because that should never have happened. Karen just given the gifts of the kingdom. Look at this guy. Left out on the table. There's the support from Texture. 8 seconds, and it's confidence from Texture. He's playing with him. He's playing with him. And maybe you should respect him. But look at the HP. It's low. And actually, a gift. A chance. There was a second. But this slate remains clean. GENG unfazed so far.
The Lysor TP leads towards maybe being a little rattled here, the nerves getting to Wolves. Obviously, we're talking about elimination, but the stakes much higher versus GENG here. Almost a jump scare.
But why did he check left right?
Again, the difference being, look how quick he's happy to swing onto this to try and bail Karen out. Second timeout pulled here before round 7. Like I said, is feeling a little rattled here. Maybe.
उतना लेफ्ट राइट तो हम भी घूमते हैं वुमन अल्टी के अंदर. मैं वापस वही फोन पे राउंड चेक किया. The round was like he didn't even check.
That has come to Toronto and almost become a fan favorite off the rip.
And rightly so. The way they were playing, it's hard to not enjoy watching them, right? You started to believe in it a bit, right? It was that like, okay, we've got another great team coming out of this region. Cool. Let's see how far they can go. And it has been a bit of a miracle so far, that dream run, right? And now it feels like they've met one of the giants. Now they've taken down some big teams on the way, but GENG, you're looking at these guys, honestly, throughout Swiss, they were one of the best.
Yeah, especially with the form we're talking about.
Yeah. But a timeout, Mike. Maybe it'll help.
Well, that, but again, it's now a concern to have to pull the trigger on that in round 7. Let's talk about both timeouts being done in one half. Again, just who's behind that?
What's the utility? Where's the
layering? We are expecting a 13-0 today.
And it's hard for Juicy as well.
We are just expecting
him
one.
to be able to just like clean swing middle and be able to do what he needs to. It needs everything to set it up in motion, but it's just not there. And Texture, not enough this time. Gets taken down by Spring.
Able to actually deny info off that trap. Texture caught completely off guard here. Lysor considering a bold move actually.
Oh no, but
Munchkin has diya.
Munchkin caught sleeping at the wheel. Lysor wants this one. He's
we jinxed it.
2 big kills.
We jinxed it.
And maybe given a chance here. Hope reignited down at Ash and Karen. And Karen's been really dangerous though. Ash could be in trouble here.
Spike planted.
Missile going, double swing. Nice.
We jinxed it. We jinxed the 13-0.
Karen falls there.
It was a 13-0. We jinxed it.
Breaking the curse.
Thank God for that. A little more proactive, but GENG caught sleeping on 3 separate occasions in this round. Credit where it's due to Wolves for dissecting this B site hold, but that started with Juicy falling for free in mid. A bold maneuver from Lysor. That's reflected in Munchkin's reaction to the situation or lack thereof.
One enemy remaining.
The Wolves able to drag this one across the line.
He's up.
You can see on the other side of the stage still smiles.
It's one of those, it felt like overconfidence, right? Some of those peaks, good to see it being punished. This could maybe curb some of that confidence.
Because they want to feel the stage, bro. They want to feel the stage, that's it.
There we go, yep.
तो अब गर्म हो रहा है पूरा दिन मस्त हवा चल रही थी जैसे मैं स्ट्रीम करने बैठा गर्म होने लग गया
feels like set up here by the drone. This actually could work here. Yep, that does give him the angle now to
He'll take the space back though.
Look, he's been doing well at these deeper lines too. He's, you know, we saw it over towards that B main early on. Oh my god, they're coming this way. Texture has no idea how many people are about to come out of those sewers. Do they clear it with the Prowler? I think that might be in hand, but the timing.
The temptation to almost sit on that rope there and just hold it.
This Prowler's good though. It's really good. Nice work
No
there.
way,
Have to invest it early though. This is, you know, look how deep that hatch is. Just clear texture away from this, and they're not even heading this way. Thinking that's enough of a fake, but it's not. There's still 3 players for GENG on this side of the map. Yeah, they're trying to get through heaven, but look who's waiting. Foxy9 buys them down. Take a seat. They have to try and flee the site here. GENG still holding numbers, still looking unfazed. 35 seconds, the time's gonna start running on.
Bye! Hello? Are you fucking kidding me?
GENG gonna be doing this one after the other. We've seen Karen do it, we've seen Texture. Now Foxy9 puts his name up in lights. It's just Spring. Has to take the walk in 15 seconds. The spike is in Narnia. Another one back here for GENG.
10 seconds left.
The moment. See the amount of stall invested.
The moment was that I just screamed.
Once again, but Wolves figure out where the operator is in this round and just the obstacle course laid out by GENG.
Amplify the timing of the chart.
So many things for Wolves to deal with.
Yeah, you can stand up for that one. Yeah, that one's good. That's solid. I mean, this does feel like we've got kind of the 2 fronts of GENG working here. Individually, yeah, they're hitting like a truck, right? This again, beautiful
positioning देखना cross भाई crosser हिलता ही नहीं है.
Someone trying to swing
in a position stacked up ready to try and
crosser
deal with
never moves.
It's got to be frustrating.
Well, you feel like you're hitting a literal brick wall.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, cool, we're going to try and trade in, get that spacing right up. Okay.
In a game of numbers, you still want to put yourself in those positions. So,
trying to speed up on this, but Munchkin
Hello?
joined by Ash, which is a shot in the dark, and it works.
Okay, texture. Okay,
texture. That's the first step here. Can they get this building from this point, though? An
Phantom
untraded kill back.
Diamond
Perfect. Ash, though. Filling the gap towards middle. And if they take their eyes off the ball for a moment, if Foxy9 pulls their attention here, and they're so confident, the swing, they're getting punished on this confidence. Karen is still okay, the paranoid didn't land.
Well, actually, it comes down to a 2v2, but a lot of time to work with here. Pit actually will expire over towards A, so now Munchkin in a pretty rough spot. Potential here for Wolves to pinch him.
Lovely, lovely. What?
That's bold. That is very bold.
Somebody
behind them now.
Cross कैसे किया बंदा था पता तो था.
A lot of ground to cover to regroup here, but looking as if they might actually stack up towards main. Looking for a safe a very comfortable post plant here. Plenty of time to set it up. They don't necessarily know, but the pit will enable that as well.
The pace though. Look at
the ults used.
CT
clear करने के लिए.
Both ults pretty much sent towards CT, but Munchkin's already controlling the site. The other side of this. I'm not going to get that one done.
इतना spam करने के बाद shot ही निकाला close के लिए.
Both of them now kind of on the other side of the pillar. What can he do here? A couple of smokes, but that's about it. Timing is everything. Spring.
ये निकाल सकता है round.
So does the
right
pit,
में
and
ये.
now Karen's got a real chance of this.
Will he wrap around?
Gotta clutch up here. For
now
starting to show here. What are you gonna do? No way. No way. Nicely handled.
उठना ही नहीं है.
Gets the job done. Second round for Wolves.
Everyone will fall with a second on the board, nonetheless.
एक बार तो उठना पड़ता. करने के बाद. You had one split second. ये क्या किए?
Another example here where the trades come through quick enough. Like I said, comes down to a 2v2. But
भाई वो 0-9 कौन है?
Wolves able to stabilize a little bit.
Damn smile. 7-2. Come on, can they recover this? This feels like there's still
This
something
Lucy
here,
Badal
right?
concept.
Maybe a bit of that confidence starting to building. Maybe a bit of that back in yourself. Maybe Wolves aren't done yet. They've kept the buy humble. Look at Munchkin. Look at Ash. Bulldogs, Stingers. They've given themselves. They've carved out a little bit of room here for Wolves.
ये दूसरी तुम लोग को मालूम है कौन सा है?
One away.
अपने तेरे को पता है? किस रूडी को पता रहेगा?
Couple of options now.
RRQ वाला है.
Slow down the early rounds, much like the start of Split. 4 over towards B main here. Munchkin and Karen.
Yes sir, crazy RRQ.
Tasked with controlling this.
Karen had to give away the
एक
game.
तो मार
This
लेना.
was really nice. Genuinely, really nice.
Huh?
The ult. Do you see what happened? I don't understand what happened there. I hope we catch it on a replay, but oh god, no.
ये क्या हुआ?
Do I want to know?
I'm actually left back with the
ये आदमी खुद पे येड़ा है भाई. लेकिन ये क्या हुआ? खुद पे अल्टी क्यों किया? यार राउंड पे खड़ा हो रहा है.
Well, the showstopper's gone somewhere.
Why is he waking up at every round? भाई साहब ये उठ क्यों रहा है?
Here,
अच्छा अटक गया तो.
I mean, that's rough. I mean, down to 1 HP because of decay taking effect.
And this has been a really hard game for him, 0 and 10. Like and these sort of moments weigh heavy. They weigh really heavy on a
अरे रूडी
to
भाई.
be able to take in that space, being
He's looked
explosive.
fantastic.
Thank you
Yes.
so much यार.
To have a downturn in performance like this feels
रूडी
really
भाई love
harsh.
you यार.
8-2. Can he pick himself back up? Big question here. And that judge could be lethal in the middle. Munchkin.
रूडी भाई.
We can see on the X-ray.
Brave boy. Oh dear.
रूडी भाई यार.
Looks to regroup
बस
back
ऐसे ही आगे
towards
बढ़ते
sewers.
रहेंगे. WR रूडी.
Munchkin will give up the
Rudy
space
Bhai,
temporarily,
धन्यवाद.
but tucks into Mayo now. Texture will be
रूडी भाई मैंने
Following at the
सुना है
mouth
you are
here.
playing. Miss कैसे किया Dexter?
swing and a miss on the
सबके बीच में
first.
से किया?
Wolves not able to springboard on the back of that and look to overwhelm the operator. Obviously with an Eon,
पर
it's tough to
हर
really
बंदे के
pin it
बीच में
down
से गया
after
वो
that
shot.
first shot regardless if he hits or not. But 50 seconds now. Still Ash here able to slow
ये तो अलग
down
ही है
their
भाई.
progress towards A side. And even further now,
कुछ नहीं हो पा रहा.
utility
फंस गई है पूरी की पूरी.
causing lots of
Wolves
problems
फंस
for
गई है.
Wolves.
Why do I feel Texture might be on for one here? Here they come, that's the first.
How is
Foxy9 gets the second. Foxy9 is just cruising through this game.
Foxy
Sadly, the
पागल हो
purchase
गया है.
obviously in this
Foxy
round was
has
far
gone
from
mad.
perfect for Wolves. Trying to make it work with what they had, just Sheriffs, maybe a little bit of hope. But Texture still just controlling the site, making it difficult here. He's feeling that pressure,
Texture का एक
getting
चीज notice
closer.
करो.
10 seconds, they're gonna work for a
Enemy
block.
remaining.
The spike gets dropped.
Spike
Steve
down.
Andy
Har
goes down, and
ulti
that
पर
was too easy for Texture.
Every ult.
Lord, can
Eco
anyone
eco
stop
में
him?
ही है. Every ult eco में ही है. Every freaking ult.
Texture again delivering for Genji. Foxy9 as well. Two crucial kills for him to
Every freaking ult is an ult. ये क्या बोलते हैं?
with the operator
Eco. Bucket.
staring down the barrel. At least a purchase here in round 12 for Wolves, but potentially looking
Ampli भाई.
the best
अभी रूडी भाई
scenario
से
being a 9-3.
inspire होके थोड़ा आप भी कर दो
Not an
counter.
impossible score if they get that third, but you've got to add into the equation.
yeah,
Jay
legit.
good on the
मैं
pistol.
Certainly not
YouTube
very
का
good.
मेरा अभी
No,
तक YouTube का पहला पेमेंट आया नहीं आज.
But Wolves need to keep some hope.
Day
Yeah.
YouTube का पहला पेमेंट कम.
That would definitely
बहुत मजा
be
आएगा.
a positive, all things considered. So starting what 6-0 in this half. Both timeouts used.
रूडी भाई से इंस्पायर होना चाहिए Ampli भाई आपको
In
तो
the
आप
second
अभी
half.
आपका मैं अगर reveal
Trying to
करूँ
clear
तो
ramp control again. We've seen that kind of different tempo.
करता हूँ,
Texture,
reveal करता हूँ.
aggressive. Now sitting very, very passive.
Almost now playing with the idea of where is the operator, right?
Yep. They're making
Testing.
it
इंस्पायर
hard.
होना
testing
चाहिए
his
रूडी भाई
default.
से. शॉट रे.
Now they know Juicy again. Another first death for him.
ये टांग दिखा
Feels
उसका.
sacrificial at this point, but there's no benefit for it. Spring trying to slip ahead here. He's actually done really
क्या
well.
टाइमिंग
Completely
पकड़ी है.
unexpected.
क्या
Spring
टाइमिंग
finds a bit
पकड़ी
of
है
timing.
पहली बार.
Munchkin now a little bit worried. He's got pressure.
लग
Great work from Wolves,
गए.
making some space on this B site. You
3v4.
can potentially get a plant here as well. You do have mid being controlled by YU. This is good. Plants in play
30 seconds
and
left.
player advantage.
That's it, make that even
खत्म.
further advantage.
ये round
Down to
at
1v4
least
for
ये
Ash.
round पलटा.
Field, not even getting that first.
वो timing
Nice
पकड़ा,
sort of
इसके लिए
shutting down.
9-3 मिला.
A 9-3 half here for GENG. You could argue a slight recovery towards the end for Wolves.
Half
but
आया ना?
like I
रुको.
said, a tall order here in the second.
half आया, एक काम कर लेते. Amplify, if you in chat, एक छोटू सा हेल्प करो. एक्चुअली स्ट्रीमिंग अब जाके सीरियसली लेने लगा हूँ, मैं लेजिट बता रहा हूँ. मैं पहले नहीं लेता था. 1-2 का वॉचिंग मैं अग्री करता हूँ भाई, मेरे को होएगा, बस मेरे को सीरियसली लेना पड़ेगा. ये चीज़ भी सीरियसली लेना पड़ेगा. टिल द टाइम एक्चुअली वाला मोबाइल नहीं आता तब तक तो करना ही पड़ेगा. अरे यार वो वीडियो भाई, एम्पलीफाई आपने वो फोटो भेजा था, वो किधर है यार, मिल नहीं रहा है. किधर गया वो फोटो, मिल ही नहीं रहा है. एक सेकेंड. यही है क्या, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग? हाँ यही है. मिल गया मिल गया मिल गया मिल गया मिल गया मिल गया मिल गया. तो करते हैं. इमेज सेटल करते ये इमेज वाला जो लफड़ा है. बिकॉज कैसा है, इसको कुछ ना कुछ करना पड़ेगा. कॉपी, व्हाई इट इज टेकिंग सो मच टाइम, ये तो भाई मेरे को भी नहीं पता. ब्लैक स्क्रीन हो गया रहेगा गाइस, 1 मिनट. Just give me some time. यहाँ नहीं लगा सकता, यहाँ नहीं लगा सकता, यहाँ तो सेट कर ही सकते हैं. लो, हो गया काम. आई चीजें गलत चीज दिख गई ना. पर ज्यादा कुछ था नहीं बच के. ये राउंड चालू हो गया.
If he gets a good start here, that could just bring him back.
Oh,
But why
blind, actually, yeah.
Lovely,
राउंड
and that's
चालू
so
हो गया. बोलो तो
indicative.
सही है.
Bringing texture there feels like there's got to be more, right? There's got to be more players behind this. See Spring slowly coming back over as well. GENG trying to work in the dark almost.
But down to 30 seconds now, you'd almost hope that even though Texture falls there,
30 seconds left.
you'd want to see GENG take advantage of that.
And Juicy still able to play into this, and the cross is being watched. That's fantastic from Wolves. A 2v3 though. Numbers still looking good for Wolves here. Denied the springboard straight through heaven, but still, Plant's gonna be in for GENG. Prowler goes through close, doesn't find too much. This Paranoia, if it's well placed, could be perfect. And maybe a trade out here. Yeah, it is. Lysor going to send him back. Foxy9 wanted to get involved. Lysor takes him down. Maybe a chance here to build this game back.
Nice try, Ray. Double peak पे नहीं मार पाया.
Giving themselves exactly what they needed.
First tick in the box here to try and mount this comeback is the pistol round for Wolves. Like I said, well navigated initially here. Well, the fact we saw that on the screen as I said that, but GENG able to get back into a position, but you almost expect, even though Texture falls kind of blind through the wall, as soon as Wolves see that in the kill feed, the fact that it's Texture, they know to try and get ahead of this hit. And actually,
need that. You can see it. Look at it. Look at the difference in them already.
One of the few examples where actually, even though it's a 1-for-1, a 2-for-2 as well, Juicy and YU able to kind of stop that from developing into any further threat.
Texture's got armor and a stinger as well. He's given away, it's here. Quick Paranoia and a quick pace. They want to try and pressure this problem
एक
early,
सेकंड
straight up towards
थोड़ा सा
heaven.
एक मेल है.
Yeah, not looking phased.
Oh, they're committing. Texture's down. Oh, Lightsaw, brilliant hold from him.
Spike
No
down.
support
Karen
there,
gets
though.
one.
Maybe make the most of this.
Pupad.
He's in a really good position though. Yeah, lovely catch, easy. Now he's kind of left in a bit of trouble here. Karen gonna pick up the
Hey!
just blown out the classic on Juicy. It's a 2v2. We're still at a minute. This has been fast and furious. The plant gonna put the time on GENG's side. And Munchkin, careful. These corners contain problems. Spring trying to pick up the pieces.
Nice try, Ray. एक HP था.
Spring lands it. And Wolves stay in this.
GENG looking to get a little fruity here, catch Wolves off guard. Almost did, to be honest with you. I saw, again, you can't ask for much more when you go for
No.
commitment there to the stinger, but
God, it was this that played
Yeah.
nervous. That
Enemy
2v2 at the end of my, oh my days.
there's also the fact that Singhvi doesn't actually swing against the Bulldog. It's a little awkward there to commit to that
Could have
peak
been,
down
yeah.
into hell.
Yep.
But that could have been a disaster. The fact that he kind of waited a little deeper on rafters, but second on the board regardless here for Wolves. Again, almost looking
This is a nice spot.
beaten, battered and bruised here in terms of the purchase.
Let's go.
We're still alive.
No.
But this scoreline can't
होगा,
stop
चलो.
being brought back, right? You give
Everything
GENG a
sorted.
window, they'll walk it. Juicy, brilliant, brilliant. The confidence being quelled now. Munchkin taking a solo endeavor over towards A and gets punished.
1 and 12 in the first half. Certainly
He's here now.
happy to stand his ground here
Poison's off.
in the second half. And actually a very active clearance towards
Love
mid
that.
here.
There.
Take a risk.
Time to smoke.
I have the spike.
This is fabulous timing. This could free up the additional player to hit the
भाई मैं 2 राउंड के लिए थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हुआ.
Still, full kit of util could
सिर्फ 2
do
राउंड.
this. Timing then becomes everything. Still about a minute to play with here.
Waits for the util to drop and actually then sends the drone through. And
One
I guess,
suppressed.
yeah, confirmation of 2 players. So YU now will be called upon.
A lot of pressure on him here.
Oh,
TP taken, they're already through. This is going to be a plant. Unless, why are you trying to spray in here, hoping maybe catching someone trying to get up towards that heaven side. But this is still a bonus for Wolves. But of course, that scoreline is such a heavy weighing factor. The plant's now in for GENG.
ये बोनस भी कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा कमबैक के लिए वरना 10-5.
Still not really going to keep him
जूसी 5 पे है, स्प्रिंग
comfortable
60
position
पे
if he
है.
does decide to commit.
But if the util goes right, Mike, they've got Pain Shell, they've got Haunts, they've got Paranoias. They just they need to disrupt the back line 1. And that's how you do it.
Foxy gets
GENG
2,
is
Ash gets 1.
GENG,
Last
look,
guy,
it was too easy.
Lysol.
Can't even make it through CT. There's so much utility in his way. GENG suddenly stop the tracks.
And that's he will keep 4 alive here. So much cleaner in their
Hey,
victory in the
he's
second
enjoying the
half, sorry.
banter
Yeah,
on
the purchase
stage
not quite there
banter
for
बहुत
Wolves.
भारी है बे.
You have to come back in now, and ultimately it's going to burn up pretty much everything
Oh,
in the bank.
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Don't need to see him.
I mean, what do you do? Again, see kills come through like that, and it's really rough for Wolves and frustrating as well.
Got to keep their heads up, though. That was a bonus round, right? If you're looking at it traditionally, that's not the worst thing in the world to lose out on. This, though, cannot go the same way.
No,
Not, then it
'cause-
becomes 11.
And nothing in the bank.
Yeah.
Juicy, at least for, other than the disaster in the first half, building towards the showstopper. Not going to get it in this round. But a chance maybe to build towards
Let's
it for the
see.
next if the
ये
purchase
mid
is
exploration
lacking.
कैसा जाता है?
GENG firmly in control of mid this time. Maybe want to actually dip their toes to see what was going on early on in the previous round.
This kind of rolls back to that discussion on the desk as well. There's none of that real
Let's see him mid
utility, and Juicy dominating over towards A again.
Yeah, Munchkin once again. Maybe showing a lack of respect, but
this could be huge. See that baby. If he's read this right, if they've got this right, he's in trouble though. They're coming.
उठा लिया, but Foxy.
Shot, he's still been taken, but he takes one down with him from the grave near on. And now Lysol watching that cross. This is a good position. Commits, catches, punches.
लग गए भाई, लग गए. Now they are in form.
He's done his job here. The rest of the team now in support.
लग गए.
Opportunity to play in from here.
लग गए.
30 seconds
1v4
left.
Spike over towards Hell. No chance of him having a say in this round, and you touched on that from the desk as well. Almost feels like, yes, the concern being there's no second wave almost. Wolves maybe reading into that perfectly in this scenario. But GENG had to almost commit behind
10
that.
seconds left.
I do want to see when GENG decide on a timeout, if they feel like they need it, right? Because so far, I feel like Wolves have...
रोडी भाई बहुत ज़्यादा बस support कर रहे हैं. Thank you so much, रोडी भाई.
Course correction here.
Yes, they've got a very good read so far. We're seeing them approach this perfectly. We've seen Juicy winning out his fights over towards A. How much more is he going to keep doing that?
Do GENG now decide to maybe try and feed into that?
Last गोली लगा उसका.
In the nick of time there to find Foxy 9.
It's just from Lysol, I really like the fact he just dips down, catches the cross, knows that pressure's coming from heaven. He takes the gamble.
भाई एक-एक करके rounds खींच रही है team Wolves.
Confident plays. You're not leaving Munchkin out there on his own again, are you?
Well, don't expect a peak to win this time around.
Oh, pace. Okay, pace. Name of the game. At least to look to kind of imply pace.
You see actually almost anticipating somebody slipping ahead of that utility spring. Not spammed out though.
Let's see.
GENG very curious about this mid hold. Once more.
You look at those salvos have now been burnt by Ash. Still has the drone, but once that's gone, you've got to be really committing that where you need it, right?
Oh.
It can't just be used lackadaisically.
The drone is available actually.
I like this from Wolves. Good control towards middle here.
Some things are okay.
And the time's starting to be burnt.
Some things are not.
Question mark on both sides, to be honest with you. Ash now clearing through with the drone.
I'd like them to bring an extra body back towards B though, because it feels like this is the right read from GENG.
Paranoia.
Perfect. Vents तक drone लेके जाओ. एक चीज imperfect है that's.
Be made perfectly timed.
Really, really nice. The Paranoia just going to skim past, doesn't quite catch him, but they're in trouble. They're under pressure.
Nice.
Gets made this time. Spring going to fall. And now
Nice.
actually trying to take towards the side. Karen's managed to find Lysol. See that baby spinning around.
Oh, go.
Damage. Still holding on.
Bhai, finally he's taken down.
Infectious HP, it's low, but the plant's coming in. The paint shell gets thrown through. Denies that quick springboard in.
3v2.
Now let's look at the post plant. Where do they decide to hold?
No util for Ash.
Two towards pillar. Why you? Needs a bit of
Nothing.
impact off
सिर्फ
this.
aim है.
Doesn't get what he wants, but
पूरे
Juicy.
round में अब सिर्फ aim है यहाँ पे GENG के पास.
Nice from YU.
बंदा ही नहीं
Crying
दिखा है
out
Ash
from
को.
the corner, but a complimentary post plant now. Texture spotted. YU misses, and Karen finds Juicy. YU, this is a difficult situation. And Texture, what is that? YU will not relent. He wants
Nice.
Karen
Well
stands
played.
his ground. And GENG step forward again.
Rough turn of events here, because I think the paint shell maybe bouncing off the wrong wall here from Juicy, because
या तो wall पे लग के आया या बंदे पे लग के आया.
sealed the deal on a kill here on the plant. I see FatBB stands his ground for as long as you could hope for in this situation.
ये spam अच्छी थी. ये वाला kill भी अच्छा था.
Oh, even corrects on that one. It's Karen, safe pair of hands, still standing for GENG. Will deliver the 11th.
And now this is the round that if you're looking at
What's
Juicy,
even-
you're hoping he's
yeah,
not going over
yeah.
their beacon. But you can see where they're approaching. That's the ult now online. A bit of a different look coming out from GENG.
Now, whether or not they're going to try and actually react on the back of this trip in mid, to wait for that re-clearance from Wolves and know that there's potentially 1 or 2 bodies invested over there.
This is a really nice approach from GENG. I like what they're doing here. And it's going to have to pick up the pace a bit now that they've broken this.
Rams
But
का
they've been
control,
given the
okay.
red carpet rollout, right? YU was good last round, but this is asking a lot. Great.
YU gets 1, YU gets 2.
Oh! Spring! Suddenly appears out of nowhere!
Spikes up on Rafters.
Oh, that could be done for. Foxy9 and Ash. How are they going to get back to it? Rams guarded, it's controlled. You've got Spring waiting here. Bucky in, and he gets the shin, but that's not enough. Foxy9 powers forward. Holding off for dear life.
GENG are a little quicker to get to site here, but YU finding 2 is an absolute miracle here. Texture looking to break the crosshair placement.
Spike down A.
But actually, it's Spring to actually pick up the backside of this execution. Like I said, Spike falling on Rafters, a disaster for GENG. And finally, we'll force the timeout here. 11-7 the scoreline, and GENG have to take a breather, take stock of the situation.
अब तो पानी आनी सब हो गया गाइस 7-11
to follow through in it, but adjustment here from Munchkin over towards A, who's not found any value up against Juicy. See if that does, see if that does continue. See, actually, GENG may be toying with the idea of a quicker all-in piece here with pistols.
कुछ ढूंढते हैं मतलब मैचेस के बीच में कुछ खेलने के लिए ढूंढते हैं थोड़ा सा चिल.
We haven't really seen Wolves having to go to that yet, really. At least not early. Again, good reactive play off the back of the utility investment. And this is quick, though, from Ash. Already the drone going to come through. That's going to instantaneously spot the player up towards Vents, that being Spring. Foxy9's got to be a bit careful there. Yeah, does manage to back away towards sewers, but gives away position. Now, there's a lot of additional support here.
YU very lucky not to get caught there on the readjustment.
Cam got a lot of info, though. That's a lot of players now noted. Surprised we don't see an additional body, but Fat Baby doesn't seem to be fussed. Doesn't seem to be upset about it. He holds the ground well, readjusts up towards heaven. Still has
सिर्फ 2 और राउंड चाहिए.
Extra trying to find something, but Wolves not really giving anything away just yet.
They were freaking 7-0
this purchase.
Now they are 11-7.
Seconds now, and GENG will re-explore mid.
खींच लिया बे मैप. मैं बोला 11-11 तक खत्म हो जाएगा मैप तो भी.
Best that. Still got 1 over towards site as well. There's the player noted. Spring can't do much to deny. It's going to get a good chip on the cross, and there's Juicy now being rewarded. That's probably going to be a 1, but it's done. Juicy doing well. Good control, good confidence builders here. He needs this.
Eco पे मार रहा है at least. हाँ, confidence आएगा. बात बराबर है.
Almost on the way. Looking to thread the needle and find those timings. Punishing maybe rotations and support towards that A side, but it's not to be.
But Texture can go ahead now.
Damn good. But I think this might be a little out of your means here. Wolves are back in business. A flawless round, Mike. This could be the key steps to this game now. Actually, being back on.
Back in on the purchase here for GENG, so was what they've discussed here. Said the Snakebite just catching. Because the paint shell to good use as well, gets the reset actually. Slow down, maybe separate the remaining members of GENG. Yeah, certainly looking towards the value of that timeout now. It's that gap all but closed. The hard work's already done in terms of the comeback.
Look at the switch up as well from Wolves. We've got, what, 3 players playing middle. You've got the switch up of the Cypher Util 2 over towards that B site, leaving just 1. That's going to be what Lice saw over towards A. So a really big read into maybe how GENG want to approach this.
I think Wolves almost anticipating something off this drone early or Ash's utility.
Cam gaya? Cam idhar hi hai guys.
Oh, this is so bold. Ridiculous. And it works.
Kya baat ho rahi hai be?
Igniting their confidence after a disastrous
What the heck?
first half. Gen G, they're going to be on the ropes.
Going to be kicking themselves because they've been allowed to sit behind these smokes time and time again, then re-explore themselves. It's been Spring tucked back into vents, and
Hard bhai.
this time around the grand reveal,
Bura laga.
heartbreak for Gen G. Left to hold on to these two rifles and what feels like an eternity left on the clock.
And this scoreline, Mike, on the half, what was it, 9-3? It felt like I don't want to say impossible, it's just improbable, right? You talk about percentage chance. Now, even after the first couple of rounds, you're probably not that worried yet,
Well,
right?
I hate to say it, but it was a 9-3 half versus Fnatic as well.
Oh, no.
Here on Split.
Bloody hell. That went, what, OT? Fnatic got
Feels
across
like
the line.
A bitter dream repeating itself here, potentially.
Yeah, this suddenly does
10
feel like we've got a
seconds
game. Like, the scoreline, as I said, suddenly becomes such a different-looking beast. You're now held on 11, right? You haven't been able to break through that. You've been kind of...
दो राउंड और चाहिए खाली इतना सोच के खेलो जेंजी वालों.
11-7 or something, where then...
I'm like,
I don't want a single
Wolves are
CN
looking
team
more
यार, मतलब
confident.
at
It's not just the
least.
fact
No
that
bro, I
the
don't
effort
want
is
any.
getting closer, but Wolves look good doing it.
पता नहीं भाई, इस बार नहीं चाहिए कोई
Actually,
CN
like I
team.
said, this
इस बार
is so
पेपर एक्स को जितवाओ, जेंजी को जितवाओ.
on the back of...
Anybody, it's fine.
I don't want to say a gamble, but I want to say guess to what
Anyone
Gen G is
from
doing
NA
early
also
on
works.
here. It's only really been the drone that's been shown. There's no set piece towards mid that Gen G have displayed.
ये में ऐसे
Here
तो
with
ना
the
हो पाई.
Stingers.
Look at the ults, though.
Yeah, looking towards a pace change here, and Lysol going to have his hands full if Gen G fully commit here off rip.
And it looks like a jump spot in middle reveals nothing, so I'm waiting to see how much Lysol can do. This is so much for him. I don't know how much he can even live in this situation. He's going to stick on Cyclone, going to try and play towards Pillar and hope the support comes in through Heaven, and it is. Slowly but surely, ult going to be invested coming out from Zufat BB, but it's still going to be Lysol.
They have to find him.
Lysol is so slippery about this! Threading the needle! So perfectly, and he's still alive.
3 हो गए.
Still breathing, finally goes down. Munchkin giving them a bit of life here. Down to him and Karen to make this one work.
बता रहा हूँ ना, 3 हो गए.
Has to back away. What more
ये
is
तो
it?
comeback आ गया.
Spike is Wolves with just one player basically on that side of the map held that down.
Another situation, 45 on the clock. Karen has to hold on to this rifle.
Prize
I
possession.
mean, what are Gen G doing there?
What the
They
heck?
look like they're
Comebacks?
into a brick wall. They don't know. They don't know
they're
what
able
they're doing.
to deny all the sight lines into sight. Again, I didn't actually track Foxy9's util, but I've been using that to stop the peak coming out from Heaven.
30
To
seconds
isolate a
left.
sight player. Pit goes up towards screen. Lysol able to just exist for way too long.
These are frustrating rounds as well. If you're Gen G, right, you are great at this. You're not very clinical about it. Thanks, observers, for the switch. You're normally very clinical about these site takes. You know your protocol list very
10
well.
seconds left.
They are not getting that right now. They are making some misses here, which is surprising to me.
We talked about Wolves being rattled in the first half. Now seeing something very similar of Gen G here in the second.
One away now. Look at that scoreline, 11-10. Wolves
मच्छर तंग कर रहा है.
are at the
मच्छर तंग कर रहा है,
This-
मच्छर.
How is Lysol allowed
मैं तो
to
ये
do
सोच
that?
रहा हूँ
Like you
कहीं
said.
छोड़ो अभी जाने दो.
Nice kill as well.
कहीं जेंजी बॉटल अप ना कर जाए.
Unfortunately, Munchkin put in a
क्योंकि
really
ये
big
पहले भी एक
position to try and potentially
आई गेस
cause
एफएनसी के सामने बॉटल अप कर चुके हैं. स्प्लिट का मैप ही था. 12-8 से आगे थे. जो बॉटल्ड अप एवरीथिंग. स्प्लिट बॉटल अप बहुत जल्दी हो रहा है भाई. एफएनसी के साथ लूजर्स बने चाहिए. मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली एक बात बताता हूँ मैं. एफएनसी वोंट मेक इट. ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक तो नहीं जा पाएगी. दैट्स फॉर श्योर. It's either Pacific versus America or Pacific versus Pacific. Most probably Pacific versus Pacific ही होगा. Because PRX can go, I believe Mighty. No hate to anyone, but I can say थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स है जिसको सॉर्ट करना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे वोस्टर को, दिक्कतें दिख रही है।
So they could close off a section of the map.
कभी कभी लगता है क्रैशिस अकेला पॉप ऑफ कर रहा है, अल्फाजर जो है वो आई वुड से कल अगर आइसो वाला मैप तूने देखा है तो समझेगा।
They might even play into this. He's also
ये
got a
वापस
one-way
से
setup
भाई
ahead of this.
अभी क्या ही
The
हो
only thing
सकते
that
हैं।
can really reveal it is what? Going to be the drone? And Ash is using that middle. They won't be able to clear this. This is still going to be a very uncomfortable position. So Ash pressuring towards Heaven early.
He's not going to get, and there's no way. He's going to get played in here perfectly.
He keeps again in unison. The dream is very much alive for one.
करो 11-11 अभी 1 मिनट 10 सेकंड बचे हैं।
Over for GENG.
Look at the time. 1 minute 13. The outcome is determined here.
Karen's still holding onto this same rifle for what, 4 rounds now.
Back to spawn we
टीम
go.
कुछ नहीं कर पा रही है।
Position falling short. The drone invested towards middle.
भाई क्या चल रहा है?
And why you great call from Wolves to do this.
This is exactly the recipe of a sort of setup that would cause problems for this composition. If the drone's not well invested, they've got to put a body on to find out where Wolves are playing.
They've done their homework today, haven't they, Wolves? Figuring it out. They had recent tape. They looked into it. They found ways.
खराब लग रहा है बे मेरे को भी।
These two final
They were 7-0.
I mean, you got to imagine the comms can't be feeling good right now. It's got to be tense as hell. You just had your timeouts burnt. It is all down to that IGL. The boys on the stage itself.
Watch out.
They have watched this game slip away. They were at the door. Now they're inside the building, Mike. It's 11-11.
How the tables have turned as well. Ash and Munchkin having a similar struggle that Juicy did in the first half.
They were 7-6 I guess. 7-1, okay, not 7-0, but 7-1.
As Wolves now will tie things up.
9-3 था score.
11 here on split.
Oh my God, as if they could take the lead in almost the final hour, right? In the final round near on. Now we're down to the real lower end of the purchase street. That was the start and end of the round. It felt like, as said, this was beautifully handled. Lighter working in brilliant unison with him as well.
It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad.
It was perfect.
I mean, you can see on the replay as well, just walking into an absolute blender. GENG can't really do anything, but because they're so invested, the casualties
it's kind
too
of
great
bad.
to recover.
Have they learned their lesson? How do they approach it now? Try and deny maybe late space being explored on towards B main with the util going in, but GENG
actually we need
a test of
something.
their metal here. Wolves' confidence will be sky high.
Coffee में इतनी रात पीऊंगा नहीं.
They break their hearts in the final moments. Wolves need to react correctly.
But बहुत प्रॉब्लम है भाई GENG के अभी इस अटैक के अंदर.
It's all been scary.
It's been second time.
We're living a nightmare right now for GENG. Unable to really get themselves over the first hurdles of some of these rounds.
बहुत खराब हो गया भाई.
It's just predacious approach once again.
Smoke up, smoke down होता रहेगा.
Which has suited Wolves down to a T. We've seen them once just clean sweep behind this smoke.
Got these ults still. Got so much to
Let's see.
Going back for this B split, this 3-2. 3 players from Wolves over on this side.
At least this time Texas is not going to be sliding into the trip.
Stall. Spring going to slow it down. Time now becoming a factor.
30 seconds.
The tension is literally palpable here. Here comes the hit. Do they survive this? Texture goes in, gets the job done. Spring holds the line, takes down Foxy9. Spring in the backline. Takes down Texture.
Lag
It's on Munchkin and Caron with 10 seconds really to play with. And look where the spike is.
लग गया भाई, लग गया. I'm telling you लग गया.
The time has passed the by.
Wolves 12 भाई. Well played Wolves. Well played, Wolves.
Just the gift that keeps on giving.
No gun.
And they clean up the round.
Trash talking is also
GENG to take away from round 23.
on point.
Were burnt as well. They've got nothing left to bank on.
It's just fantastic to see Wolves step
भाई इसका my territory हुआ ही नहीं.
How many heroes does this team have? Spring there with those 2 up in heaven felt like it was a gift. catching them on the way down.
That's come my
Unreal
territory,
stuff.
my
Looking like he's born again in the coaching booth.
Hold on. It could still be OT. They have not got across the line yet. Genji with one chance to just try and keep up in this Wolves, snatching away that 12th though.
Loyalty hai?
Just looks so
Nothing.
shook right now
They
from
do.
how the
Sir.
second half has panned out. YU once more firmly in control of B site. Cam will spot out one player, not necessarily painting a clear picture, but Prowler sent down mid.
Let's see.
So Wolves still aware of the potential here, and the drone again, almost now becoming GENG's downfall in terms of telling
Info.
Wolves what their intentions are.
Actually, info agent nahi hai na.
Seen it employed as misdirection too often.
No charges.
At least this time favourable in terms of numbers here. Only 2 members of Wolves. So in fact, maybe he has to respect this and... Oh no!
How's he? He's dead and
Shoulder
buried.
dikh gaya.
Looking to do it all himself if he has to. Spring can't save him this time. That B side now
30
looking
seconds
vulnerable.
left.
Can he hold on to this? YU's been good. This is
बहुत problematic है ये
Good
defense.
paranoia. He takes the space off the back and now here they go. Lights off. YU! Oh, back to back!
They're doing it!
2v3.
Munchkin Karen once
Round पलट दिया.
left with 10 seconds and not much more as this.
भाई round पलट दिया. खत्म. 11-13.
My God!
They got the map.
Drink that in.
This is crazy. भाई माइक पे आके मच्छर बैठ रहा है, क्या बोलूं? मच्छर भी लाइक मैं बैठता हूँ, मैं स्ट्रीम करूंगा. तुम उठो, तुम्हारा हो गया. Sunset, like legit it was something else. Bro, the things are immensely great. The things are immensely great. Goodbye. अरे कोबरा भाई इतना कुछ लिखे, थैंक यू सो मच मैन. First upset is done, guys. First upset is done. That is great. चलो मैं आता हूँ. बात खत्म, अपना एक ब्रेक बनता.
And just seeing it pop now, really early timeout on Wolves.
Was it round 3 on split that we saw?
It was early.
The second was by round 7, but I think the first one might have been after the bonus conversion.
No pressure on him yet, though. This is still early days. But again, if you're facing up against GENG, you do need to kind of keep almost, touching on base here, really, if you're Wolves as well. Get that early conversation building, get it into their mind, see what coach has seen. Obviously, going through Fade, they're going to be having the chat with them, get them kind of locked into this. Because right now, GENG have come in very confident, it looks like. Again, these kind of contact pieces up towards that A side.
Just as well, GENG is not a team you ever would expect to be so rattled by a map 1 loss, so they come in looking, not themselves almost. So it's certainly, this is Wolves now kind of saying, look, don't let things spiral out of control once again. Yep. Don't allow GENG to remain firmly in the driving seat for the first half.
So you
only take a couple of cracks to show for those feelings of map 1 to return. For now, though, GENG have done exactly what they needed, right? Kept the Wolves away from the door, kept them at bay here. They've not been able to even get really feeling out the game. Yes,
right now as well, 4-2 texture. I फिर से डेजा वू तो नहीं.
Positives for Wolves to build upon, but a Shiko here in round 4. We were close a couple of times on map 1, but a frenzy here. And
the moment you feel थोड़ा सा dizzy हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है. मेरे को हुआ अभी, मतलब map 1 में थोड़ा बहुत feel हो रहा था. I went, I just chilled a bit.
Again, this isn't the round where you want to see too much going wrong for GENG. You want to see structure again. Hello. Foxy9 is just
Foxy
farming.
hits 2 of them.
This isn't the round that we expect to see too much from.
And can't fault Wolves for kind of showing themselves as willing to still fight for this space outside A. It's not necessarily a disaster here to take 2 casualties, but certainly a fact finder for Wolves to maybe even just acts as a deterrent here, still in the buy rounds, but GENG have just been winning out time and time again in that position.
Yeah, this is great though from GENG. If we're talking bigger picture as well,
the problem was very
steadies
much
the ship after a very
rough
first map for them, and it just keeps them feeling concise about everything, feeling in control about stuff. A good beginning here, and as I said, confidence builders. You got to look at that last half of map 1. It's enough to shake you to your core. So for them, this is very, very good to reignite some of that confidence. Pressure towards Lysol.
Careful now.
Not going to be seeing probably anything go too wild here.
Lysol desperate to try and get something.
Jumping around, paranoia.
Texture creeping closer.
He starts. काम कर दे.
Smoke handle. It is.
Texture को कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है भाई. और हम पूरे इतना fake photo क्यों लगा के रखा है thumbnail में? मेरा ही photo है.
Flawless round 4.
If you feel that's fake, my original photo
बताओ.
बताओ.
Repeating. What was it? 6-0, maybe.
It was
a big gap at the start of split, and looking like a repeat here on Sunset potentially.
बता.
See Wolves going to come back in with a purchase now, getting close.
Map के बाद बता दो. बने रहो map तक.
Cycle here. Juicy Sue, Fat BB.
Map खत्म हो तब तक बने
The
रहो.
ones closest here, just one away from the Sova, the Euro Ultimate.
Cause
Why
I
you
can't
not too far away
see
yourself,
screen.
but still some work to do. Texture actually caught with a straight.
हाँ तो है भाई.
Slowed down initially.
वो तुमको लग रहा है.
So they kind of get to clear a fair amount of this early, and they do start.
I'm not that bad, which you feel on screen. IRL पे बहुत पतला वो लगता है खाली कैमरा पे.
And actually burnt both of the cases.
सिर्फ थोड़ा सा belly fat है.
This is a nice kind of check off the list. If you're GENG, you'll be happy with that.
Foxy9 does actually get his ultimate online with the orb here. Just
Using
sound
fake pictures
behind
for
this.
views. Are you
Leaving
fucking
Wolves
serious?
Guessing a little bit. Like I said, actually removing that safety net almost. with
और
the
अगर
base,
मेरा
but
खुद
the
का
smokes
फोटो
will
हुआ
probably
वो
reveal
IRL
GENG's intentions now.
सेम फोटो
Looking to try and
तो
tag
10,000
somebody on the back of the
10,000
drone
अभी के अभी
here.
सुपर चैट आएगी.
Paranoia.
Yeah, I'm amazed.
वरना मैं किसी को भी है ना
does get nabbed in the end, and it's Juicy going
justification
down.
दे ही नहीं रहा बिना
Pretty
पैसे
much
तो.
under control. Karen gonna try and control this, get that smoke back in towards the
नहीं
market,
है
make
stop
sure there's no
नहीं.
threats from
हाँ
there.
अगर
Really
अगर मैं ही
exciting
हुआ
for
तो
GENG.
10,000 सुपर चैट
To
आएगी.
the good as well. Man advantage here. 3v4 for Wolves. Currently still locked out.
रुक जा. फिर रुक जा.
Clear the corner the Foxy9's playing in as well. This is really, really tough
Map
to get
खत्म
back
होने
in.
दे. Map
Wolves
खत्म
gonna
होने
try
के
and make
बाद बताता हूँ.
something, but Karen's still holding towards that smoke. Why are you gonna find Foxy9?
यार नहीं. वो स्मोक के अंदर की फाइट नहीं आ रही थी यार.
How the like it was nothing.
Strolled back in.
How?
रुक नहीं
Disrespecting
रहा
the smoke a
सब
little
तेरे
bit.
हिसाब से थोड़ी होएगा
This felt so comfortable for GENG.
They had a great side take, good uses of the ult.
How'd that first kill come through?
Oh,
I mean, this
it
was just ahead of the.
मत देखो
execute.
गुड बाय
individual fights against GENG like this in a retake feels. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be like that.
What's the plan? GENG. Okay, that's gonna kind
Don't
of
peek
take the
like
wind out
that.
a little bit.
Yeah, and it's not like GENG to really show a lack of respect
He's
to a team like this.
scamming
It's
को
usually, you know, wrapped
शर्म
up,
भी
tied
नहीं है
up with
मतलब
a
सीधा
little bow on
scammer
top. In terms of these post plants.
Okay, back to what was working though. These A takes have been good, but there are 3 players here. Texture going to give away some of the game by at least kind of highlighting, yeah, that ult's coming in. Hunter's Fury now laying in
okay.
on top to try
पहली
and
बार मैंने
really
इसको बाय राउंड किया
stress
नाइस
towards
टेक्सचर
Texture finds Spring, though. Why you good
would
trade
have
on
been
that
one
before
more
we
but
go.
ठीक है बच गया
GENG trying to trailblaze
Nice.
rolling out towards A, they've won it. The plant next on the card.
एक
This is a
CT
2v4. This
दूसरा
should be
stairs.
safe. There shouldn't be problems. Portal closed. But that's a way to start it. A lazy check on the top. Oh my
Not again.
god!
Not again.
A 1v2
okay
Juicy gonna try and make a big play on this one, but good positions from GENG.
Nice.
Side
Well
crossfire
played.
made from Ash there. Gonna be rewarded. And Wolves tried to get again
All
in
good,
their
guys.
faces under the skin, but GENG
all good
in
मैप खत्म होने से पहले तो I
Just
won't
all
change
out
the
walls, you
screen
can
at
see
all
just almost
simple
the
है तेरे को
panic,
बैठना है
the
बैठ तेरे को
confusion.
जाना है तो जा
As this hit comes through.
ये पहली बार तू मुझे उंगली करने नहीं आया तेरे को मजा आता है लोगों को उंगली करने में खाली सेहत तो पता नहीं है खुद नाम रखा है लॉयर फ्रॉम पुणे
Again, the scaling
असली नाम रखने में
so
फटती
nice
है
though, right? Like the trading there coming out from Foxy9, good spacing between the first pick from Texture. It felt like they were in such good positions just to, as said, methodically take down every swing that was coming out from Wolves.
नहीं थोड़ा बहुत एक्चुअली क्या होता है ना प्रोटोकॉल्स होते हैं कि मैप के बीच में यू कांट चेंज परमिशंस लेनी पड़ती है ये वॉच पार्टीज ऐसे ही नहीं मिल जाती है you have to take permissions from the officials
Here, you can see actually the smoke. Almost begging Wolves to sit inside it.
हराशन का अगर तेरे को मैं ये लॉयर है ना तू and you know body shaming क्या होती है
It's a bit of a question mark created towards, I guess, a backstab on B site. I saw obviously a couple of checks here.
तेरे देने से कुछ होता नहीं है ना भाई
Deplete. Be fairly telling that
तेरे
nobody's
बोलने से
progressed
कुछ
through.
होता तो मैं सोचता भी
But
धरती
again,
अभी
it's
भी
gonna
वहीं
put
की वहीं है
CUFAT
तेरे
BBYU
बोलने के बाद
in
भी
a pretty tricky position here with 3 members of GENG now making progress towards them.
मैंने अभी तक वो लाइन नहीं बोली है वो लाइन बोल दूंगा तो खत्म हो जाएगा
This
सब
map, it feels like, right? Able to work this map really well, cause these uncomfortable rotations and the extra body being put towards that B site. You know, now we've got a bit of a lurk
30
almost, or
seconds
maybe a bit of a
अबे
position
मेरा
for
मर्जी मेरे को
Foxy9.
चेंज नहीं करना है
Very
लेट्स
nicely
रोल द
done.
मैच ब्रो
Respect being given to an extent from Wolves sitting a bit deeper towards that CT side, not willing to fight out just yet. Trying to stall off the
तेरे
util,
बाप का नहीं खाता
fight
हूँ
is
सॉरी
big to go in. And again, it is step by step. Near on mechanical at this point, 12 seconds. Yes, it's late.
Plant हो
Faith
जाएगा
in their scaling capability.
ओए प्लांट हो गया लेकिन एनीवेज
But this was in a round with Sheriff, so not much more. I don't know if this was an intended approach, but GENG still hold all of the cards here.
Obviously, वही protocols है.
And a punish to be had, GENG, making sure they know.
नाइस 6-1
chance to potentially deny the plant,
Watch
but it
party का
certainly
मतलब
doesn't
समझते हो
feel comfortable on the way back in.
लॉयर फ्रॉम पुणे असली
Wolves
नाम तो
unfortunately
बता
not
दे तेरा
finding any sort of safety in terms of playing these
इंटरनेट के
up
पीछे
close
के
positions on A site.
लगता है
I
तू
think
न्यू
leaning towards maybe
तू जितने
adopting
साल
some
से
sort
गेम
of
नहीं खेल
retake
रहेगा
approach
उतने साल
here,
से मैं
although
सीन में हूँ
even giving it less touched on this was where Genji really stretched their legs previously.
so
So certainly doesn't feel like a
don't try to be cool
positive to have to rely on that.
खाली
Already
फुकट
6-1
cool बन रहा है
scoreline. Looking for something from Wolves to get them back on track, and then a very proactive clearance through mid.
But I like this. You've kind of already set it out, right? The win cons,
नींद
they
आने
get into
लगी
the
अभी तेरी
post-plant
बातों से
GENG, it gets quite strong. It gets very hard to handle with that deadlock in play. So get proactive.
तेरी
Be
बातों से नींद
willing
आने
to
लग
take
गया
a
I'm
risk.
sorry bro But you are
Easier
boring.
said than done, though, as that side gets under scrutiny already. Karen going to take towards that backside pillar. Yes, we still know Lysor is here, but he's got problems galore. Players everywhere. He makes it look simple. Takes away one. Spring going to find Foxy.
Nice, लेकिन Dexter अच्छा कर दिया.
Juicy going to try and get all that info he can.
Damage control
Can he
मस्त
pressure
है.
this one well enough? Here come the next layers towards
है.
this one. Genji
अरे,
tries to stabilize.
nice.
Munchkin, Ash in unison doing well. A 2v2 though, it's not
Cover
out
में
of the
चले
woods yet.
जाता.
Ash has to clutch up here. Attack on the spot.
Nice.
Oh!
NT रे,
Juicy
NT.
holds his nerve. Wolves out of their seat as Genji now feeling that pressure.
A second on the board and something to believe in now in this first half.
NT bro, NT.
Potential to try and recover. I was almost a little concerned there that Wolves didn't follow through on that mid exploration. You're almost hoping to wrap
ये
behind
flashback
this
अच्छा.
execute.
वहाँ का बारिश हो गया.
Genji navigate their way in
Nice रे, nice.
fairly comfortably. I mean, able to cut sight lines, kind of mitigate this risk of the one-way on main, which feels like almost the focal point of this sight hold. It's another situation where they can't quite stick the landing on a post plant on B.
Cutting through.
But this time they've got to note maybe there was some aggression somewhere, information to be had.
Well,
Once
They
again,
felt too
6-2.
good
Did
almost.
Gen G know about that?
I don't
Wolves
know
can
yet.
sit back and maybe
भाई ये क्रॉसिंग स्मोक
take
कितना
that the
मस्त
ace up
लगता है
their
रे कभी
sleeve
कभी
for
कि
the
भाई
remainder of the first half. Not many rounds to play with, but
if they try to push in वो A main का कंट्रोल वन वे स्मोक देके नहीं हो पाएगा फिर वो.
3 players this time towards A though for Wolves as Genji start their build up again. Which is very complimentary on this, but this time playing a little bit more aggressive on towards this
something.
elbow side. Nice.
At least jump
Actually,
peek bro.
Already see that Sufat did back
Nice.
away, but there's that swing coming out from Foxy 9, but a good trade this time. The
Yeah.
additional body might make it a world of difference.
yeah. Drone now to come through for Ash. 3v4 left through, but that's it. Juicy and Why you both find kills. Now putting Ash up against the ropes to try and recover here.
Oh,
6-2. It's
I feel like
1v4.
once they get that little bit of confidence, that ability to
ये
start getting
फिर
that
वापस
into
वहीं
Genji,
पे
they get so
11-13
dangerous,
जो
but I'm
हारे
trying to make
हैं
something
उसी
out
के
of this. Sufat BB is just holding on
वो
to this
वापस
one,
से
making
कहीं ना
it
कहीं
work for this
फ्लैशबैक्स
one.
है.
30 seconds. Oh! What? Even I'm turning around. I know he's
Hell
out
nah,
of his
bro.
seat.
Show me that one. Just on the back of destroying the dart.
Jesus.
And that was what, maybe 2 or 3 bullets tapped through the box here?
Why does this make me a believer? I'm always such a cynic to this.
I
But
already am.
you're on board. It scares the life out of me because you're looking at Gen G, right, and we've been commenting their scaling, their ability to trade in well here. But Wolves' problems, oh my god.
आय, आय, आय.
How do you not love this guy?
He's
top of the board
enjoying
as
a
well,
lot,
Wolves. He's
bro.
not just the personality player. But Gen G want to get right back into it, looking aggressive, right up the guts, right up middle. But the paranoia is perfect, and Texture gets
वापस पीछे भी निकल
put
गया.
under test,
बढ़िया.
but no, he's fine. Still wants more, still exploring further. Texture right amongst the wolves now, trying to separate, divide and conquer as they lean towards B. The rotation gets difficult.
पूरा मार्केट कैप्चर कर लिया.
Confirm anybody's location.
भाई अबे यार फॉक्सी 9 के साथ हमेशा होता है. टेक्सचर
It's
गेट्स
gorgeous
2.
from him though, denying rotation.
3-4.
Perfect from Texture. Absolutely outstanding play.
Just like that, a pace change.
4K.
The 4K,
Completely.
the 4K
Yeah.
king, Mike. Who cares about the ace? Just keep doing that.
Haymaker thrown
A
from Gen G.
4K. हाँ ये
10.
इससे
Able to
इसके
convert
बाद
as
वाले जो
well.
फ्रैग थे दो.
Foxy
हाँ,
9 did
ये
actually
वाले.
find somebody
Bro.
else was just off screen.
I love this. We've got such great personalities here.
मजा आ रहा है,
Texture
मजा आ
giving
रहा
it
है.
right back.
But
Sufat being doing
operator
so well on the
reserved
outside,
by
has broken the money in such a
Juicy.
curious way. Look at this. We've got the
Wow,
operator
yeah,
out,
we've got like a sheriff out and an operator.
But the pace though, again, Texture just keeps going. He wants to keep this kind of hand on the throat almost, right? Choke him out at this point if he can, but Ult's gonna get burnt. Lysor is revealed. That's not the first time, but they don't know about Spring until now. Great counter swing from Lysor, bailing them out, keeping them alive. It's perfect
Nice.
synergy.
NT
Ash
रे.
trying to do what he can. He's down to one man, and it's not happening.
थोड़ा बहुत तो मिस हो गया.
Bounding in.
NT.
Just when Gen G feel like they could build upon that pace change, Wolves dig their heels in. With his headshot angle not suiting Gen G whatsoever.
chat delete भी नहीं
You think
करता.
you might have got a beat maybe on towards Lightsaw, right? Maybe we can isolate him, punish him. No, they fight together. It's so sick.
And where map 1
बस
was a little
ignore
disjointed
शुरू हो
at
जाती है
times for
अपनी.
Wolves,
Simple
now
है.
you're seeing
At least पता तो लगे किस लेवल तक लोग जा सकते हैं.
throwing their lives on the line to maintain these sight holds. Again, though, Gen G. Quick pace here to kick things off.
Sure. Oh, okay.
God, Karen, you madman! Takes away Spring and he gets him the sight. Does Juicy just take a shot on a timing? Surely not. They're trying to play retake with the operator. It's already a strength for Gen G in these moments. Bullet rattles through, doesn't find a thing.
Sound sensor up.
How are you meant to play back in? Look at that litter of utility.
Foxy Nines, yeah, the utility just reduces so many options for Wolves on the way back in.
Oh, nice.
Looking for something, but it's a solo effort.
Gen G really
140
has to
ding?
grip hold of this one. Close, but not close enough. I mean, this is again the strength here. Gen G, a stark
Nice.
reminder. You don't let us get
Let's
to
go.
those post plants. Keeping a firm lead at 8-4.
Yeah, a little difference here from map 1, but still certainly gas left in the tank here for Wolves. Have to see how that pans out in the second half.
TP को मार रहे हैं तब तक पता लगा अच्छा TP मारने से पहले ओमन जा चुके हैं. He's into the graves. Watch this guy, man. Watch this guy. Validation का इतना भूखा है. इतना फेक फोटो क्यों लगा रखा है तुमने भाई? वैलिडेशन दूं मैं तेरे को? मेरी जुत्ती ना दे तेरे को वैलिडेशन अब. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Keyboard warriors comes and keyboard warriors just leaves. So fuck it. हाँ, let's go. कौन कर रहा है? ट्विंस है, स्पाइसी है, थिंकिंग मैन्स वालो है, और कौन है? स्लीगी is also doing it, Josik is doing it, FNS is doing it. सारे क्या है? सारे वॉच पार्टी वाले ही है. Everybody is doing watch parties. Let's go.
Really establishing themselves and really stretching their legs.
25 seconds more.
Sure.
But that's nothing new. We know
If and if.
we expect excellence from him. He's sitting at 16-7 as well, so very much.
Yeah, almost actually probably the anomaly, really, the scoreboard. It's 8-4.5, but everybody kind of pulling their weight on both sides.
Just a second.
Did get the pistol in the first half, so looking for a chance here. Wolves maybe to get back online. Still a comeback required on map 2. The Wolves, man, they've already shown us unbreakable mental. You see Juicy being probably the prime candidate in that regard.
Let's go.
They can make a go of things once more.
So let's see how Wolves approach this. Again, we're somewhat in the dark here ourselves. Not a map that we've seen them often go towards. Gen G on the other side, opting for the 3-play start towards the A side. Foxy 9.
I was going to say, just him here, but on the pistol round, he's able to basically control a choke point like this. on the back of his utility. A trade-off for damage, actually. Let a headshot come through there.
No one else coming over just yet either. Quite a long rotation, so I think he needs to play safety here, Mike. Slip back towards CT.
I was going to say, with as many people chipping away at the util, you almost want to see an extra body, but GENG will dot the I's, cross the T's elsewhere on the map, looking for maybe a lurk behind this.
Still got that Cypher util in place, so they've got some security towards B main, but that will be threatened soon. The Sheriffs are on the way, but YU finds Foxy
मुश्किल है भाई.
Actually, him sleeping towards CT. Oh, what a shot!
मुश्किल है boss.
Sensational
मुश्किल है.
from YU. And now,
Sorry,
all the
Dexter.
pressure from the choke point. All eyes can turn towards this. Yes, the paranoia goes in, does very well. Great connection.
I'm telling you.
Better.
Sorry, Dexter.
Clawing back into this game, leaving just Ash locked behind that smoke.
Now almost looking like fools, really. See you
And that is clear.
The deal here on a 5th for Wolves and a pistol round to kick off the second half.
हर बार यही चीज देखी है.
Beautiful setup here, and Wolves absolutely making the right
Wolves
decision.
हमेशा slow
Dig a
start
little
करते हैं.
deeper, continue exploring.
One enemy.
Like I said, with a lack of contact on the back of
Death is cold.
Foxy9 showing his hand. I think Wolves read the situation perfectly. It's going to be one Sheriff in the hands of Texture on the side of GENG. That's juicy. Really bringing the Sheriff to the party here for Wolves. The Guardian and 3 Bulldogs elsewhere. Foxy9 to retrieve the orb. Denial here outside B. Nobody from Wolves quite yet revealing themselves.
GENG going to be the ones to have to be almost reactive to this at this point. Taking a gamble. I like the deeper search from Texture there. It's a little bit of a look. Could free up some of the players potentially, but hard to have faith in this still. Looks very similar to the first.
That makes the whole question.
Again, have to be very aware of Foxy9 and that
Because
utility.
he comes. ये 2-3 streams मैंने इसको
This is
देखा
when
है.
you're gonna be looking
जहाँ
to
hate
invest.
फैला
Here
के
it
चल
is.
देते हैं.
Lovely work, but forced off the angle here. So they're going to get the cross towards the side. They're looking for a punish on this, and they're not getting what they wanted. Wolves manage to stave it off long enough. Munchkin does well with the trade, but still, look at the weaponry here.
Oi, 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 oi!
Two headshots are 2 headshots. Gives them back away into this round.
I almost want to
30
see if Wolves can
seconds
actually try and isolate Munchkin and get away from this side, but Lightsaw,
Lightsaw.
double dipping.
It was so
Oh my!
risky to go for that, and GENG doing so well in that MasterCard 50 there. I can't believe they got away with that. The desperation to close down on back of pillar felt too much.
So precarious on the way in here, but I mean, Munchkin finding one on the reveal. Ash swinging through the smoke, finding 2. The paranoia.
मरते मरते वो दूसरा भी जो बुलेट है वो कनेक्ट करवा गया.
Here, paying dividends for GENG. Like you said, converting this MasterCard thrifty.
Guys, wait!
Yeah.
You can't allow GENG those opportunities. They are a team that will take them every day of the week.
And they will always continue to kind of toy with the rhythm of some of these rounds where Wolves feel as
Instant timeout आया. Instant. गाइस जिसको ओरिजिनल फोटो चाहिए था ना वो ये देखो दिस इज द ओरिजिनल फोटो दिख जाएगा तुम लोग को Okay.
Yeah.
Weapon upgrades as well.
Plant's going to be in play here. Paranoia early, but it knows now that they've got some time to set up into this post.
3v3.
Final three players coming back in for GENG. Texture, Ash, Caron. Still got that dart there here for Ash. Back cycled back up. Good util for Texture too. On the other side, limited amount. CFAB, yes, only has that drone. That's about it for now. Smoke in towards CT. The time's starting to tick. Texture closing in slightly. Smoke goes in towards main. Pressure starting to mount here. And Texture, oh, he gets given a gift there. Spring with a trade, but a 1v2 now called upon. CFAB only has the classic. Oh my God. Wait, this is doable. This is so doable. Ash.
Ash is taking it. He's got a half.
But he's got the drone. CFAB.
Oh my God.
Do this. The dreamers stay alive and somehow do the unthinkable.
A Red Bull clutch response here from Wolves. Absolute magic. And GENG was set up for this, Lauren. They gave them this space.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
The dart stuck to him.
Oh my God.
That is just ridiculous.
I've never seen this happen. These moments are rare for a reason, but there is something in the water with this team. Wolves never down, never out. And GENG sent back to basics. Look at the buy they're left to work with. Still in the lead at 9-6. But Wolves fight tooth and nail to get back in this game.
That rock-solid mental starting to rear its head once again. Still 3 to find to tie things up here on Sunset. A chance here with just a Guardian on the board. 3 Sheriffs actually.
Aye, let's go. Ho gaya.
Can they follow through?
Everything done. 6-9 guys.
Munchkin
ये
up
दोनों
close
एक के बाद
personally
एक के बाद एक जो दो सिर्फ गए हैं ना.
Snake bite pretty early on. We'll spot a second player as well. Big information. Big damage as well onto Munchkin.
Munchkin's
Hella is jumping around.
Wait, has to respect it. Foxy9 going to take a touch of damage there
And as
too.
Fade said, just wait. Wait this out now. And it feels like a big win in terms of the trade-off here and the tools drawn out from GENG's arsenal.
This is still dangerous though. A lot of players on this side for GENG. Yeah, maybe one's down a little low, but that's bodies. Spring starts to clear house though, takes away Munchkin. Looking for the follow-ups, they get it. Wolves, step by step, you can see the
भाई इतना शेयर स्क्रीन शेक मत करो रे.
For the prayers are answered. Plants now next. Yes, Ash gets one back, but it's still a 4v2. Where's Texture in all this? He's got to get over here. He's got to do something. But Ash has fallen. It's all on Texture, the 4K king. Has to keep that crown on his head here if he wants this one. Spring down low, but 3 players up against him. The timer ticking.
Clear करके.
Trying to make something
भाई,
of this. Maybe
anti रे.
miracles happen and they're not today for him. CFAB once again, the closer in this. Mike, that tempo change there was tangible, right? That pause, that slow, that wait.
30
that
seconds.
next ledge miss. I feel like Wolves have got a bit of a finger on the pulse now.
Absolutely. Absolutely dialed into the rhythm of Sunset now.
One enemy remains.
Edging closer and closer to tying things up.
No one is.
Huge purchase here now coming in for GENG.
Yeah, I'm looking at an operator here and caused a lot of problems in the first half, but we did see Texture dealt with a few times. Able to mitigate that. But almost now resorts to Wolves maybe a change of disciplines in the early round.
It looks like they want to avoid this. They don't fancy it, right? They get that little bit of a reveal.
I guess it's 2-0 for Wolves now.
I was going to say, did they spot? Certainly, we did see him.
तो अगर मैप 3 गया तो टेक्सचर जीने नहीं देगा Wolves को.
Here on a mini map, almost played out of this if Wolves decide to follow through here.
Munchkin once again on the run here. Good counter paranoia, but a quick TP and actually really considering it, but it's all a ruse, all a distraction as Foxy9's fallen. And now they're desperate. Munchkin gonna go down.
बता रहा हूँ ना नहीं भाई यही है Wolves को यहीं close out करना है.
Still yet to go through. Nice pacing on this again. This discipline, Mike. It's once again in effect this slowdown.
Caron took a ton of damage there as well. He's isolated on backside now.
He could be screwed. 38 HP. He's got pressure left and right. Ash tries to help him. But there's
यहीं
no
close
saving
करना
him.
है. साथ में fight करो निकाल लो.
Wolves back in business again.
absolutely ridiculous. Clawing their way back once more, just one round.
Oh, that's
Why over the top of the wall? Yeah, unfortunately, GENG now, the ones left in recovery mode in a number of these rounds. Got fade.
He's going through it, man. He's going through it.
It's having to get medical down so his coach improves.
Coaches needed, bro. Coaches needed.
Exceptionally good game.
Coaches legit needed.
Ryan,
He's had a phenomenal map too.
how
Had a
much
great
can
map
one man
one as
do?
well.
He's 21 to 11, desperately trying to do what they have to, but this buy,
I must wait a moment.
It's only a Bulldog standing in the way of Wolves tying things up. This time we'll tuck a player into mid. Munchkin tasked now with maybe starting to control this chaos that Wolves been able to tap into.
But Wolf निकाल जाएगी बे.
Attack found, but
here comes the final boss, Texture. Oh my god, oh my god, and then right target choice! Ignores Texture, goes for the back line, reward is there! Wolves making me a believer in this!
क्या दिमाग लगाया है?
9-9 is about to be carved in that scoreboard as Foxy9 has 4 players to take down.
able to recover that Bulldog.
क्या दिमाग लगाया है?
You said 4 to find. Again, no pressure coming through from spawn here is going to allow Wolves to set up very comfortably. A consolation maybe, but as soon as he deals with this trip.
All eyes.
Throwing net.
Gonna make a go of it, but Spring.
Nice try, Ray.
And we are at a tied map 2. And a reminder if you tuned in, a reminder if you're doubting what you're seeing, Wolves 1, map 1. Now GENG are under pressure.
This is just almost the worst
Dimag.
possible scenario for GENG. When they try and get some bodies behind Texture with the ultimate, try and set him in motion. A fumble with a showstopper on the first half, but a double kill here.
That operator again, though, they were good at sniffing this one out before, right? Do they find it this time? Different approach, a deeper B exploration from Texture. Goes for that deep line here, but then 3 players towards A. Was using him as that counterweight.
Let's
right?
see, let's see, let's
Have to look
see.
onto this. But Wolves, relentless in the hunt here, pursuing the others in a quick evacuation, trying to back away here. But Foxy9 might get his man now.
नहीं मिलेगा.
Space back here,
Nobody.
but looking like he's running out of
He'll
time.
get
Gonna
no
send it.
one.
Doesn't get it.
Yeah, panic stations almost for Wolves there, as they could be caught in this trap. Utility behind this now, so still obstacles. Wolves to overcome. Still, well, call it free towards this side hole with Texture a deep position elsewhere. Should expect Ash to maybe come ahead of this now. Paranoia will land. Actually
getting
buys
tough.
Wolves some space as well.
That's 2 players now noted. They've got a good
Wait.
idea of this, and Juicy already so close towards it. The pressure coming in, and Foxy9 looking a little screwed here. He can't hold
फिर
the
भी
whole
Spring
side
निकल
for
गया था वहाँ
himself.
से.
The floodgates open, and the plant comes in. Once again, avoiding Texture and that operator. Munchkin and Ash tasked with a near on impossible retake.
4v3.
Absolutely are, especially with a judge and an operator here. In the loadout, but Ash will
Nice.
find the first. You've got to ask for more from him, though.
Yeah, needs another on
And
that one. Not
he-
going to get in. Look at the position from Sufat BB. Keeps his head down, and then he strikes. Taken away by Munchkin, but to find the last two
Off उठाएगा, भाग
is
जाएगा.
impossible. Deep breaths here, GENG. That scoreline is no longer yours. Wolves pushing up to 10.
Can't quite believe my eyes in some of these rounds. Such fine margins. The Wolves actually almost on the hunt here. Munchkin did actually manage to nab the operator
That's huge.
on the way out. Sticky fingers on the retreat. But absolutely rocked in terms of the finances once more. You can see here as well, Foxy9 again, maybe you can see he's desperately trying to slow things down. Wolves are actually ahead of that
भाई
utility.
साहब एक तो इतनी बारिश.
And you can imagine how frustrating this must be for Texture too. Almost iced
GENG
out.
का lower bracket run
yeah.
चालू
He
है.
has 22 kills and he feels iced out.
He feels irrelevant in terms of the scoreline almost.
GENG का
And that's
lower
gonna be
bracket
so
चालू.
hard for him. This is now, what, 5 rounds back-to-back for Wolves, compounding the problem, but this time Texture is here. Can he be the hero for GENG, the man they need? But they've also got a plan in mind.
Oh,
They're gonna keep himself
yeah.
standing. The shot doesn't land this time, but he still stands his ground. He wants value, has to eventually respect it. Juicy gonna block the way in. Oh my god, Juicy!
Thank God for that
Hey,
catch.
Bloody hell, that was on a knife's edge.
Now he's almost separated here. Can kind of keep GENG interested.
Juicy is tucked in.
Just down the river. Oh, and then
He gets
lazy
one,
play.
he gets two.
Juicy, you should not be
PTPs.
doing this. You're meant to be the bait. But they're coming back. But Texture still
TP
stands.
towards
Still on the
market.
side. Doesn't fall for it. Texture, calm under pressure. Has to find a moment here, but the smoke gonna deny vision. Looks for a second line. Doing the dance now. Wolves thinking maybe they got some safety. 2 players close by. The dart not going to do what they want really. Texture takes another step closer. Finds a man.
Okay,
drops
okay.
in. Juicy down needs more.
Gets
Gotta find
one.
more value. Got to keep being the man to make the difference. Finds a second follow-up here. Banking on his teammates to bail him out. He's doing
Gets
the dance.
another one.
Texture still more needed. And
But
won't
Sufat का
be
पूरा lurk is
flanking.
crazy.
The heroes are both sides.
He tries to get one more, लेकिन नहीं. It's 11-9.
Down to Karen, and the eventuality of Sufat BB getting here is the
Boy,
ace
it's
up the sleeve. He should be the
11-9.
final
Let's go.
one. Lysol the one to do it. As Wolves are
कहाँ 2-0 सोचा था for
Leaps and bounds
GENG.
Lauren, towards closing out map 2. And closing out a 2-0 series here. Juicy. I mean, the hero behind enemy lines
Yeah.
in this round, ahead of the utility. And see, the considerations there from GENG. Almost just doubting.
start.
क्या बोलूं अभी
here.
क्या सोच यही वो सोच रहा है क्या ही बोलूं
Between the
मैं.
two cams, GENG pumping the brakes. It's been 6 in a row for Wolves.
Nothing behind this purchase either, Lauren. I mean, it's odds and ends. Obviously, we've got the loss bonus to take into account, but Karen and Munchkin ultimates available. Operator still in hand for Texture.
Okay, need to keep myself steady here because I feel like we're about to watch something.
Yeah, we're talking about obviously map 2 being uncharted territory. The scoreline now. I mean, the prospect of this outcome, uncharted itself.
खत्म है.
The Wolves able to navigate their way into this position now, and on the brink of a huge victory here.
To get 12 is truly something that will be forever in my mind. GENG stop. You can see look, there's been too many times recently. Too many times.
What top sets?
GENG, this is your chance.
10th
to stop it.
posi.
Stop their fairy tale from coming true, but the plant's in play. They've not gone for that same fight here, Mike. It's different this time. Karen up in that 10 spot, doing well to take down Juicy. Oh! The disrespect! Spring doesn't care. Flies in, takes him down, and we're in a 3v2. Foxy9 gives away position as well. Spray's going
Nothing
down.
can help.
All the pot to be. The man again.
Nothing can help.
Rinse and repeat. It's 12. It's not map point. It's match point.
Absolute. Just styling on GENG now. You see toying with the expectations, getting a little unorthodox, disrespecting these site holds that time and time again look fantastic.
Last one round to make it to the next round of upper bracket for Wolves.
It comes down to this, GENG suffering through this as Wolves coming alive on the stage.
भाई साहब ये Wolves पागल कर दिए हैं.
Taking space now.
ये Wolves legit पागल कर दिए हैं.
Two players spring on the other side, shoulder shown, texture. Under pressure down to 61, but he doesn't stick around too long.
Yeah, coming out way worse off in that trade as well. Now, Wolves able to reassess the situation. A pace change in the opposite direction now, slowing things down. Making GENG sweat a little. Which not many teams have the opportunity to do. As they play through this cage.
It's all on this.
Nah, texture miss.
Takes away texture.
Texture wave.
GENG suffering in numbers. Foxy9 trying to hold, secure this site. We saw the pressure he was under before. Doesn't want to fall foul to it. A quick dive in as well from Munchkin, trying to secure this site with that pit. Look at the pathing though, Mike. They're off. And Juicy looking to swing this smoke. Pop flash in. We know Ash is on the other side. Why Munchkin drop the pit? Back we go. Wyu's doing wonders here.
20 seconds left. They have to make a move.
Paranoia is good. He flies.
Wyu
has done miracles for this squad. Leaving it down to a 3v2. Ash and Caron trying to dig deep tag, but the plant's in. A sacrifice given down to the 2v2.
It's like
They're playing together. See you, Fat BB on the verge.
Khatam. GENG.
Ash has to ace to save GENG here. The pressure mounting. He's seen him. I think he's seen him. I think he knows, but only 7 bullets. See you, Fat BB.
HP.
Breathing. They're both so low.
He's down
6
himself.
HP, 5 bullets, that's it. Time ticking. Ash has to find this. Bam! Oh my God!
Oh my, ये क्या कर दिया? Are you serious?
They make it real. They fight.
It's 2-0 for Wolves. Absolute madness. Madness, I would term it. That's absolute madness. That's absolute carnage and madness, bhai. Let's go. He is just crazy. Let's go. Sheesh, bhai. Interviews.
I don't know how they look so calm, Mike, but this was an absolute treat to be remembered. We're going to pass
You guys
on
hear
to
it?
standing
मैं
down on stage
phone
for the
charge
Brighton
पे लगा था, एक
post-match
छोटू सा
interview.
break and I'll be back.
Oh, we have just witnessed an incredible series. I gotta get the thoughts from some of these Wolves players. Juicy, I'm a big fan. Right in here with them as well. I'll let you finish, take this selfie and calm down for a little moment. But Juicy, I got a couple of questions for you real quick for a quick chat. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing him. I'm just gonna borrow him, okay? Now, I know top 6 was already a big dream for you. You are 1 game away from the grand final. Talk me through your thoughts. What are you feeling right now?
I think we're very happy. Like, we surpassed everyone, and I'm very grateful to my team because today wasn't like the best performance from me, but everyone else stepped up and everyone was encouraging me the entire way.
We got the double duelist, and I thought maybe Spring would be in the front with you on the double duelist comp, but why was it you and why you today, Juicy?
YU is a very good race, and the way Spring plays, what is it, smoke? The smoke roll fits him very well.
All right, Juicy, I'm gonna let you get on with this because Sufat is next to me. I can't ignore this guy. Sufat, I don't think it matters what question I ask you. Everyone here loves you. They love you so much. I'm gonna just let you say whatever you want.
Whatever I want?
Whatever you want.
Now I'm gonna say, I want Masters Champion.
Of course he does. And how does it feel that every single round there's an army behind you screaming your name?
I feel so good because when I crush, I heard you guys loud. Come on, one more again! Okay, thanks for coming. Enjoy the master stage, and I love you guys.
We love you, we love you. Actually, one more question. Your friend, Zelsis, is gonna be playing next. Go on, send him a message.
Okay, Celsius is the gold. I'm waiting for you. I'm your baby. I'm coming. Then I'm waiting for you. Upper bracket. Okay, Celsius.
You heard it from him. One more time, everybody. Super, baby.
Okay, Celsius. Thank you. I'm waiting for you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go,
Toronto!
was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ben Silly sitting back here in the agent ready room where I'm joined by Mitsu, who's dressed up as our lovely Clove. Mitsu, how's it going today?
Oh, I'm really nervous, but I'm having so much fun. Everyone's great so far. Oh, I'm excited to see the games.
Wait, hold on. There's a lot of parts I want to get on that. Why are you nervous?
Oh, I think we're gonna be on stage later. Me and my Viper, Savannah, our cottage cosplay. So, we did a little test run up there, and I was shaking.
You'll notice that you'll be shaking not because you're going to be nervous. You're going to be shaking because it's going to get loud in there. It's going to be super fun. Yeah. You don't have to be worried. And now you're excited for the games. Which games are you excited most of? So we have Wolves versus Gen G's coming up first, and then PRX versus Sentinels.
I'm excited for PRX versus Sentinels.
Who do you have winning that one?
PRX.
It's okay, you don't have to whisper. We have a lot of PRX fans, man, track by track. And let's talk about the cosplay. How long did it take you to put this together, and how do you get it all done? Because I want to learn how to do this.
I was actually planning on cosplaying Viper, but I knew Cottage cosplay or Savannah was cosplaying Viper, so I was like, let me get Clover in here, I can do this. And yeah, I actually did the gun in 3 days.
Nice.
Yeah, my friends helped me, Hex Code Studios, and then I bought the cosplay, made the wig myself, spliced 2 wigs together. It took like about a week to put everything together.
A week to do a wig?
A week to do everything.
Okay, I was going to say to do it, but overall, that's a lot of work.
I also have my little...
I love that. I love that. And you have a little karambit.
Yeah, the VCT 2025 karambit.
Can you make the moves? Oh, there you go. And also, I don't know if you knew, but I also did a little bit of Viper cosplay. It's just a little subtle one.
Cute.
Can you do it with me? Together, we're going to say, welcome to my world. We're going to say the ult, okay? 3, 2, 1. Welcome to my world.
All right, everyone, and welcome back to day 9 of Masters Toronto and our second match of the day. This one, folks, it's as clouded as clouded. I can't even speak. I'm so excited because you're going to have PRX going up against the Sentinels, and that's going to be taking place on stage in just a little bit. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside Mimi and Kukuka. Before we move forward, though, we just gotta be a couple Yappertons real fast and talk about what we just witnessed because Wolves 2-0'd Gen G.
It's crazy. Again, ever since that loss to Sentinels, they still have not dropped a map. They're going to go up against G2 next, so they're going to have a chance of redemption against Americas. The comebacks from today, them mentally on stage, giving everything, it's such a treat.
As a wise man once said, they're never gonna stop. the run just keeps on going. Top 3, the first Chinese team to do that, who isn't EDG. EDG only got that deep at 2 tournaments after attending every international up to this one, and Wolves does it at their first showing globally.
Yeah, and they do it looking good in the
Potter
process.
Was right.
Yeah.
Potter was right. I mean,
Potter might be based. Who knows? I mean, of course she is.
Might be.
In any case, though, folks, let's go ahead and get into this matchup and talk about PRX. Now, look, folks, they look shaky when they played in that Liquid series, without a doubt. But then they came back, and I thought that G2 had this one. Mimi, we come from Americas. We're pretty confident in our boys. But instead, it was PRX, and the train wasn't stopping.
Yeah, PRX looked really good. I was especially impressed with their post plans. I think early in that series, they made quite a few mistakes. They threw away a couple rounds, but in the second half of both these games, the way they were playing super deep in their posts was really disruptive to Sentinel's retakes. They were constantly getting shut down, and on top of all that, it was just amazing individual performances, as you expect from these guys on PRX.
I think this also has to do with having a good read on your opponent, right? If you know that they want to be very retake heavy, how are you going to counter that? Where are you going to put your people? How are you going to work around it? I think that the biggest surprises, as you're saying, Mimi, is the expectations that we had, but also the clutch plays time after time.
Yeah, it was impressive to see PRX constantly. I mean, Patman was having moment after moment, Mimi.
Yeah, he absolutely was. That rookie player has been so good for PRX. Here's a look at some of those post plans we're talking about, though. And basically all of these rounds, PRX is so willing to fight forward together, and especially to be in really weird off angles. Most of the time when you're setting up your retake, when you're trying to play with your utility, there's very default positions that players in the post plan are going to be in that you're focusing that on. But when PRX is in these off angles really close up, it's so difficult to clear them out, especially when those those players are so quick with the aim.
Yeah, they're always ready to shoot, right?
I feel like this is also some of the rounds that PRX need to succeed. They need to know that they can feel superior to their opponent. But also in that game against G2, we saw some of the classics, right? Of the PRX maybe peeking when they don't have to, playing a little bit disjointed. It's not only after planting the spike. I think that in Split we had a couple of very good examples that even though you're already in the disadvantage, going one by one is not going to solve any situations, especially if you're thinking about not saving, which in the case of PRX happens a lot. If you're not thinking of saving, how much are you investing, and what is the value that you can get for that? Not only that, is the one by one to me that makes no sense, and they gave G2 so many good opportunities and made the match look closer than it was.
Yeah, I mean, when you see PRX work together, the firepower that team can put together is out of this world, but they need to make sure that they're sticking together in those crucial moments.
For sure, but also it comes with the territory with PRX. It's a risk reward. Sometimes they come out the better on those risky low percentage plays, but it could have cost them that series with how close the game against G2 was.
Yeah, that's right. Now, folks, there is one secret weapon that PRX has in their arsenal. Devi was asked about it in the Verizon post-match interview. Let's actually check it out.
But I want to ask about Mini, because throughout stage 1 back in Pacific, we heard you guys talk about Mini's helping you a lot with your defense side. So coming into this tournament, is he still helping you guys? What's he been up to?
Yeah, he's still helping us. Usually after matches, he would give us like some notes to work on it individually, especially on CT. I mean on defense. So yeah, I mean it's working out great, and hopefully even though we close out 2-0 today, I'm pretty sure there's some notes that we can work on. So yeah, can't wait to go back and read his notes.
Well, you know what? Why don't we hear more about this collaboration from the man himself? Toronto, make some noise and give some love to Coach Mini from PRX joining us here. What's up, Minnie? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Good to see you.
And it's so weird to see you in that jersey.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre. But all right, let's go ahead and talk about this real fast, because you heard Devi mentioning the notes and what you've been providing for the team, and we all know you as a prolific coach, obviously as a part of Fnatic's incredible success that they've had in the past. What is your relationship with the PRX boys, and how's that all manifesting here? Because it seems to be working.
I mean, it's working, but I can't really take the lion's share of the credit. So, like, I'm a very small piece, like, just to put that out there. When it comes to the defense specifically, they approached me and asked me about defense. My read wasn't actually that the defense was as big a problem as they thought. I think there was, like, a lot of things that we could fix. But for defense specifically, it was about getting Ilya something to play the Euro a bit more like a Euro than a Jet. So that was, I think, the biggest kind of input I had really on their defense.
Okay.
What do you think about, well, first G2, what do you think was the biggest tell for you to help PRX get that win? Because, highest seed of Americas, everybody has a lot of expectations. What was the #1 thing you wanted to approach against them?
I mean, preparing for games, I'm like not involved very much. We tried 1 week where I kind of gave them like a bit of an anti-strat, but we lost really, really badly. So I think I'm best used when I'm just giving them a few notes rather than like doing like a Fnatic level anti-strat. It kind of fries their brain a little bit.
So
like,
what were the notes for G2?
I didn't give them notes for G2. I gave them notes after G2. So my inputs are what, like after games. So for today, I can't say that.
No, I'm not gonna ask you.
She's trying to put you on the spot there. She's trying to put you on the spot.
Talk to me, Minnie. It's a big difference, I imagine, from your time at Fnatic, being the head coach there for most of your career. What is it like to work with PRX versus the boys at Fnatic?
I mean, it's so crazy. I have coached like one of the most in the world, and now I get to coach like the complete opposite of just like plus W. So I feel like I've learned just as much from this experience as like I think they did from my input, if not more from me, to be honest.
All right, well, hey, look, man, I mean, you've been doing some good work with the players, regardless of whether the impact is small or not. It is still felt in the server and in the results. And one individual that I do want to talk about and get your thoughts on is Patman, because, Pat had another big game. He's looking comfortable on the stage. What can you tell me about this guy? Was there anything that you saw with him where you're like, hey, this kid's got some talent?
Yeah, honestly, when I started working with him, I was a little bit worried about him, honestly. Like, his aim is really good, but I don't think he, like, trusted his ability a little bit.
Okay.
So I think working with him was a lot about trying to make him get confidence, you know?
Yeah.
Remind him that like he doesn't need perfect util every single turn. But he does have that skill. And you can see it in the server, like how mature he seems to be. It's like surprising to me. Like he seems like such a good rock for the team.
It seems like quite a contrast to some of the previous players that PRX has had, where it's been like all about the aggression, really crazy. From an outside perspective, it seems like he's the guy in a lot of rounds making more of the percentage play, keeping them up in some of these clutch situations where maybe a past PRX would have thrown it away a little bit.
So who would you say?
Yeah, for sure. He is very smart.
Would you say that he's like one of the unsung heroes, or is there someone for you that you think is a little bit overlooked in PRX?
I mean, I talked about something on Twitter. I think he gets a lot of criticism, but I think he's doing a lot, especially on defense, to win like the macro game. I think people focus on like the blunders sometimes, which is kind of gonna happen with PRX.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense, of course. I mean, Mini Man, it's always a pleasure to talk with you, buddy. You know, hey, you want to give me a little prediction before you close it out? How do you think the boys are going to do?
I always predict the boys to lose.
Come on.
So that we then win.
Okay. Okay, so, I like that.
Sentinels are going to win today, but PRX will still win 2-1.
Okay. I love the logic is sound. It all makes sense. It all makes sense when you write it down. All right, Mini, well, thank you so much for your time. Toronto, give some love to Coach Mini and the boys over at PRX. Not only do we have two incredible teams going head-to-head in this one, but two storied coaches as well. Here's Coach Alex and Coach Kaplan, who spoke with Yinsu early on today.
We have a big game ahead of us today. I'm now joined by the two coaches of Sentinels and PRX. Now, you guys have very different play styles, but I wanted to hear from you. Could you sum up how the other teams, how do they play? I'll start with you, Alex.
Meticulous. One word, right? I think very, very much attention to detail. I like the way they set up in post plans. You know, play retake. It's very clean. It's very clean, Valorant.
I like that. Now, Kaplan, what about PRX?
I think they're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get, but it's always going to be sweet.
Oh, that's very... Yeah, that's really sweet. Now, I actually have a question from Cuba ahead of today's game. He wanted to know, you know, just in case anything happens, what is one thing that annoys you the most that might, you know, cause you to yeet him into the air? I'll start with you first, Kaplan, because you've done him wrong a few times.
Been in pain before. I think if we have a anti-strat cooked up and we either forget to run it or run it wrong, and then lose the round but would have won it, he's getting real hurt in those moments.
Okay, what about you, Alex?
Yeah, I think it's similar. It's usually when
hello guys, we are also back.
And then we lose the round, you know.
All right. Hopefully that doesn't happen for Cuba's sake today. Thank you very much.
All right, well, here we go, folks. It's now time to jump into the matchup. Let's welcome our two teams out to the stage and bring out these juggernauts, because it's all coming down to this. The winner will move on in this competition. The loser will take a trip to the lower bracket and have to start the climb to the top of the mountain. But here we go, folks. Put your hands together and let's welcome your two teams to the stage. Here's Sentinels and PRX.
Versus Sentinels.
And here we go. It doesn't get any better than this, people. Sentinels facing off against PRX, two of the best teams to take the stage, prolific rosters in the VCT, Mimi, and now an opportunity to fight for an upper final.
Last time they played, it was a lower final in Madrid a little over a year ago. SEN won that match, went on to lift a trophy in Spain. But for PRX, this is now them returning to another international event after a long slump to try and show that they can make another upper final, that they can go the distance yet again, Bea.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the Omen map select, Split is going to be the first one. Sunset.
Deja vu?
Yeah, literally, we just saw this in the first match. And actually, deja vu, because PRX has also picked this map already. Same goes for Sentinel. They go for the comfort that they've already found in the tournament. And we're speaking about a Sentinel that is still undefeated, that is looking flawless so far.
Sunset will be an interesting one. Sentinels thus far, they have played all 3 Chinese teams. They have beaten all 3 of them. And in that last match against XLG, it was all about Zekken. He had an absolutely monstrous performance, running over with the Neon on Sunset. But PRX is a team that they are hard to match bar for bar with that kind of aggression.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough. But you know that energy is going to be on that stage. Both of these teams, fan favorites. You ask anyone in this venue, it's a 50-50 who they're going to pick, PRX or Sentinels. And I'll tell you what, Mimi, being from America, I'm not used to that.
Yeah, it is close. It is close for sure. For Sen, you know they're going to want to try and get in PRX's head. Celsius especially so comfortable on this kind of stage. Probably thinking back to that near PRX choke in the Team Liquid game. They would have denied them being here.
I would love to see the same performance that we saw the other day coming in from Zekken. He was having a blast with the Neon, just running left, right, and center. Yep. Of course, this time around, he's going to find maybe more opposition, or things are not going to be as easy.
It's going to be a challenge without a doubt, no matter how you shake it. But you can see these players, they know the moment that they're in right now and how intense this game is going to be once we're all in the server. Of course, we'll get a look and see what this agent select is going to be looking like in a moment. But Mimi, there is so many questions, right? You know, how disciplined are PRX going to play? And also in this other side, how disciplined are Sentinels going to play?
For
because
sure.
they have looked, to your point, incredibly flawless throughout Toronto.
They have indeed. This series is so interesting to me, mainly because of the crossover in these teams' map pool. Both of them, I would put Sunset and Split at the very top of what they are wanting to play. That's where we start in this series. And that's why I think this game is going to be so hard to predict, so hard to figure out what team is really favored in those first 2.
We can look back to what just happened on the first one, right? When we think about Split, we saw that crazy comeback. It was all about the defense, all about those anchors. And Sentinels has decided to be started on that defensive side. So I think we can, you know, think about their composition. Then running that double initiator, double controller, the Sky, that is something that we barely see anymore.
All right, here's your agent select coming up in a moment. And there we go. Let's see what we get locked in here for our first map. Got a couple already confirmed. Of course, GENG is going to be on his trademark raise. Looking forward to seeing what he can do as he zips around the map there. We did see
इस map से guys अपन shots निकालने वाले हैं.
Before on this split, but we haven't seen Sky in a hot minute. So that was
इस game से अपन shots निकालने वाले हैं.
Yeah, I think that between him and narrate control is going to be very important. Again, as the hard anchor
So guys, थोड़ा सा notes खोल के रखा हूँ मैं.
When we look at the head-to-head between the Euros, Zekken versus something, we know that something finds the same effect that Texture does with the operator in this map.
PRX's double dive comp is so tough to play into. These guys are very fast on their executes on the attack side. They have a lot of power behind that. And in the post flanks, that is where G2 fell apart. PRX was constantly flying up, punishing them, getting ahead of that retake. But then they have that bot out there. They have to know how PRX play on these 2 maps. But it's always the case. You can think you're ready for PRX, but you don't really know till you're in the server against these guys.
Yep, ain't that the truth? G2 learned that lesson the hard way.
Yep.
And we're still waiting for this lock-in here. It seems like they're hovering over the Sky as well, and Omen I think is going to be a given here, but I would like to see them continue to use this because I like what I saw from them previously. And there you go.
The one time that they played at this tournament was against Wolves. We've already seen today what Wolves is capable of. And they actually, even though they started on the defense, they had a very rough half, only getting 4 rounds there, losing the bonus, that snowball that was in favor of the Chinese team. But for today, I hope that has been a learning experience since it's been a while.
Indeed it has. Indeed it has. But here we go, folks. Fans around the world have been waiting for this one to start, so I'm not going to waste any time buttering up Bren and Sideshow. Take it away, fellas.
Yeah, neither am I, to be honest. This is bound to be an absolutely explosive matchup that we got here. The crowd is ready. We've been talking to them all morning long as well. They're raring to go with this one because there's history between these two teams. And not just that, it's a question of momentum. Can anything stop this freight train that is PRX when they've been absolutely tearing through every single opponent?
And the last time we saw PRX get a bit of that momentum behind them, it was a bit of a different feel. It was back at Madrid when they weren't confident about their own play, and yet it was working anyway. And who ended up stopping them there? It was Sentinels, lower bracket finals with GENG waiting. Now that's not the case, it's Wolves actually who are waiting for them. You saw Super Baby excited potentially to see Zelsis on the other side, but I think this game's incredibly tough to call. Both teams playing really well, but I think a lot of people are yet to really get on board with feeling like Sentinels have beaten a team that they respect. Now, I think that's wrong. I think that people aren't putting enough credit on Sentinels and what they've been able to do because they're underrating the Chinese team still. But when you look at what Wolves have been up to in our upper bracket, in the Swiss stage, it's tough not to look back at Sentinels beating them 2-0 and think, hold on a second.
Hey,
that's a real match. That is seriously impressive from SEN. And it was here on Split where they were able to come out with the victory. That's the time that we've seen Sentinels with this new composition that they're running here. And I think there's a lot of history even between these two teams on this map.
Oh, yeah.
If you think back to all of the maps where we've seen SEN, this is one of them that expresses their style.
Let's go, let's go, let's
go!
go!
Those retakes, super coordinated with it, stopping every idea that somebody has in the post plan.
God,
I think you couldn't get a more perfect way to begin, because PRX love getting onto those explosive site execs and then scrapping in the post plan. They are always going to be doing something active, and it's Sentinel's job to stop that.
There's a slight delay as well. We've got one of the players just waiting to get back in, but you're exactly right, Josh. This PRX
T1 की जर्सी पहन के
the nuance into their play.
बुरा लग रहा है बे T1
Even
is not
before
here.
this event, the evolution of PRX, no longer just the completely run it down, run it gun together pack mentality. They've been corralled, they've been tempered a little bit by Pacman. He's been holding back the leash, yanking them back when necessary.
Alex has been trying for years to get the discipline into this team. It's tough with this squad though, isn't it? Because PRX live or die by that explosive W gaming style. You don't want to temper it too much. You don't want to tell them to play full retake every round and be all disciplined in every moment.
And they've found the right balance with that. They've been running away with it here. Everybody's expecting this train to slow down and stop at any moment.
It almost got derailed against Team Liquid. One overtime away from being denied the PRX run. And yet, PRX were able to make sure that they didn't get the wobbler after being up 12-1. And here we go, we're into it.
Yeah. These are two teams that are looking to make history. Looking to go that much further
Very
here.
historic.
Toronto. Prove what an ace is wrong as we get started into Split.
Let's go!
Just round starting. And a heavy group up here from PRX.
Immediately Bang pushed off the angle. This is going to be a key focal area to pay attention to B main. Because if PRX get it for free, they can do B pops. And they will find it very difficult Sentinels to stop that from happening.
It's an early nade through B main. Not taking control of it, though, just holding it lightly and now setting their eyes over towards mid. Posturing for now. Slowly getting down to that minute mark. This is what I was talking about earlier, the tempering that you see. It's not the PRX of old.
But also, making sure that Sentinels didn't do a re-clear of B main. So, no breach util, no sky util, and now the pressure's on Bang.
Walking up and exploding out onto the site. Bang is under that tremendous pressure, but it's util out on either side as well. But the handshake of it. And
Bang gets music. Bhai, Jingy boy, kahan se?
Sentinels attempting to float all the way back in. Left down into the 2v2.
2v2.
John without any flashes to work with.
Spike planted.
Dog re-clearing. Sentinels very aware of the fact that PRX is going to try to get aggressive into areas like that spawn push.
Something just trying to go for the reposition, just missed the timing onto it, but bullets are flying forward, smoke propped up. Viper Orb blooms, blossoms, time is ticking, and you can feel it.
एक चीज है दवाई Ghost पे
is everything. It's how you set the pace. Something
gets
it under control. The damage done to John Q team, and he's managed it.
बचा लिया ट्रेड पे खेल के बाकी something waved a lot.
And already getting a glimpse of how PRX want to play these moments. Choosing to try to take that timing with the Viper Orb up in B heaven, pushing forward, looking for it. Everything went wrong at the very start. Felt like Sentinels had got that. Big flash, players extremely lost. And yet they win a crucial clutch scenario. John scrabbling for a gun on the floor and Forsaken out of his seat already. Do feel like he's been blossoming into a leadership figure for PRX in a way that I'm not sure you could have quite said he was a couple of years ago. Has matured into something that PRX desperately needed.
Speaking of something, he's already taken the first blood here in this round. Obviously,
they don't know wall cross हुआ कि नहीं. जब wall cross होएगा.
The gamble stack from them over towards A, just hoping that PRX might work their way over towards that side of the map, and seeing glimpses of it. But slow and steady is how they want to go. PRX will be hoping to sniff out any signs of life.
And just leading with something, looking for the contact. Usually, if there is going to be a defensive stack, there's going to be a crossfire setup or somebody looking to take contact.
All the way through main. Still, that fault line's going to be a big connection.
No, let's go.
Okay, up close and personal. Forsaken is going to be dropped, and it calls for the pivot. Instant rotation now, straight through mid, and there's danger here. They don't know if there's player lurking, but still going to be leading the charge. That's for something, I should say. Putting his body on the line to make sure that they can get that easy access over towards B.
Bang with a classic. Doesn't choose to take the fight early. Waits for reinforcements.
Flash hey.
Just trying to take that peek as well when he hears that timing. There's a lot of damage done. Sentinels could still be a problem with his pistols in hand. Pesky.
Really
control of the site and the plant down for PRX.
Pretty fast flank here going on as well through B main. John took a deep timing down mid.
Fault line through connection. Satchel backwards. Jing trying to play to a bit of safety here.
Nice shot, guys.
Spotted. Found out initially here. Damage being done over tunnel water.
Bhai, bacha liya Jing. One part man de.
Dismissal from PRX looked a little bit scary.
A decent amount of damage done as well. They've got a rifle and a bulldog that they're saving into the next round here, PRX, and they'll still have some other weaponry to be able to supplement this. You know, something only going for a Marshall in that round, so he's still going to have some. But overall, this is where things really start to heat up. Sentinels are going to have a good game plan to stop these pops.
There.
Finally getting into the gun round here. Weapons online here for Sentinels, and fast as they go.
Brawler se aage bhag gaya Jing.
Getting the value. We've seen Jing just wrecking havoc.
That's
on prior opponents.
Really smart from Zekken though as well. He gets himself deep inside there and just starts spamming because he knows what's coming towards him.
Brawler se pehle aage nahi jana tha re.
It's going to be the goal. And okay, quick little lurk up there. Quickly put down and trade inside there from the rate.
I think that favors the defenders actually because you've taken down that A-ramp lurk player.
Yeah, and Sen are out in the open right now. John with the reposition quickly. Zekken might just be tucked to the side, and indeed that is a bit of a punish. Something he sent into that TP. He's going to be taking out Pat-Man. Half of the
nice.
It still managed to just wrangle the rifle in time. Snaps it straight to Zekken's head. This is a 2v3 scenario, but still very much winnable. Just depends if they can take out John. He's near-sighted, blinded, bit of spam as well. Trepidatious trying to be assisted with that utility.
Batman saved him.
Doesn't help him out though just yet. 2v2 now for PRX. Getting that plant down. No fast play, I should say, from Sentinels here. Making sure to slow it down for now. Grouping up. Still, it's Pat-Men inserted into the smoke. He wants to try and dominate this angle here. How does it get clear? Traded into the 1v1. Bang.
It's
Forsaken.
Omen of time.
Time is ticking on the spike. Making footsteps, making noise. Util as well. Expended, that is a bit of a catch. Smoke in the back pocket. Going to be covering, obfuscating, forces the issue from Forsaken, but he's biding his time. It's for the challenge.
Well played, Forsaken. Well played, bro.
Misread there from Bang. He thought with Forsaken not really taking any level of challenge on him as he went through into sight, that probably Forsaken was going for a wrap around the pillar. Instead, hadn't quite found with the paranoia, and Forsaken was just having to talk. Both excellent players. But it's Forsaken who comes out on top. And that's PRX winning the bonus as well. SEN are going to pull out stingers here to try to get a little bit of equalizing factor. Can they swarm? Can they find the reads early? Well,
Okay,
Zekken
fourth
instantly
round,
detected.
stinger round.
He's always got a gate crash to try to bail out of there. But the game plan for SEN this round is going to be to try to gamble, to try to find
a lot of half armor for something to just pluck them out of the picture.
Yeah, that's tough.
Flash forwards, it's going to be that refight attempted with the stingers still. Just a 1-for-1.
GENG is not having a map
not
right
giving
now.
away his position. Also, nobody
After
from
pistol.
PRX looking to explore that either. They're going towards bang and
Oh, yeah,
just miss
timing.
the timing.
Unfortunate. Instant reposition. He's
Nice.
okay, just going to be running around here. And Divide just making sure to get containment going on in mid.
These are the kind of rounds, though, where you've got to give credit to PRX for baiting the play out of Sentinels rather than doing something quick and early themselves. I think in previous tournaments,
जगह पे
where we've
W की
watched
wing कर
PRX,
दिया, हर जगह पे
these are
नहीं.
sometimes the rounds that are just gutting to watch because you know they need to play with discipline on the anti-eco, and yet they rush things. Now you're seeing patience.
Yeah, Bang can feel it coming now.
Nice shot, something.
Doesn't really stand a chance there. Too many angles to watch for. Round
Oh.
to the corner, Stinger.
Line up हुए थे, but stinger ही थी ना.
Essentially.
Yeah, only one player going down here for PRX, but all that momentum behind them now.
And this is the kind of start that they would desperately be looking for. Something's going to drop the Outlaw in this round. They've got an opportunity to combo some nasty ultimates together. This is the round to invest in too, because if SEN lose this, they're going to get knocked down onto an eco. And in fact, Kaplan's already called a timeout. We're going into attack pause here. And I think this is a really tough one to call, because Kaplan can't particularly give them advice beyond the next round. The horizon is round 5 that you're about to step into, because listen, you could be going into Dimensional Drift where something gets information and sets up a Fade ultimate. Maybe Jing's going to do something aggressive with a Showstopper at the very start too.
कुछ
You're
तो
always
होगा.
having to react to what PRX
कुछ
is
तो
doing
play
because they
बनेगा.
set up this ult snowball. So maybe Kaplan's going to call something aggressive, perhaps, off the rip, try to rip tempo away from the Southeast Asian team.
Try and get proactive maybe onto the extremities.
Very difficult to do that, though, against a Yoru ult. Yoru ult speeds
yeah.
stuff up massively on the attack side. Essentially lets you dodge whatever Sentinels are going to do and scout it out for free.
And that's part of the trouble. We're trying to come up with any sort of answer on the other side of this timeout, because it has been slow going for PRX so far, but listen, in this timeout, they can just turn up the tempo immediately with the Dimensional Drift. They've got the ults to do it, and we know that is how they like to play.
I do like this level of a gamble, though. Narrate has
अरे GENG पे भी showstopper ready है. I think एक quiet map गया. He's 3-3. And still I'm saying it's a quiet map for him. Forsaken के पास वो एक ही frag है.
Oh, well, it works out okay.
Vedant bhai, welcome to the stream, yaar.
Aggro for Zekken. He set up nice and early with the fault line.
Yeah, and look, fault line paranoia, aftershock flashes.
wave.
मेरे को
There's
क्या
so much
news
stuff that
है?
can support
मेरे को
Zekken here
news है.
from Bang and from Narrate.
TP to get out as well.
Russia Ukraine भी चालू हो गया. और कुछ बचा है?
Jing is here with his Showstopper just around the corner. Zekken, though,
क्या चल रहा? कुछ नहीं. Sentinels हार रही.
And here it is, Dimensional Drift now.
ओए, टकले पे मार रहा Zekken ulti पे.
Zekken forced to try and take this one out. A lot of players being spotted out here with the Nightfall now. Scatters away. The rocket into the back. To no avail. Oh my god, he's doing them dirty. Zekken crouched down. Pounds on the chance to trade that one out, but it's an instant pivot
पोसी
against
देखो.
PRX.
Viper को देखो.
Across the map.
look at this gorgeous lurk from Davai. Got himself all the way into A, pulled every rotate over towards B. With double ultimates, they found themselves in a 4v4 where they have the A site completely for free. And Narrate is dead, so no breach ult to be able to go for the retake. Though Zekken has earned his Dimensional Drift, which will allow them to scout out defensive positions. But I mean, look how many threats are around the map. You've got Jing in a deep
Full
spot,
open plan.
Davai in a deep spot. These are all things
भाई ये
that
क्या है?
Sentinels need to deal with before they can even get close.
Danger lurking around every corner. Smoke in your face. Viper Molly lay down on top of it.
हाँ, क्योंकि announcement देखी मैंने. मेरे को भी एक मैसेज आया है कहीं पे. कोई तो आप दवाई का position बहुत important था.
Sees rebounding and flash into the face of Patman, but still he wants to hold his ground in through the back of the site. Support, reinforcements is going to be arriving.
Nice shot.
Finally.
Nice
Just
shot.
Time. Patman is going to be falling in through. Forsaken is already there to just fill in the gaps of the play, and his hold.
अरे बाबा, बहुत भारी चीजें चल रही है उसमें ने.
At the end of the day, this is PRX. They're feeling themselves at this point. It's 5-0. None of the signature fast plays that we've really seen from them. It's cautious all the way throughout, but with no mistakes being made.
It's an absolutely immaculate
They are
round.
right, 5-0
I mean,
PRX.
finding the rate when he's setting up the breach ultimate,
5-0.
catching it, and then also lurking Divine into A is just masterful. The call there to cancel that presumably comes from Divine on the opposite side of the map. Guys, don't commit, don't commit. If it looks difficult, if it looks like they've got a stack, let's go back into A. Absolutely gorgeous play.
And the slow play
Nice
continues.
shot.
Something tremendous value that he's been getting out of this Outlaw. Attack side op has been a bit hit or miss over the course of this tournament, but when he knows he's up against a half
किसी दिन मैदान पे
a lot of confidence.
सिड भाई के जैसा मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रहा होगा वॉच पार्टी गेम मैं तो उधर ही रहूंगा
And this is where we were giving credit to PRX before. They
और
were
सिड
leading
भाई
with
वॉच पार्टी
something
कर रहे
outlaw.
थे सिड भाई ने
Never
मेरे
walking
वैसे
into
इवेंट
the
की वॉच
stack.
पार्टी कर
This is going to
रखी है
be explosive.
one more
They're
nice
just trying to chop these players down to the knees. Vulnerable up. What is that?
कौन मरा कौन जीता
Every single player dead.
सारे मर गए
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
सारे कैसे मर गए
Another moment of hesitation. And perhaps Sentinels would have won just based on time. Stuck inside the snake bite, ticking down. Vulnerable.
And it's Divine. Snaps that final kill. If he got
अच्छा
that
पहले दवाई ने मारा
Sentinels end up winning the round.
A little bit more touch and go.
क्या
But
था ये
PRX still in control.
क्या दे क्यों था ये
And this is another round to look to try
Wolves
to invest
2-0.
ultimates.
Weaponry in the hands of these Sentinels players though. This time they want to try and get that hold over towards A heaven. Heavy stack with the bodies. A lot of util.
Wolves 1-2-0
Going to be expended here by PRX. They
It
want to
was
make
an
sure that they
upset.
gain control of ramp. The tap, seeing if they can bait out a response.
बहुत खराब
Giving up
हुआ
that
जिंजी
space
के
as well.
साथ
Going
जिंजी was
walkabouts, re-exploring in through mid.
6-0 in the
Case
map
again,
1
they weren't playing a
4-0
slow
in
spread
map 2
default. They do have to re-clear
और
these
वहाँ से
areas.
maps
A lot
हार
of
गए
unknowns. In through B main, in through mid. GENG multitasking.
Sen
I
looking
was like,
to
dude,
re-clear
ये
up
तो
towards A
मत
ramp.
करो यार
And Forsaken's heard that. He
ये
heard the
6-0
dog,
से यार
realized
4-0
that they've
से यार
got bad
losing the map
information.
चलो
They've got
4-0
nobody
is
from
too early
PRX
to
over
say
towards A,
but
so he's calling for the
6-0 is
rest of
too
the team
much
to regroup on him.
We are
They're leaving
halfway
something
done
as a lurk, which was so crucial in their win over
9-3
G2
था
on
score
Lotus.
half time पे
They've waited
Yoru
so much
was
time
pulling.
out. I mean, the Gatecrash is going to be fading soon enough. Zekken, it's the last one available to him. He's tucked into the corner for now, though. In through hell.
The Zekas are massive.
Pointing the way.
hell
Just
not
barely Jing gets onto it anyway. Good trade. All the way through and now sight needs to be taken. The rate's holding it.
ulti आएगी
Rolling Thunder is going to be getting ready to go as soon as they hear this one. Pac-Man going forward.
Everybody
Flash to
knows
the
ulti
corner,
आएगी.
And everybody going to be scattered up into the air. PRX, how the hell do you hold on to this one? Stunned up and taken out. Bang, he's already regained a bit of that control. And
Nice.
Pac-Man swinging from the side. And
Plant
Tyler's
जरूरी
getting
है.
shot. PRX got to get a bit of a move on here. They need to claim these
nice
kills.
try रे
Sentinels
वो ulti पे कुछ कर नहीं सकते
finally
थे
putting a round on the board.
लगता है
Those
सोल्जर
Zekas
से ही
from
बॉडी
John
के
QT
मैचेस
could not have been better
बोल
timed.
सकते हैं मैं तो
Three of them
आज
all
सारे
flying
मैचेस
towards
देखा
the A side, giving away.
लास्ट में 4v4 में
Exactly
जोन
what
नहीं
Forsaken
था
had called the team to regroup.
कुछ मैचेस में तो जोन
Finally, we
पहुंच
get
ही
to
नहीं
see
पा
the
रहे
rates ultimate with the value. With time running short and good information about where they were going to pop, they get that sky flash at the same time as the breach ult, and they're there for the fast
We'll
flood
talk about
before
it
the
some
spike
other
can
day.
even go down. But it's going to be a long road back to an even half if that's
देखा
even
मैंने
possible
वो
for Sentinels.
Also going to make it a bit more easier though.
और 4v4 फाइट में तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते
PRX
थे जोन
grouped
आ रहा
up
था जोन का
outside A,
प्रेशर
looking to try to
एवरीथिंग
dodge the sky flash. John used that first one, no information, now uses the Trailblazer. Can they dodge that? They look to just break it with a couple.
फेक करने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं फेक करने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं
Obfuscating the intent a little bit, and this Viper's
भाई 6-0 है You saw one thing 6-0 है and इनका इकोनॉमी देखो
control at the minute mark.
एक गार्डियन
And
एक
I think
स्टिंगर
Sentinel's defensive setup, they'll be very happy about this one. Still full breach utility, bang with a paranoia. They've got tools to be able to defend this.
Bang's gonna have to be that playmaker. A lot of util, Nightfall coming out, puts himself into the back of the site. He's gonna look to try and pre-aim potentially a TP into the back. There's a Haunt to deal with, and a TP back as well
Nice.
alongside that flash.
Nice.
Great. Not anticipating it, Forsaken. He just scattered himself into
सब
the back.
कुछ एक ही राउंड में डंप कर दो because that round is important bro
In that direction. Now again, PRX asserting themselves fully locked down and rooted in spot onto this site. It's going to be a very difficult task for Sentinels to try and retake.
They need to clear hell first.
All the way forwards here. The clone is going to be...
Nice!
Oh,
No!
I didn't even see them. I don't know how Jing did.
Snaps 180 and 2 players deleted.
That's an immaculate round again from PRX. I said that Sentinels had the right players in the right position to stop that. But Jing flies to new box, something flies into the back of the site.
Maybe.
And Forsaken ults deep into spawn, making use of the fact that they had that Fade ultimate that takes away all of the sound cues. How has he got the read whilst flashing players right behind it? Crazy round from Jing.
ये क्या था?
Just beautifully executed. Players flying into all different areas. Jing, something for
Alex is clueless कि मार कैसे रहा है? साले जब मारते नहीं है तब बूम करता है. जब मारते है तो बोलता है मार कैसे रहा है? समझ खुद को ही नहीं समझ में आ रहा है वो क्या रहा है. बाय द वे ईरान भाई एक चीज में आपसे एक और चीज बताता हूँ. ऊपर जो बंदा चैट कर रहा था उसकी चैट जाके देखो. ही सो क्रैक्ड फ्रॉम हिज माइंड. मैं इग्नोर करना चालू किया तो स्पैम करना चालू कर दिया.
something ridiculous to try to come back.
I deleted some of the spams but चैट रखी मैंने उसकी.
Well, from that last fated matchup, this time around, it's PRX who want to be gone even deeper into the tournament here. Deep Flash connects to almost absolutely everyone here, just trying to step up towards it. But again, Sentinels don't really have the weapons to be fighting too hard. It's been slow going from
Angles
PRX.
cleared like anything.
Never been overcommitting so far. It's always just been dipping your feet in the pool almost, just seeing what the temperature's like every single time. Slow walking up. Not using too much util now, all grouped up, really testing their own fundamentals and trusting in them that that's going to carry them through. Flame. For Jing, maybe if a better weapon was in the hands of the Ray, he could have handled it still. Zekan's there, there's walls on walls, obfuscating a lot of the fight.
Zekan base HP.
Moving around, wrapping around, you can see that
Could heal actually. He's healing.
Most of the sight out. A bit of peace of mind here for PRX, so the plan going down on top of it.
I think it's really important that PRX don't put their players in one and done positions now. They need to be playing off each other.
Zekan's so eager to take that fight.
Yeah, this is maybe a bit over-eager, but he's played the situation. He's played it perfectly.
It's impeccable. There was no cue for John to play off. He had no idea that it was going to be
It's like
deep onto the line.
Forsaken be like, मैं जा रहा हूँ आगे मैं मार दूँगा. It's all good.
Wrapping around here, bang.
He made the long pilgrimage through mid, through sewer, and he's rewarded with a gun.
Needs a few more. Hold on. Somebody's going to be dropped. There's another one on the
1v2?
table. Maybe there's a chance.
Kind of.
Tippy tappy, happy feet. Leaves it just down to Divide. At the blink of an eye. Bang!
That's going to get a huge reaction from Alex. You can't be losing a round like that.
एक सेकंड है पूरा. यार cold coffee better रहेगी या something else.
From Sentinels, but one that they were pretty much gifted with there. Looked like a scramble from PRX. I think they thought they'd already won the round.
मैं black coffee prefer करता है.
You know, once Forsaken is in heaven and he's taken out 2, it's a 4v2.
जब आदत हो जाती है
But PRX have guns and Sentinels have nothing.
ये गलत हो गया ना.
This flank from Bang unexpected. But the challenge from something and then Pac-Man out in the open. What are you doing? Exactly what Sentinels needed to try to get this half back to somewhat even.
There it is. Looking so put together for a moment, but falls apart in the end. PRX looking to put it back together once more. Players got to be ready that. And okay, Zekan was dealt with. Getting cheeky.
Every round, it feels like PRX are bunched up as 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So Sen, they know that they can take space on the opposite side.
Fire, boom, boom, boom. Left leg.
Jing and just snapped it to the side. Catches John in time. Satchel forwards. Regaining site control for them. It's not going to be a heaven plan. They've lost control of that entirely. It's Sentinels that are in a decent spot to try and play this retake, despite the player disadvantage.
Bang's in a decent position for a paranoia as well, but he's choosing to challenge elbow early.
Shock into the corner. It's all on this kill here. Something claims it.
Nah, bro. Yeah, mara hota to ho gaya tha.
Just swinging around to the side there. Hands himself to the rate. Leaves it into this spot. Good
Nice.
round towards it, but
Nice.
blind up bang in the process. So PRX continue to accrue and add rounds to the tally.
8-2, extremely powerful half. And I think a lot of these early rounds, it feels like Sentinels are expecting PRX to be starting in a bit more of a defaulting spot, but they're always running into 3 or 4 players if they try to early fight. You know, when Zekken takes a challenge there, maybe he could get out if
I
there's
don't
only
know.
1 or 2 PRX players.
I don't know, he's
starting
bad.
towards A, but
He's
look at
bad.
it again.
मैंने उसको बहुत से वाले streamers की chart में देखा है. He just comes, he just yaps, and he just.
This train's got massive momentum, but Zekken, he takes down the tip of it. Forsaken dealt with, no smokes now.
But simple है भाई.
Second wave of
मैं तो एक चीज करता हूँ. Chat रहने देता हूँ. I don't delete it. It shows कि
through top ramp.
ill mentality वाले लोग भरे पड़े.
Team's going to be conceding that space up, honestly, drawing new battle lines.
And if indeed PRX make the call to try to go up through B heaven here, they're going to be running into a Bucky.
मैंने इस बंदे को किस-किसकी chat में देखा है?
With money in the bank, actually, still 2K has opted into the Bucky.
Millie का chat, Eclair's का chat.
Skew whiff all over the place here for Sentinels, but he might be able to do work with it. All depends on the discipline, and he just bides his time, holds it down, second shot. Peloton to the wall, saves the life of Jing, he's able to get that trade off and online. Fault line, even better, it's going to be slowing this one down, allowing Sen to try and get some bodies into the mix. Can they try and help them out? Bang, it's just
nice shot, under checker, वो bottom पर
towards the corner, trying to take that swing to Vi, just drops them all.
A 2v2 though, and Guardian retrieved for Narrate. Very winnable, especially with Zeken's information, but Narate's got to make sure he doesn't take a 1v2.
Here it is, Dimensional Drift spots them out. It's 2 players alerted to the presence, and it's not planted forward, and PRX know that they have to refight for this space, all the way forwards again, out wide. Narate was high up onto the perch.
Any day Batman निकालता है ये. मैं बोला ना any day Batman निकालता है ये.
The difference maker!
He's a monster in the clutch, isn't he? 1v3 against G2 was part of the biggest reasons that PRX are where they are right now. And here, a 1v2 against G2's America's rivals deletes Narate and Zekken. Mini said it, he's got the talent, he just needs the belief. And the more clutches he gets, the more belief he's gonna have.
Yeah, Alex just can't quite believe that this is his life, but here it is, the final round of this first half. No switch-ups. PRX didn't broke. I try to fix it.
Ah, obviously. He just spams and he just leaves.
With the Omenal.
Bang. Has the exit, at least with the TP. Horn's going to be spawning them double TP. They're hot as heels. Satchel into just trying to catch him round to the side now. This is Sen getting into these anchor positions. Heal online. Nightfall's going to be connecting though, and that's going to be cutting away the sound cues. This is fast, hot, and heavy. It's what we're used to here with PRX, but they insert a bit of a pause. Looking for the response, and now they're going to see it.
Bang whip, bang whip.
The dog is missed.
Nice. Let's go.
Lighten up the feed.
बहुत fast pace नहीं हुआ ये.
One left to find. Spike going to be retrieved. Forsaken can get access to that one, but in a 1v3, Zekken is going to have to pull off a miracle.
The Spike is kind of committed.
Forsaken committed alongside it. Matters not with aim like that. 10-2 for the first half of this matchup. Now I was expecting explosive, I was expecting pace, but honestly, it was a slow crawl from PRX. They were playing their own game.
I was also expecting a bit more competition coming out here in this first half. Sen looking slow to begin. In a map where I think they should have been able to set up some nice retake scenarios. PRX are just too sharp. Look at Jing here.
Absolutely unreal form from PRX, and they're looking to try and take away this map nice and early. We're going to be finding out the conclusion of it on the other side.
Cute fights. Not cute fights. लेकिन अच्छी fights. मजा आया. The map is good. The things are having good things. Let's go. I'm very excited about the esports World Cup though. मजा आएगा. बस मेरे को चाहिए वालो मोबाइल जल्दी आ जाए. 1 मिनट है ना, तो देखते हैं। ओके फॉर पैसिफिक 12,000। जब भी डिनर करना होता है स्ट्रीम पे आ जाता हूँ, हैविंग डिनर राइट नाउ। हाँ ये क्रेजी, थैंक यू सो मच यार। लोगों की अगर मैं डिनर स्ट्रीम्स बन पा रही है मेरी स्ट्रीम्स फॉर देयर डिनर, अच्छी चीज है वो। व्हाट इज स्नैक्स मी आर डूइंग? वैलोरेंट ऑन न्यू पीसी। ऑटो भाई क्या कर रहे हैं? वॉच पार्टी चल रही है। ओके अपन क्या देख रहे थे? शेयर्ड वॉच पार्टी वेव्स। हाँ ये रहा, ये देखो अपन शेड भाई की स्ट्रीम पे भी छाए हुए हैं।
Football. We are watching some e-football. Hello. We're watching e-football. Manchester United versus Manchester United. Let's go. What's up? What's up? अभी तो दोनों साइड पे सेम प्लेयर्स रहेंगे। हाँ सेम नहीं, ब्रूनो फर्नांडिस। आप और ई फुटबॉल, यस बेबी, लेट्स।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई ये भी हुआ है, ये भी हुआ है। मतलब काफी कुछ चीजें ऐसी हुई है, बट वो किक स्टार्ट बोलते हैं ना विधान भाई, वो नहीं मिला है। मतलब सोचो इतना कुछ अचीव कर लिया है, बट अभी भी इंडस्ट्री के अंदर कॉस BGMI में उतना एक्टिव नहीं हूँ। अब जाके मिलेगा वही। अभी देखो प्रॉब्लम क्या है ना, एवरीबॉडी नोज कि इंडस्ट्री में कितना टाइम दे सकते हैं। I just have 2 years more.
You know, an overtime away from
Overall
not
2
even
years.
being here. But generally speaking, this is should be absolute dominance.
I'm hoping
It's definitely going to be in the back
1.5 साल में
of
कुछ
the
अच्छा हो जाए।
players' heads, I think, thinking about making sure they don't lose
Taxi.
grip of opportunities, especially when they put themselves in a good spots like this. But Sentinels trying to turn that around entirely here with a pistol round win.
फट retake है भाई।
Easy access to the A site. There's no resistance.
ये दिया है।
Full retake going to be played here by PRX, but they have given up A heaven. Screens control a lot of it. They're going to have to start to re-clear it now. We can see moves being made. Second holding the flash. A refight is going to be called for, and there it is. Paranoia forwards. Did not catch up.
बचा लिया something ने।
Stand up to that. And indeed he does. Wins it out. Celsius just trying to buy this time as well, wrapping from behind. Oh my God. He's that backup policy.
He gets 1, 2, and 3.
They're not going to give you a moment to breathe. They've swarmed the site. Paramount with the defuse already, and they're just trying to hunt down his last.
भाई crazy हो गया ये crazy हो गया।
Oh, you won't find a better round than that from something. That is sick. He's playing anti-flash in heaven, completely shuts down Sentinel's refight, and then he rips a teleport and came crashing to backside. Look at that. That is gorgeous. Team play, coordination, and all set up so fast. Yeah, that's a masterclass. That is brilliant. And Sen are going to pull out those America's Stingers to see.
हाँ मैंने रील देखी है। मैंने रील देखी है। मैंने रील देखी है।
Has the last resort at this point. Easily dealing with Zekken. Chopping him down on the knees with a Guardian in hand. Full group up from Sentinels. They're looking to really just try and take this one with bodies and by storm. But again, something is holding it down. Jing's by his side. Going to be calling for a refight of their own. Flash forwards the connection. No. Nobody blinded, but okay. Trying to turn him into mincemeat with that judge in hand. There's a 2v3.
3v2.
PRX can't get too ahead of themselves, but so much damage done. Won't take much to bring down Celsius in the race.
Celsius is very low actually, 7 HP.
From something.
In
Throws
total, I
down
would say
the teleport
32
into
HP.
Mail, and then he's getting around all the way behind.
Right. See him just through
Narrate
the X-ray.
63.
Paranoia is good.
Paranoia.
Line's going to be slowing down the approach once more. Smoke in their faces. They're just trying to push them into something.
They're
just
trapped.
in case. They are. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. You're going to try and fight your way.
भाई साहब ये पागल हो गए हैं सारे के सारे PRX वाले।
That force buy of the Stingers may well be the last.
मेरे को नहीं पता
one.
निखिल भाई
Sentinels
पे कोई
here on
रील
split.
पहुंची है कि नहीं, तो winner of
Last time they played against each other, 13-5 was the scoreline.
वो रील क्या नाम है, निखिल भाई है शायद, पेपर एक्स का ओनर इज इंडियन ओरिजिन ना, originated from India actually. He is living in Singapore right now. वो सिंगापुर में रहते हैं, लेकिन he is originated from India. I don't know. Yep, he is.
Decay
He is
down, going to be
actually.
regenerating all the way back up, at least partially. And this is a spread approach from Sentinels. We're actually exploring other areas of the map, not just A main for once. It's mainly PRX though, that we're doing on the attack side. Still, it's nice to see that the rest of the split does
Burn
exist.
करने को कि
Using double initiator utility to try to get up and put pressure on the mine. But these players with light armor, most of them. Oh no, most full armor, but still they will go down like mulch.
On multiple fronts. Sentinels, they run over them B main, they run over them Heaven as well. That's going to unlock the site for their taking. Heal online as well, make sure to shore up the weaknesses. PRX have got to try and play
with a
this one.
stinger and
Hammond and Jing side by side in a 2v4.
First time it
Jing
feels
going for it.
Yeah, it's first time it feels like we've had PRX in a spot where they aren't ready to go for that flood defend. They aren't up players. SEN completely in their proper
Satchel करके जाएगा, एक play दिखाएगा.
But also not really that much of an opportunity to upgrade to better weapons.
13-3. Your prediction got right.
Sentinels that are running.
He's saving a
Stinger
judge.
and bang with a Guardian. Can they get guns on the retreat?
Jing was hoping, I think, to maybe get an exit or two. Don't think you're going to want to keep the judge.
He's saving a judge.
You don't necessarily need the exit kills here. Look, SEN are still saving 0 proper rifles.
Yeah.
And there's also 9 opportunities for PRX to close this out.
Discipline देखा.
Something tapping away on the keyboard. I mean, the spirits are so high for PRX.
2 stingers, 2 guardians, 1 phantom. मुश्किल है. It's over. It's over. It's over.
As good as a beginning as you could hope for. 12-3. We're all just wondering at this point, what's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Re-clearance there with a fault line, trying to take a bit of
flash क्यों कर रहे हो?
They earn it, but they back themselves away.
It's a flurry of utility on both
अगर
sides.
जिंग वो गोलियां चलाता.
Drop Jing, he's just going walkabout. He's hunting for a kill, but he's handed a freebie. Straight over here to Sentinels. Vi trying to re-clear some of that space and regain that gun.
Re-clear कुछ नहीं, gun चाहिए था इसके लिए क्या?
This control though that Forsaken's got in B main is really important.
Yeah. It's going to be painting out a pretty picture now to PRX, and look at the divide.
People know they are
over towards A to reinforce it. Just from that B main control.
Already 3 stacked there.
Be ending over towards A. Up through Heaven, flash, no connection, dodge for now.
भाई साहब, अरे दूसरा कब मरा?
He's got the horseshoe out, don't know where it is.
भाई,
The location, but he's
कुछ भी frags मिलते हैं कभी-कभी.
In a 4v3, something is close.
खत्म कर दिया भाई साहब.
Pure domination.
ये जल्दी से भी जल्दी था.
And Sentinels get obliterated.
ये जल्दी से भी जल्दी था. मैसेज डाल देता हूँ. It's 13-3 for PRX. नेक्स्ट मैप वैसे भी सनसेट है. सेज दिखेगी वे तो ओमन भाई वो सेज वॉल पे चढ़ चढ़ के पागलपन क्रिएट कर देगा. चलो ग्रुप में टेक्स्ट ड्रॉप्ड, पब्लिक जगी हुई तो पता लग जाएगा उन लोगों को, कल सुबह देख लेंगे। बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे रहते हैं भाई, सो जाते हैं टिल द टाइम। ये तो था ही, हर्ष भाई को 2000 रन देख रहे, मैप में है बेटा में, थोड़ी सी वो व्यूअरशिप बढ़े तो अपनी भी व्यूअरशिप बढ़ जाएगी। 16,000 फॉर टेंस ऑन यूट्यूब, ट्विच पे अलग, ट्विच पे क्या रहेगा 21,000 टोटल, 37,000। तारिक भाई तो अलग लेवल पे चले आते, 75,000। और क्या चल रहा है यूट्यूब पे, आई डोंट नो एक्चुअली, इतना सर्फ नहीं किया यूट्यूब मैंने 2-3 दिन से। हाँ मेरा तो एक्चुअल में अगर देखा जाए, सो इट इज ऑलवेज दिस, पानी बचाओ वो वाला एपिसोड है। Hey, these two guys are coming a lot on shots. ये देख भाई, मेरे को इसीलिए नहीं पसंद है शॉट्स। I hate shots. Anki is still playing. ये वीडियो देखना है, Cypher Valorant, and save it, save to watch later. हाँ जो रेडियंट पक्का 21 मिनट की स्ट्रीम में तुम रेडियंट पहुंचोगे क्रोमा भाई, सॉरी बट ना पहुंच पाओगे। Miokin is also doing the stream. Malinga stars in big upset. ये वर्ल्ड कप में बहुत अपसेट्स हुए थे, मेरे को याद है। कार्लोस ब्रैथवेट बेचारा वो लास्ट बॉल पे 6 मारने के लिए गया था, 49 ओवर की, आउट हो गया था। 6 या 7 रन से कुछ हारे थे लोग, 5 रन से हारे थे बेसिकली। Men's at Arm Gaming, he is also doing a watch party. भाई every freaking buddy is doing watch party। खाली यहाँ वॉच पार्टी लीक दूंगा ना, क्या नाम है, BCT वॉच पार्टी, 17 लोग आ जाएंगे वॉच पार्टी करने वाले, देख लेना। 1 2 3, एक्सक्यूटेड 4, फाटू 5, टीबोन 6, मैं खुद 7, BT 8। बहुत लोग वॉच पार्टी करने वाले, but it requires a lot of things to watch party actually। एक तो व्यूअरशिप कम है इंडिया में, ऊपर से इतने अगर क्रिएटर्स घूम रहे हैं तो व्यूअरशिप कट जाती है, बढ़ जाती है, एंड दैट्स ट्रू। आज इसमें से आई गेस क्लर्च इज नॉट डूइंग द वॉच पार्टी, आई गेस क्लर्च कर नहीं रहा है। रेने इज प्लेइंग, रेने इज आल्सो वॉच पार्टी। No, Rene is not. Was he doing it? कर ही लेता, नहीं किया उसने। ऑल गुड।
See in that graphic, 7 first kills for the side of Sentinels. They only won 3 rounds. And in fact, in many of the rounds, we saw Zekken trying to go on A, trying to find the first one and actually finding it. But PRX bringing in the chaos round after round. Also, most of the rounds, well, 90% of the rounds that they got the spike down, which we were pretty eager to do, obviously, that's what you're doing in this game, that translated into a round win. If we really think about it, the 2 rounds that Sentinels won from their defense was that 1 round from Narrate with the ultimate, very well executed, but it's not something that you're going to have all the time, and Bank going completely crazy.
It does really feel like a redo of the G2 game on Split, because while that one ended up being really close, it was mostly close because of G2's attacking side. On defense, or on the attack side for PRX, they were almost perfect in that game. Same here again, and it's a similar thread, right? When they're getting into these post plans, their players are so willing to play up, to fight off each other, and they are so fast at getting these multi-kills. Look at the amount of rounds where one PRX player is getting 2, 3 kills and nearly single-handedly closing out.
And you see Forsaken, those paranoias, the effect that he was having. I am not going to lie, this morning I woke up, I went on Twitter and I saw a tweet that he posted right after the gym, and I should have known. I should have known right in there that Forsaken was winning today.
He got those gains in the gym, now he's getting those gains in the server.
And this is now a really scary position for Sen. You look back to their failure in Bangkok, going out early in that tournament, and a lot of what the team talked about after that was troubles with the mental, right? Going down in games, struggling to get back into it, players feeling a little bit tilted, a little bit off, and that is a hell of a game to lose. A map you're historically excellent at, crushed in that way.
Yeah, and probably if we look at here, we see Junkie T at the bottom, and it's something that we do not see all the time, and maybe we have to bring in the conversation, this changes, and bring it in the sky, and how effective it must be in any map. Like in some instances, you could even see him try and pop flash, something that is just not going to work. And as I'm saying, with a team that wants to fight all the time, how quick everyone from PRX is going to go. They do not care. They're very quick in their reacts. You will not flash them.
Yeah, it's been really difficult for Sentinels to have to deal with that. What is Coach Kaplan thinking as he gets ready for map 2? We have Yinsu standing by.
Ahead of Sunset, I'm joined by Sentinels coach Kaplan. Now, Device Sage is such a hallmark of their identity with their Sunset comms. You've actually faced that before last year. How do you deal with his Sage?
Yeah, they only have a few losses on this map. One of them is to us when they're playing that kind of comp. I don't want to give anything away before we play, but hopefully people can stay tuned and we can teach everyone how to do it.
You heard him. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Coach Kaplan saying, hey, they're going to teach people how to beat this team on Sunset. But, hey, you look at that 13-3 on Split. I got to feel pretty damn good about PRX going into map 2.
Yeah, speaking of 13-3s and speaking of Sunset, the last map that these two played against each other before today in that lower bracket in Madrid that we were referencing earlier was Sunset. And that is what Kaplan is speaking about. If they are to show the same composition, which I do not think, I think that they will stick to what they're doing right now, going back to the Gecko and the KO. PRX could have had a different fate, but now...
40.
No, they're not going to lose. Like, they have the spoiler
39.9K, 68.8K, double.
Things in here.
Around double.
Yeah, we are running it back for PRX. This Sage comp that they have been running in some variation for a very long time. That's what Coach Kaplan was alluding to. If you're looking at a Sentinels bounce back, you have to look to Zekken. He was unbelievable in their last map of Sunset against XLG. He's the guy who can bring the momentum, bring the energy to try and get them back into this game.
Yeah, and especially with them starting on the defense again, given the chance of for PRX now having the chance of setting up the pace just like they did on Split.
The Sage is weird though, it throws off your timings on your retakes. You have to break the wall, fight through slows. No one in NA plays a comp like this, so ever since that last time they played PRX last year, this is only going to be the second time they're seeing this kind of composition.
Pressure's on here for Sentinels. They got to keep the drive alive here. This is the opportunity for them to do it. They've done it before against PRX, as we've noted multiple times now. But this feels like a different PRX. It feels like a PRX that plays with not just confidence, but with an understanding of exactly what they want to execute on, BB.
And they're so confident after that win. John QT got a trophy in his first ever Masters with this squad in his rookie year. Now, with new players on the roster, with pressure high again, a chance to try and come back to beat PRX again. They do not want to go to that lower bracket. Fnatic, G2, down there waiting. That's a terrifying fate.
It's a shark pit without a doubt, Mimi, but let's see if we're going to be going to a third map and send it over to your casters. Here's Brand and Sideshow.
If you're a Sentinels fan, I think your spirits have to be lifted seeing Kaplan smile. They're understanding that they've got a way to try and break this PRX map of Sunset. They've looked dominant on it. They've looked quirky. They've had some interesting ideas at that, but they have been really good. And a lot of momentum behind them after winning that first map of Split. Looking to carry it all the way to knock Sentinels into that lower bracket, as the desk was alluding to. That's a dangerous pit of opponents. You do not want to step into that.
Yeah.
Fnatic, G2,
that is
Gen
tough.
G.
But as we come in here, you mentioned that Kaplan's still feeling fairly confident, right? That he's got a game plan. Well, they had a bit of a game plan on Split, but Alex changed up everything, started playing more slowly, threw them off their game, and absolutely demolished Sentinels 13-3.
Let's
what
go!
What PRX got cooking here?
We'll see if Sen have any bite back. Footsteps going to be heard, presence noted. Orb going to be vacuumed up there. Jing as well just sends out that boom bot. Steadily walking their way out. Re-exploration towards A. Nothing crazy.
But they've hit the perfect timing just as both initiators, John and Narrate, have gone off of A to go and re-explore mid. Now, defensive re-clearing. Sentinels were not doing very much of that on Split, so I like the idea of them getting active. And they might have found the timing to just get back into A in time.
Three players ready to receive. The slow orb kind of spells it all out.
Seconds
on the mark, plenty of time to PRX to work with now, and they're full steam ahead.
Again, those Sentinels allowing them to get the plant. 10 out of 12 rounds PRX were able to plant on Split.
Crazy.
Revive's got an abundance of util here. That's a nightmare scenario to be facing. All in through the back, cuts out that avenue, especially against the pistols. How the hell do you break this in time?
At least they didn't send the retake utility before meeting the wall.
There it is. Smoke to replace it though. Gap into the wall, now you're seeing it. Going to be used pound for pound. Slowing them all down.
Heal कर दिया.
Taking control. Zelsis might be a pivotal player. Looking around to the side here to seize everything being used up towards the top. Pac-Man going to be gone second. His lights out. Two players immediately.
How?
Everyone's gone from PRX. Players out of their seats. Zelsis.
There's the game plan, working to perfection. Sentinels took a long time to set up that retake. Everything had to be perfect. Zelsis had to be ready for the backstab. They needed to break that Sage wall. Everybody had to get in the right spot to maximize value from the fortline, from the paranoia, from all of the pieces of utility that were necessary. But once they pulled the trigger, they completely collapsed onto PRX from every angle. And that's where you might actually argue that the Sage Wall could have hurt PRX, because in those kind of spots, sometimes PRX are going to want to try to catch Sentinels as they go for the retake.
Deep smoke. Judge into the hands of Zelsis. He's about to farm! Side by side though, Bang having a reload. He couldn't quite back him up in time, so they have handed over a gun still. Close quarters is what it's going to be favoring, and a slight swing out to Vi. It's going to be dropped.
And a very clean.
My Wi-Fi is dead. I think mine is not working. No internet.
Sentinels giving a lot of respect to PRX though, making sure that they fully buy. You know, nobody just coming in there with a pistol looking to buy a better gun for a bonus round. So they are going to be working with some lighter weaponry here for the bonus. But overall, it's a much better start here on Sunset, on Sentinel's map pick, than what we were looking at on Split, where PRX just dominated right from the beginning.
Move.
Jing trying to pull a little bit of attention by the look of things towards B main. And then instantly going for the group up on A.
It's 35 degrees.
Now this one way is dangerous. You've often got to burn this Overdrone to get past it, through it. You're expecting Bang to be holding it. Even then,
still going to be used.
You can step in front of this Viper wall. You can't perfectly rely on it.
Tepid, tiptoeing up to the mark, just spotting the shoulder, Bang.
Baiting for Narrate.
Bit of damage, yeah. There's that bait and switch setup. We'll see if there's U2 going to be used to clear the corner. Still Forsaken wants to send it forwards here. TP of his own. Trip gone. Taken out, but no control towards elbow. And
flash
dodge. From that angle, Paranoia swings forward, sidestepping. It's John QT, still something there to receive. Open arms with the rifle in the hand. The race accounted for, and he has picked up Patman, and that means main control is theirs. PRX, they commit to the plant.
It's a weird situation.
दो किधर है इनको 3v4 का
because Devi's put his wall down there, and Devi kind of solo fighting towards spawn. PRX know they need to make a play. The weaponry's bad as well from SEN, and they are slow, aiming to be meticulous.
Trying to take the first fight.
Oh my God! Run away, bro!
Hand, something. Give it a half power over the shoulder, but not anticipating bang. Quick collection with the turn. Quick snap to the side.
अबे यार बात 3 जाएगा ये.
An injection of energy for Sentinels here.
As dominant as Split began for PRX, it feels like the same the other way around here for Sentinels. They are really in control of what's happening. Funneling PRX into these A-site hits. And then being really cautious as they group up for retakes. Any kind of push out is getting control. And already Alex is hitting that big red button. Tactical timeout being called after only 3 rounds here. There are so many other things that PRX could be doing. They don't have to be ending every round over towards A. And even if they are ending rounds...
थोड़ा म्यूजिक के टाइम पे बंद वैसे भी कॉपीराइट आ ही जाता है थोड़ा बहुत. Why my maps are being deleted? Messages are being deleted. कौन से भाई? एक सेकंड, let me check. कौन से? Everything. कौन सा डिलीट हुआ? मेरे को नहीं लगता कोई भी डिलीट हुआ है. No, nothing is deleted. Told you 13/3 तारीख gets a hell of watching. My Wi-Fi is dead. IDK why is not working? No internet plan. हाँ सब तो है. इतना ही रीड भी मैंने इतने किए हैं. I don't know.
It has been slow. Yeah.
And honestly, even that post-plant aggression has not been as explosive as we've seen from PRX in some of their other games. I think they really on Split were trying to play counter to their normal style to throw Sentinels off.
मेरे तक नहीं पहुंचा है और YouTube का ही सीन है.
This round they're coming in with only 2 stingers. Yeah. So really this tag timeout is going to be based on the next round, for round 5.
Based on the next round and used to settle the nerves perhaps a little bit.
Yeah. Jing, if he takes Orb here, if he gets a kill or dies, he's going to have Showstopper back for that rifle round. You're also looking towards something. We'll have the Sova ult.
अगर ये राउंड में जिंग को किल मिलता है लाल instantly.
But once more, a little bit of B main and back into A. It's the same game plan in all 4 of these rounds.
A high-low set up to receive. Drones there. Stun going to be used. Both stuns, in fact, overlaid. Aftershock into the corner.
Anybody who got hit, nobody got hit. Nobody got hit.
Quickly replaced. So good luck trying to get past that when you don't have a drone anymore.
Exactly. As soon as you burn the drone, that's one of the primary ways, arguably the only way that PRX can safely take A main. So even though that util battle feels like it favored PRX, in reality, I don't think it did.
So up through mid they go. Risky, haphazard, but here we go. It's a one-way setup. Jing!
Oh yeah!
Still going to be isolated and taken out, but a glide into the slow Zekken, not to be denied.
अच्छा खेलता है.
Into a 2v3 here. Spikes dropped down, but it's smoked off, so Forsaken can reclaim it.
क्या था वापस टाइप कर दो.
Safely for now. 24 seconds left. Plenty of time to get the plant out.
2v3.
And look how passively Sentinels are. They're not going to cross this line until they're sure that the plant is down. They're never going to give an opportunity for Patman to walk up and get a free kill. Very disciplined from SEN. It's going to be tough for Forsaken to pick them apart.
The TP, almost unexpected. The stun's going to be clearing them out though.
Vago!
Safety. Checks himself away. Smoke going to be blossoming now. Zekken. Just a bit of raw spam there into the smoke. It's Patman versus the world in a 1v3. You can hear it jumping around. Zekken willing to put his life on the line. Slightest a chance of the line, but all secured in the end here by SEN.
Really disciplined. I think that's the first word you've got to go towards when you're giving credit to Sentinels and how they're playing this. They are really far away, never taking a risk once it comes to a retake scenario. In the mid-round, look, Zeken's happy to challenge, happy to fight. And they're looking for those defensive re-clears, but once their player advantage up and the spike's committed, it's all about playing together.
Flight radar 24
Now this is the round where Alex took the time out to try to get PRX back onto the right track. See if they could get the train going again. Jing and Something's ultimates have got to be what you're looking towards. And normally, this B main noise is a fake. Every round, they've been putting a bit of noise B main, throw down the boombot, and then they group up A. It's not a fake this time.
See if that conditioning sticks. Right now, there's plenty of bodies. And Sentinel's
See the traps broken, ulti done, Cypher dead. Bhai, yahi to Jing chahiye.
Jing can't be stopped. All the way through, and he wants a little bit
Yahi Jing to chahiye humko.
3 on the board for him. And there's 2 left alive. He's going to go hunting. Paranoid. Blind as everything. 1 left to stand. The crowd wants it. You can feel it. A rumble on the stage.
And Bang does not want to give it to him. He's hiding towards Pillar. 4 and 1. Still plenty of money. He definitely could go for it. He should go for it to try to limit the economy of PRX.
Bang drifting in. I know where he is now, closing the door straight on him.
And Jing is gonna hunt.
Running him down.
Batman dekh rahe
hain. It's a bit whippy. We'll call it intentional. He's just trying to give him the kill.
But I don't think Jing's got the timing.
Yeah, the time's ticking.
Bangs, I think.
Nice try. Koi na.
Ridiculous. He's somehow managed to escape Jing.
He's hunting, he's
Jing's
trying
going
to get
for
it. He's trying to
Nahi mila.
He's not got the
So
time.
good.
I mean, he ruined the clip anyway, didn't he?
Yeah, that's not getting into 60 seconds.
He's a coward, Bang, a coward. An incredible entry. What a rocket. Perfect.
Exciting and very informative.
The corner. Immediately on
Pata hai mere ko kaun si app hai.
In case the showstopper was going towards market. That's the kind of entry.
What a rocket.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, credit given. But they are not going to have that same tool again.
So a bit of a reset
I'm
here
not
for round
even
6. Second.
Speaking anything about it.
Shoulder spotted.
और stream पे ये बात मेरे को करनी भी नहीं है.
He's getting some sort and form of response.
You know, I know that's it. Simple.
Holding close now.
At this point, I think Sentinels have to read that this is real B main again.
Surely.
Yeah.
The Hunter's Fury is going to be in that back pocket still. Dark going into the back. Jing.
He's amazing on the entries.
He's straight in there. It's beautiful movement. TP though, reinforcements arriving. Bang is just trying to get into the action and the fray.
They can get.
Pac-Man just cuts Celsius to pieces still.
Okay.
He's play his life a little bit better here. He's being chopped down.
अरे भाई Pac-Man का पूजी बहुत बढ़िया था.
Claims some kills. Any semblance of control over to the round, but he's given up entirely at this point.
वैसे निंजा हथौड़ी की तरह कौन डिंग डिंग कर रहा है?
First 4 rounds with a little bit of pressure towards B main and then instantly regrouping A. In this round, Sentinels knew that they were about to pop towards B. They'd thrown a haunt, they got Bang on the deep A line.
SEN 2-1
Bang
winning.
was controlling all of this space right at the start. And Sentinels started moving the defensive rotations over. But they still weren't ready.
मत करो वेदांत भाई.
Second's job was to try to
It's
control
always
that
about
push,
the region. एक
Jing,
team region की वजह से lower में चली गई है. इनको lower brackets में मत भेजो.
And again, it's Jing coming out on top.
Match भी साला FNC होएगा. All tough.
Gun going down.
Oh, okay.
Actually, Bang ended up getting that kill, so holds on to the rifle. That's going to be fairly critical, actually, for the Sentinels' economy.
Yeah,
we're still going to have a rifle round.
Exactly.
But this, I mean, Zeken starts shooting while Jing is still moving. And because the first bullet doesn't land, no bullet tag doesn't slow him down. He's in the kind of
nice
random
shot.
spray component by the time he's taking a fair fight.
It's just a gut feeling. Predictions always are for gut feelings only. सबके भी मेरे भी हुई होते हैं.
And his team's only got 2
मेरे थोड़े
rounds.
analysis कुछ और भी होते हैं.
PRX.
What is this?
By the way, 20 तारीख से test matches चालू हो रहे हैं ना? Videos will come out.
But this one's wonky.
17-18 को एक वीडियो डालूंगा about 11. Playing 11.
Both of the trips are in fact intact, but it does leave a window of opportunity for Patman. If he's slow,
yeah, but it doesn't. He can only lurk on the left side. He can't lurk on the right.
I think as soon as he breaks this, and still from their side, it's bang!
पकड़ के धोया.
Here's the gap. Just the one, and there's the gap. Hold on, creeping straight past. All that noise, pressure being made.
उठा भी दिया.
Save for a rainy day. Jing straight up and down once more. And the raid is hard committed into the fight. Paranoia.
Here comes Patman.
Ult into the back.
Patman gets one.
It's an ult that's ended up being cancelled, just faking them out. Trying to make Sentinels think that they're in the walls themselves. Still, it's a 2v4. Kills need to be earned at this point. It's been built up, it's just not happening. PRX have them surrounded. I'm not even down.
What? I mean, everybody decided to follow Patman into spawn there.
Neighboring
really
nation?
Bizarre round set up by that trip. And you can see why Celsius is going for the trip. It avoids the spam that you would do usually to break that common trip that gets placed at top mid. And it also would dodge a shock dart if something threw one in. But actually it opened an avenue that Sentinels weren't
some
looking
nation
at
around
properly.
Middle East.
They need to be monitoring that
Or a
timing.
nation
And Patman found the
somewhere around
avenue
Europe.
to be able to get behind and win the round, and these slower paced rounds where they're not just sending it A have been working for PRX. So hey, why not change it up?
Ah, okay.
Fast take now. Fight to be taken. Jing. Anybody want to offer themselves up to challenge him? Bang, still there. It's just a bit of spam actually meant for that. Actually, deep push in through mid and a big blind.
Yeah, that's a crazy push.
Caught.
Just off rip, Bang walks down tiles. Catches Patman very early, and that's the main guy that's been doing the lurking for PRX. So now I think SEN are going to be feeling pretty fine about this. They've got Cam watching over towards B main, Trip towards top mid. A small gap in market, but Celsius is going to be happy to cover that, and a high, low, and lower setup.
अरे बाबा ये सीन
The
है.
discipline that I was talking about.
भाई ये leaks
There's
है.
a fine line between being disciplined and passive. But Sentinels are giving so much space to PRX.
A lot of respect and a lot of trust, I think, in their retakes.
Very heavy trust in the retakes. Now, that did not work on Split. They won 9 out of 10 post plants, PRX.
Gave Jing the plan, he would have a showstopper, but he wants to keep the gun out for now. And taking
Nice.
the back net.
Ah,
Even at the follow-up, rolling thunder through and out. Hunter's Fury, Cosmic juking, skipping.
Everything, every fucking thing.
Has access now. Flagpole going to be planted into the site. This defuse is stuck to half.
I mean,
पूरा हो
Sofia is
जाएगा.
just looking to save his gun at this
Yes.
point. He's not even trying to win the round. He knows
I am
it is
watching it.
unwinnable.
I am on it.
That's another perfect retake from SEN. The game plan is crystal clear. PRX know exactly what SEN are looking for, and yet they can't do anything about it.
Can't stop it.
If you try to push into spawn there and catch
On it,
them
on
as
it.
they're trying to retake, you're going into a triple stack facing you. And then if you try to play disciplined post plants, they're just running at you with every piece of utility. PRX at this point need to be saving big pieces of util. You need to be saving, if you can, Showstopper, Paranoia, you know, these things that are going to be able to counteract.
Big tools, you say that and they've just sent it. Letting it rip, fault line's going to be slowing down Jing. To deal with that trip, broken for now. Into the corner.
Hello, Zekin कहाँ से?
Counted for. He's still overstaying, still tucked to the side. Shorty.
भाई.
Cryotonic helping.
ये Zekin को मारो कोई.
The kills and a wall in his face to evacuate. Even the watch for life through mid, he knows that that's a possibility. Gaps in a defensive player, Sentinels. Patman could be anywhere, and he's been good at slinking into them. Bang. It's all slow, it's all steady. And PRX, they jump on the chance.
What a contact play through the smoke.
भाई बढ़िया बढ़िया.
Left wondering as well where Narrate could be, but it's a beautiful play for PRX to get set up into this one. Patman and the off angle. A lot of damage
नहीं,
done.
it's 1v2.
Right down to 52 health, and even the horn missing. Getting a bit flustered perhaps into the moment. PRX not leaving anything for chance. They're doubled up here. Backside control. Someone with a dart to get their acknowledgement. That's what they were looking for. And Narrate is just left wondering, stewing, wondering how to win this possible chance. But he spotted the barrel, but time is running short. Time is running dry. It's ticking now. Narrate has got to get a move on. But if he makes noise, it won't play into his hands.
Nice.
It won't play into his odds.
What a recovery of that. PRX in the 3v3 make the play that they need to. Wandering out through that smoke, because what was going on here? Not anticipating how close Second was holding. Forsaken anticipating that everybody was going to be playing backside. A cute little wall as well to be able to take down John, but it's this walkout here that you're watching. Something and Divide together through the smoke, and Divide wins a 1v1. PRX are getting themselves back into this game. It's a 1-point lead right now.
My battery बहुत कम है. मेरे को charger लेने जाना पड़ेगा.
Trying to make it even.
It's a trip and a cam watching for the mid lurk this time. So Zelsis is trying to ensure that there is no opportunity for Patman to go on a wild lurk play. But to some degree, why would he want to do that?
क्या हाल? एक नंबर यार Shadow भाई कैसे हो?
He's still going to go towards mid though, with the rest of PRX grouping up in B.
Yeah. Late backstab by Patman perhaps, but PRX are going to be hitting the go button here. Util's going to be used though. As soon as that nade flies forwards, up and over, orchestrates pretty well. PRX are going for this.
They're a big fan of using high ground angles like this.
कैसे चल रहा है watch party?
You haven't heard the wall.
Hopefully, I'm not breaking the streak any day.
These kind of angles.
All grouped up.
Pura tournament will do.
That's going to be off the contact of Zelsis. He's tucked himself into a forward position.
And if you wait too long, John will have the fault line back up.
Look at the race position as well. They all notice.
भाई चार तो आ गए. पांचवा देखो. किधर बैठा है spawn पे?
Going to go pound for pound, but Jing is straight past it and out. Kill's going to be claimed and collected here for Sen. And the res, yeah, there's no collecting those bodies either. There's no race.
मैं यही तो बोल रहा हूँ. Narrate का पूजी.
In sight, and now he's just keeping them collected, corralled into a corner. C's not going to be connected.
चार साइड पे थे. पांचवा push डे मेन से. कैसा जाओगे? तुम कहाँ जाओगे? 6-4.
Very nice defensive utility from Sentinels. They've got the right read now. I think they're really in control of the information game. You know, there was one round where they let Patman completely slip through top mid, but most of the rest of the time, they know where PRX is going. It's just a matter of actually stopping them. And this time, Faultline denies the first phase of the exec, then Paranoia is great at denying phase 2. And here, Jing just tries to get through anyway, hoping that everyone would be blind. He's just gambling on the fact that everyone is going to be hit by the Paranoia on both sides. This does seem like a good round though, to go for a bit of fake B and try to catch somebody alone on the A side of the map. You know that Sentinels have been kind of cheating the rotations over to B and leaving kind of one person pushing out. So, bit of pressure towards mid.
I'm going for it though. Hot shots taken. Zekin is quick to get the hell out of there and evacuate. And Razor's holding it down. That A-lurk shut down. More threat of the wall going up. Rez in sight though. Divide might be looking for a play towards this. In fact, the whole team grouping up to take this space. Very important that gets broken, but okay, Satchel forwards. Jing doesn't hard commit. Try and take out Bang. They want to try and deal with his body, and Sentinel is not willing to concede the space. They're still trying to make a go for this. With a bit of raw spamming through the box to try and defend it up through mid. It's Forsaken who's the one who's going to be going down.
Divide's ultimate make sure that this is only a 4v5.
I don't know if they know about this. Must have heard the Satchel, but do they expect Jing to be up on top of the box?
That Prowler's not going to tell him anything.
And he's going to take that timing and take it! Jing!
He's amazing!
It's cracked it open! The A side should be theirs, but there's still two players left unaccounted out towards the back of the side, and PRX getting cold feet on that idea. They have lurks on lurks.
This is where PRX need to be regrouping, I think. You can't afford to have Patman and Jing be playing off on their own like this. Just group together, use the Viper ultimate, try to close out the round.
30 seconds left.
Patman should have a safe avenue to the rest of the team.
Very important
nice
fight.
Third one for Jing.
And Jing, he survives. So danger probably averted at this point.
5 bullets.
Can't
get the reload though. Plenty more to work with now, but he has to drop into the corner.
What is
that? Get the hell out of here!
Oh, that is absurd.
Filthy.
That is truly ridiculous. And it's left Zekin in a 1v3.
God almighty.
Which he's not even going to go for. 13 of 5, having a great game. But it's all Jing all day. 2 rounds out of the 5 that PRX have won coming straight from Jing. I mean, one of them set up really heavily by the rest of his team too. Beautiful snipe onto Zelsis, takes down Zekin as well. This was much more about his intelligence rather than his mechanics. Inside the one way and then utilizing the fact that he knew Narrate missed it with the Prowler. And then he just tucks himself into a wonky spot. And listen,
I need to see that again.
I mean, you're only going to hit them if you go for them.
Yeah.
I respect
तीसरा भी agree है चलो
Stuns out. Nowhere to run. Yeah, okay.
Have we got any developers in the building? I mean, that is crazy.
Shock and awe.
Everybody is like, "Ye kya mara?"
Astounding stuff, man. It's 6-5. We've got one more round left to go in this half of Sunset.
You
Swing.
fucking kidding
Bottom
me.
section of mid, this is PRX trying to take control of it. A bit of util sent flying forwards to A. It's keeping Sentinel's players anchored for now.
They've just got such a nice ult combo to
कुछ
win
भी
this
मारते
round.
हैं कभी-कभी.
Showstop has been
फिर
amazing
बारिश हो गई.
at opening these places up. And Jing's got that over towards B main.
This is Bang going to be tested.
कहाँ है? Precise gun play.
Pull the
हवा में मार दी, लग गई.
It's also Bang to try to get out and live.
As soon as you hear that one voice line, everybody's going to be scurrying away, evacuating. It does give that access now towards the site. You're trapped up.
Then इसको थोड़ा ही
Chip
डालें.
damage, but no more. And here's that Viper ult.
Here it is, yeah. This is
Cut
going to
them
be
at
a fight
6-6.
now for Sentinels to try and deal with. Nightfall should be clearing this one up.
Caster ही बोल दिया ना.
Back at the site though.
And he dares in the building.
Which is huge.
Hold up to a degree, random spam praying for a connection.
हम क्या बोले?
Wall needs to be dealt with, finally broken, at least in one
You
match.
Caster spoke about it.
Tucked into the corner still, caught by that stun to the side. Seconds all the way in and through, but unaccounted for taken. How long do you bide your time? Chooses to just take him out now.
Wait किया तो wait किया था ना बंदे को.
Fast now, Sentinels trying to get a handle on
Ring
it.
4 second.
And access and control is
गलत
theirs
wait
now
किया.
for the side. That final
One
round
and done तो पहले भी कर सकता था.
And every round that Sentinels got, this final one, a theme that lasted right from the beginning. Setting up for the retake and executing it perfectly. Look at the movement. It's just brilliant. And then the Viper even falling as well.
अरे तो बेट इतना बेट क्यों कर रहा है? मार देना. पता है बाद में कहीं ना कहीं तो फॉलो हो पाएगा. और जोर से बर. वेदांत भाई ड्रिंक्स पर झूठा खा लिया है आपने. नहीं नहीं हम लोगों ने एक ही लंच साथ में किया है. वेदांत भाई की स्टोरी देखने गया था मैं बाय द वे.
We're taking a bit of a granular focus, I think, on some individuals in this game.
वेदांत भाई मैं इंस्टा टेक्स्ट कर दूंगा आपको.
Really, the first player I think I want to
इस
touch
बारे
on
में
because this
ये
guy lights
काफी
out.
ज़्यादा
Maybe after that
questionable है.
game earlier today, I mean, the only player beating him out in terms of rating was Texture. Don't know if that's still the case. Zekan might be the top-rated player going into this match here today, but he's got top competition in the form of GENG.
बिग भाई के साथ भाई एक लंच किया था खाली. That's it.
Yeah, again, you can see it reflected here in the
वो
code
भी
basic
कब
on
तक
reply,
lunch
especially on Zekan's side. Going 15-6, but I've been masterfully impressed with what Jing has been able to put forward on the attack sides. The question for me is, can Jing keep it going on defense? Because I think so much of Jing's impact is based on how he's able to find the timings as an entry player. And Zekan on the Neon is going to be really heavily supported again by Narrate and John. The double initiators and the style of Sentinels often puts Zekan as not just the tip of the spear, but the guy who's asked to do a lot and always does. I think he's going to be a handful for PRX to deal with in this half.
राउंड शुरू होने से पहले हाफ शुरू होने से पहले शैडो भाई एक प्रेडिक्शन हो जाए हाफ टाइम फुल टाइम की.
The light armor
कौन जीत रहा है?
here.
going to be a big face in the bottom of mid. This is going to be a brawl and a clash of potential bloodbath.
The pistols are a lot better for long-range fights on
अभी
paper.
चालू नहीं हुआ है, अभी भी चालू नहीं हुआ है.
Just waiting it out. He sees that cage.
Then easy.
Sailing sky
Score
high,
line.
and it is walking contact plays.
Okay,
But
go
jump
with
spot
it.
might have just
Score
ruined
line,
it
score
all,
line.
spoiled
He's
the
not
surprise.
score
The
line,
Sen
not
going
match
for,
fixing.
maybe not. Gonna see it now. 3-2-1 and a swing for Paranoia to support from the side. This is PRX are the ones ready to collapse. Still jumping around to
7-7
make
something
sure they
team
can
mark
bait
चुका
and
है.
play their teammates in PRX. Blinder of a
अभी
pistol.
7-7 तो हो ही गया averagely.
An ambush that completely caught the rest of Sen.
I
And Celsius is
feel
getting bullied out of his position.
13-11
Pushed
PRX.
further and further away from the spike. And with
Throw
only
करने की आदत
45
जाएगी नहीं
health
PRX
left,
की.
even a single
Close
body shot
जाएंगे.
from GENG would take him down. Everybody on PRX grouped up as well. Forsaken going for a little bit of information.
Sniffing him out.
But then goes
अच्छा
for the
लगा
right
GENG ने
swing.
धक्का लिया Forsaken.
It is that body shot that delivers. A nice pistol round idea and good weaponry to be buying for.
अरे
as well.
ऐसा होता है ना बंदा
Being
दिखा तू
opting
जा
into the
मैं
Sheriff's
तेरा देता
Ghost that
हूँ
are
कवर.
super effective at this kind of range.
भी मारा वो पहला शॉट तो भाई दवाई किसने क्या
That's a
सारी दवाई
gross
नहीं.
beginning kill from Patman.
Patman,
Didn't quite
yeah.
realise that he got that kill through the cage. But yeah, they couldn't have landed any better. Both teams going for mid and a massive trap from PRX. The spider waiting in the web.
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स मेरे को एक टीम तो कम से कम पैसिफिक की चाहिए. अकेली तो मजा है. 10:30 बजे से ग्रैंड फाइनल्स है. एक चीज प्लस पॉइंट है मेरी. संडे का थोड़ा सा फैमिली के साथ बाहर जाने का प्लान है. वो हो जाएगा.
And that's
घर वाले थोड़े लेट आएंगे. मैं आ जाऊंगा.
looking like absolutely anybody's game.
Yeah, step into the cage.
मैं टाइम पे आ जाऊंगा. That is
Trying to face up, potentially set Forsaken up there with the judge. You're right, it is still anyone's game.
This round, though, I mean, massively favoured towards PRX. An opportunity to build up towards some of these big ults.
Sentinels putting their bodies on the line here. There's no trade, obviously, with the slow place down. You can hear it. And a good reposition by Patman. He's even getting the accidental kills. Devi's ready to help him by his side. Spikes in the middle of nowhere. Not retrievable here, so Celsius. Again, it's the easy way or the hard way?
Well, who on PRX wants to try to build up their ult? I think that's one of the key things that they should be thinking about. Looking towards giving it to Patman, I would imagine. I mean, that
like
defensive
30 seconds left.
Viper ult can change the course of the rounds, allow you access to defensive setups that you wouldn't normally be able to run. I think it's worth paying attention as well to Patman as to where he puts his Viper wall. You see this one at the moment, but there's also a pretty good one that we're seeing teams run close through mid.
Celsius is...
He survives for a moment.
Guys,
oh, and they're
not confirmed.
They're looking to try to keep him alive.
He gets the plant down, he's still going to get value, so
yeah.
you do have to kill him. There we go.
And you can still plant even if it's in the post round as well in order to get your money, so they did definitely have to do it.
Background.
In the end, they don't actually maximize the ults, I don't think, but it's not too shabby.
Poison's off. One enemy remaining. Last player
Clearly, PRX have got a pretty good idea of what they want to be doing on the defense side of this map. A lot of it as well can come down to the retakes. The Sage Wall really useful for that if you play off-site post plants. So Sentinels have got to think about how they want to set up the rounds in the first place, and then also how they want to play the posts. John holding this stun, ready for some kind of mid-fight. You're expecting PRX to be doing something aggressive on their bonus round, or a trap play, some aggression.
दो वैंडल्स है, एक स्पेक्टर भी है, एक बुलडॉग भी है, तो भाई क्यों ही अग्रेसिव जाएंगे? खाली फोर्सेकन है जो उंगली करेगा थोड़ा.
Why, just making sure that they can slow down the inevitable approach, really. Sentinels are going at a bit of a glacial place, but...
Close खेलने की उंगली सिर्फ एक प्लेयर करेगा. That's
Forsaken. Section of the mid, fault line.
Everybody
connection, Patman. Not slowed down, not stunned up. Second. He's right in your face, and he's looking for the...
दो मार गया.
Just can't get it. Then the wedging was placed.
That's rough.
Sleep.
Narrate though has found a bit of an opportunity. More. It's grasped it with both hands now. Full control of market. The site now. Access for Sentinels.
Incredible play from the raid to get them back in. Might have another.
Yeah, could be. Beautiful with the positioning and even better with a crosshair placement. Even spotting out something. Deep Seas flash in your face. Going to be blinded up, but he has complete control, and it just makes this hold that much easier here for Sentinels. A wide facing.
तीन के crossfire में जा रहे
The last one spotted something. There's not much you can do from this spot.
Save करो.
Got to scurry and save.
Yeah, it's important that he saves here because Divide actually forced into the round. Only 700 credits on Divide. So keeping this rifle really helps the economy. A massive round from Narrate there. Looked like Sentinels had squandered this one. Slightly better eco. Came in, they ran a slow mid-take trying to feel out, I think, what the defensive setup actually looked like. And as they committed through, they went for like a market pinch, where you try to pull the mid player towards market, and then you pop through top mid. And it looked messy. Very messy from second and back.
He's not ready for Jing at all.
Jing जब दो मारा मैं बोला एक पलटा रहा हूँ वहाँ से वो दो मार दिया क्या Narrate
He's worried about somebody pushing his own smoke. And it's Narrate, the hero, especially that second kill on Patman.
One enemy
Turns the
remaining.
round in Sen's favor.
If he doesn't do all that, wind is out of the sails for Sentinels. It's a bonus conversion for PRX.
But
he keeps
why
his team
Davai is having half shield and a bulldog? क्या सोच रहा है?
Again, all eyes on either side here. Down.
अगले round का भाई सोच रहा है?
Now, but calling for the 3-2-1 and a swing. That is good movement by Narrate. Stays alive for the one kill. But PRX had more than just a singular body trying to take that
bulldog से एक मार दिया
together.
plus point.
They end up on the better side of it.
Mid पे DM कर लिए.
Divide winning that with a bulldog. Second swinging, nobody else to try to support Narrate. So a little bit out of sync there, Sentinels. Oh, we've seen that across 2 rounds now, despite the fact that Narrate was able to save the previous one. Now he's gone, he's dead. 3v4, somebody else needs to step up now for Sen. Good stun.
Yeah, it's good to push. Taking off that line, but immediately the paranoia is going to be used to try and get him straight back in. Smoke fades though.
Nice
Still
shot.
opportunities are granted for these kills, and it's a decent movement of that. Celtics actually does manage to take out something, so a bit of a wrap around here. Forsaken is the one that's been put in a pinch.
Hasn't been able to find too many kills so far this map, Forsaken.
Just steps out wide enough for Celtics to capitalize. This is now a 2v2, very winnable for Sentinels.
30 seconds left.
We're not quite aware of the gaps in defensive play that they're putting up.
But they do know where both players are roughly. They know that John's on the plant, Celtics is defending somewhere.
Walking up now, steps up, that's a jump spot now, spotting these players out, slow walk, way ahead of it! Celtics!
इतना चुभने लगा
takes
उसको
matters into his own hands.
Beautiful.
आए chat में अगर मैं बोला अभी तक चैट पे कुछ बोला नहीं गया बैक देखी क्या स्टोरी हाँ बट डिपेंड करता है स्टोरी का कॉन्टेक्स्ट ये है कि डिपेंड करता है कि आगे क्या फर्दर चीजें होती है नॉट राइट स्पॉट टू टॉक ऑन But ये round गलत throw हुआ है.
Personally, round 15, I think that's just Narrate hitting nice shots. I don't think that's a mistake from PRX too much. This round though, they did leave a lot of gaps. And so you're seeing the tactical timeout called and Divide doing a lot of
4 लोग देख रहे हो guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe. Let's go.
I'm sure Alex has got enough to say as well.
भाई भड़का है Alex, full भड़का है.
PRX economy is now going to be crumbling a little. Only one rifle able to be afforded.
It's in the gutter.
Mind freak भी साथ में.
Timeout was fading away there as Alex is just venting.
Yeah, I don't think that was. I don't think that was to the players, was it? I think that was to Mind Freak.
Just to clear up the misconceptions that might arise.
Yeah, he's normally very calm when he communicates to the players, and then he takes it all out on his desk.
मैं मेरी chat में Sven fan जितने कैसे है रे? एक शाडो भाई है, एक वेदांत भाई है.
Beats the crap out of Cupid.
एक दो और थे. आयुष सो गया है, रूडी सो गया है. बाकी वो दो भी है.
Economy advantage. Usually going to be converting into a round win, so.
We actually saw Bang take a really fast timing when they were on defense. It's Forsaken doing something similar.
Doesn't have a long range gun, it's just a bucky. Looking to see if he can punish here. Plenty of players.
Timing पकड़ सकता था दवा यहाँ पे.
orb down. Jing's up onto the high ground angle. And
भाई बस मारा
there's
एक
two
at least
players
अच्छा मारा
ready to
एक
receive
अच्छा
him.
मारा nice
Takes down the one. Zels is going to be out.
अगर दवा एक को मारते हैं तो you can raise one ना
No smokes.
Needs to be watched for.
100%.
No smokes though.
Yeah, no smokes over towards spawn. And Forsaken's on the flank with a bucket.
Even committed here. TP forwards. Uh-oh.
अरे बाबा
That's how you get value out of it.
दिया
Beautiful play by Forsaken. And now that distraction being made in the raid.
There.
Doing turn spins. 180 all around. Second. Looking to receive a couple of bodies. Other end of his outlaw. Sight line is open. Spots it with a jumping.
ए jumping ओए बचा लिया round
A good go of it.
A second
खींच
there
लिया
to
होता
close
था
the
भाई
door
ने
in his face and ensure that the better economy wins the day for Sentinel. But that one got a bit scrappy, a little bit tough. I can't believe Forsaken got value on the flank. I can't believe this TP ends up getting the job done, and then he goes for a second teleport on top of the other box. I mean, mad play.
Enemy remaining.
But good finisher from Second there. He's having a blinder of a map. He's got 18 kills already in 17 rounds.
let's see
This round, though, almost everybody on PRX has their ultimate to be able to work with.
And Patman, it's instinctual from him.
perfect
Cage goes up. Bullets go into it.
perfect
Clear game plan.
And this now puts a bit more pressure over towards Bang, because with the trip disappearing on A, you're worried.
very
Oh my
perfect
God, and another sick shot.
This is PRX on top form.
Well, you haven't even forced out any ultimates here from PRX either. So this one's just a bit of a GG go next.
Yeah, scattered into the spawn just in case there are players creeping up onto the gaps. We can see Bang's there. Forsaken taking a bit of a jiggle.
It feels like PRX are trying to go for the same level of discipline that we saw from SEN, but they're all playing it alone.
God almighty, it's a bullet to the brain.
Say
Luckily,
भागेगा
Sen's
heal
by
देने
the
के लिए
wall. Paranoia forwards. PRX just need
बोला
to make sure to
Sid
not
भागेगा heal
leave
देने के लिए
any gaps, mistakes to be played into.
ये क्या
It is quite a committed position from something.
अकेले पीक
And like
नहीं
I said,
करना
they're playing
है
alone.
I don't want to get too worried here. They still have the
30
player
seconds
advantage. It
left.
should be massive for them as long as they play with that discipline here. Plant stuck, but John has an ult. Could look to expend it. Still has a slow and an aid in through the
player
back and
standing.
easily dealt with indeed. Dubai. Safe pair of hands of him, usually is the case.
Nice
And
bye.
still no ultimate forced out from PRX. That slow nade combo was brilliant there. And PRX have cut this one down to an only 2-round lead. This next one, you've got to imagine, is going to be explosive, with so many ultimates all around the map.
One enemy remaining.
Very clean shots, though. Now, having said that, I just set up a really explosive round. Didn't realize that Sentinel's economy, despite winning 3 in a row, is not in a spot where they can buy again.
I mean, that's bizarre.
Yeah, the economy was kept honest the entire time.
It begins.
So 4 stingers.
I'm out of here.
And honestly, a win here would be to force out some of those defensive ultimates.
They group up. TP forwards. This is aggressive Forsaken. Forsaken! Doesn't know about a second player though. Just the one for his trouble, but it was a big one to find. Zekken is gone. Zelts is going to follow suit, and he's just missed the timing. Stinger in hand, not exactly the weapon for the job. Crazy play to make against a half-buy.
But with Forsaken taking that timing down mid, I think what's now going through Sentinel's head is, well, who's defending A? Because usually it is Forsaken with a one-way on A, and that's allowed John and Zelsis to just walk up. A is being played pretty heavy for retake right now, and the fake is beautiful. They're so worried about A, the Bang and narrate, the other part of the duo,
The push and the pull.
can just wander in.
They've got it now. The B side is theirs. The right is the one with the spike though. Can't overstep too much, but
They really want to pick. They really want to equalize numbers because their guns are just so much worse.
they need something. But it's been spotted out here. Stinger in your hand, bang! Just
Attack
about
per
around the
HP.
corner.
Now Zelsis becomes the lurker.
Nice.
Snake bite though.
That's an unlucky one.
A bit of a spam on top of it. So Bang's going to be found here. The right forced to just get
जितना
back
जल्दी
forward,
हो
but
सके
still
उतना
Forsaken
जल्दी
is
जाना
not
पड़ेगा
able to
because
just
अगर
block off main.
जेल्सिस आ गया और
If they
जेल्सिस ने 1-2
choose.
मार दिए
Playing through main is not going to be the ideal task for them. It's one way up
उसने
now.
flank भी
Max
देख
Tower,
लिया
as
है
you mentioned, has to be coming to fruition. Forsaken.
हाँ,
The
उसने
counter
flank
force
भी
of
देख
the
लिया
players
है
onto the spike now, tapping away, but there's that ult. Here it is, Roll of Thunder, push them back and away.
Time.
PRX tapped for that one. They were hoping that it would pull out. Bit of the big tools. And now running forward to try and take the play. And the Stinger cannot get it done. A lot pulled out of the war chest for Sentinels. PRX who win the day.
So I was talking about a silver lining. A win in this round might be to expend some of the defensive ultimates from PRX. And yet PRX come away without having to use a single one of them. Still 5 ults in the bank.
बिना अल्ट्स के जीत रहे हैं.
Ever closer to an even game. You can see what SEN were cooking. They thought if they expended the breach ult, after having killed Forsaken on the flank, maybe Zelsis would be able to clutch. But it wasn't quite good enough. And now Kaplan, he's gonna look for his own input into this game. Sentinels take a tactical timeout to discuss what the next game plan.
Let's go. 9-10, PRX 2-0. ओ भाई साहब क्या क्या चीजें आती है तो मैसेजेस आर लाइक धूम 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 आधे स्कैमस्टर्स रात को मैसेज करते
Jigs goes straight down mid, rocket in your hands, and you are no more. Zelsis obliterated, turned into pink mist.
Equalizing it.
Trying to step up and challenge.
No.
Get this guy out of here. Narrate and John seem to find themselves the likely contenders to be able to do so. They've stemmed the bleeding.
Just chilling at this point, I think, is advantageous for PRX. They can allow Narrate and John to leave because there's 2 free reses. Divide, though, is actually going for the info himself. If he had died there, wouldn't have been able to res GENG, but all good. They get themselves into a 2-player advantage.
Oh, we do.
And again, by seizing control and tempo of the round with that fast dive down mid, a little bit reminiscent of what Forsaken went for previously. They've put themselves in a great spot.
16 HP Narrate.
They did use
and somewhere around 110 HP John QT.
But as long as they can clean up John and Narrate, they will have crushed the economy as well.
Narrate and John tiptoeing, hoping that somebody will offer them a lifeline. Head on the chopping block, Patman. Not so likely. So I'm going to be caught by that seize as well. A bit of spam and straight bullets.
Nice.
No one watching for the back there.
अरे एक करके नहीं ऐसा
10 to 10 here for
हाँ एक करके जाते हैं
out of the Sentinels players' hands. Back to the drawing board for them on top of it. This is a rough position to be in if you're Sentinels.
To be honest, it's a weird setup. They raise ult down mid right at the beginning. They Viper ult into B main and they send the Sova ult all at the same time. Literally off barrier drop. Just decide to pop every ultimate that they have available.
And
Sentinels, their economy's not great. 4 players with light armor, 1 player with a stinger, but it's Zekken who still has his ult as a backup. SEN are looking to go A again.
Yeah, this is 5 players grouped up.
Look how fast.
It. GENG is all the way down mid already.
Face your
Shred it
fear.
behind them. Knife falls forward though. They want to take this one fast and loose. You can't afford to make mistakes at this point. If you are Sentinels, Trip's going to be triggering Zelsis. You don't know why, so you got to hear it now. The rumble of the footsteps in your face. He's primed and ready with a rifle in hand, trying to take that fight with a util.
Nah, bro.
The timing.
ये थोड़ा सा हो गया.
Zelsis wants a little bit more. Can he stop this push off from the flank? Divine.
But नहीं something और दवाई ने कुछ ना कुछ तो कर दिया है.
Taking control of the situation, but Sentinels still on the site.
2v3.
Remove something from the picture. In through the back, John.
Very decisive.
Taking care of Forsaken.
Making sure that they delete the players in front, so it's only Divine as a threat. And he's left in a 1v3. Walled himself off even from going towards elbow. So SEN, they persevere in what was a scrappy, chaotic round. I think Zelsis should be able to give them the information about how quick PRX were down mid again. With 2 players, not just Jing, sending it in tiles, but Devi also following up. And the goal there was that it feels like only 1 player on the flank, and then Devi's able to come in unexpected. But because Zelsis instantly used Cypher ult, he just got perfect info as to where everyone was. Love this stun as well, by the way.
ये stun ने पूरा round बिगाड़ दिया.
He has been great with these reactive fault lines.
ये stun ने पूरा round बिगाड़ दिया.
Enemy remaining.
11 to 10. Tension in the air. You can cut it with a knife at this point. Operator in the hands of Devi.
And he's looking at, is he going to try to wall up at the beginning?
Oh, this is going to be crazy, surely. What's he going for? Just a bit of a pre-fire onto the cam. Sentinels not slowing down at all. In through elbow. Stun connects. And a boom bot.
हर बार का हो गया है.
No damage to be dealt. Something is taking this alone. No coordination. PRX getting antsy, getting frantic.
But ठीक है 3v3.
Contain and maintain the team's composure. Devi reinforces one of the gaps.
I mean, the pace of the whole game has increased. Pac-Man finding Zelsis in mid as well, and now finally a breather. But there are so many gaps around the map that PRX need to fill.
इस round के बाद story देखना.
Devi could get caught. The more aggressive he gets.
दिखे बंदे.
More fades too. He's gonna have to commit. Yeah, playing a further back line and angle. Too many unknowns on the map right now for PRX, and it gives Sentinels free reign. Contacting, not necessarily something you want to do when you're going up against an operator, but
there's also no smokes, so no matter what, they're going to be taking risks. It is going to be, there are always going to be openings for Devi to take this shot.
The timing.
Posted.
The timing!
It's a one-way propped up on top of it. That's going to be the fault line. Clearing the way, on to a degree, but
30 seconds
entirety of the site now theirs, and there's a reflank occurring. PRX from behind. Narrate's going to try and slow this one down. He's going to be buying it.
आएगा elbow.
Time with the siege.
बोला ना आएगा elbow.
Just beat straight into it. Devi.
Enemy remaining.
पता था.
Pincer maneuver is almost
साथ में
complete.
pick करके मार दो रे.
Left alone to try and pull off a miracle with
Nice.
a snake bat at your feet. There's absolutely no chance he could win that one. 11 to 11.
There's a great call in this round for PRX where they decide to
where GENG were 7-1 up on the map of split, 9-3 at the time of half stage. Even in the lead till the last round, I guess 11-11 तक वो lead में थे. मतलब 11-10 था in the favor of GENG. And after that, they bottled up 13-11. Sunset में भी this same thing happened. Like 4-0 से start किया और उसके बाद bottle up कर दिया पूरा.
Grouped up 11 to 11.
And this is 2-0 for PRX, I guess. So
everything is going A.
Full committal.
Forcing an Ash to run, forcing an Ash to run.
A bit of a further back position. No one's watching
He
his
just
back in through the elbow angle. He's got a lot to account for here. Just trying to break some of that util as well, so it doesn't get cleared all the way out. And wow,
Chakko.
onto the line. Second is
Jing
gone.
also gets one.
UT was next. Bang, it's up to him.
Nice, nice.
Put to bed, put to rest. And PRX eager for it now, hunting for that 12th round, getting cheeky with it in the process.
Sentinels are watching this map slip away from them. They had such a great start. Looked like they'd rebounded after getting flattened on split. But they can't put it together here on the attack side. PRX were playing a retake. They cleared mid, looking for Zelsis in the mid round. They know exactly where he is now.
Doubled up, leaving nothing to chance. Time played, but yeah,
Double B कैसा मस्त था.
12 to
High low setup.
And it's match point for PRX.
This is a gorgeous angle.
मैंने playoffs के pick ins किए ही नहीं है.
Still playing.
मैंने Masters Toronto के pick ins 0. I haven't even picked.
Always got these tricky little spots to work with.
But हाँ, हर match से पहले I do one on stream.
Quite a few of these attack rounds, people with stingers or bulldogs.
चलो टाइम आउट आया है. वेदांत भाई ने बोला था कुछ, वो चेक कर लेते हैं. Still SEN winning, sorry. नहीं. प्रेडिक्शन गोइंग रॉन्ग सबकी। भाई मैं पेपर एक्स को ही सपोर्ट कर रहा था, डोंट से मी। भाई मेरे प्रेडिक्शन सही है।
alluding to it earlier.
As for speaking about 2-0 paper X any day.
And only a sheriff out here for John. The
बदला लिया जाएगा।
Bang with a bulldog. This one, it looks done. It looks chalked.
It's over. It's over.
Going to be able to get this into overtime.
ब्रीच अल्टी पे निकाल सकते हैं, निकालने के लिए ब्रीच अल्टी ओवन अल्टी एक साथ करो।
It could just crumble at a moment's notice. Flash avoided. Jing is there, but he's going to be taken out. No one to deal with a haunt over the shoulder. And that's commits into it.
That's such a valuable weapon to upgrade to as well.
Rolling thunder now, it's available.
ब्रीच अल्टी आई।
Lay siege now to the other side of things, but
ये दवाई क्या पोजीशनिंग है वॉल के ऊपर, साला गेम वॉल टिकटॉक पे देख के आता है।
He's been so good. He's been so good with these walls.
And now he's going for a little bit more. Slowed himself in the process, can't really overstep.
Bang's paranoia here is amazing when the retake begins.
The re-flank occurring, Forsaken. Going walkabouts with something himself. Smokes are going to be dropped down here.
ये close में fade है।
PRX themselves, slow and close. Trying to play time and bait out these shots potentially for them. The range is going to do a lot. Right now, with the
ठीक है, but something is
deals with it, but again,
time boys, time.
all the way from the side. PRX saying he's stopping this train. It's looking so damn unlikely, and it's up to the captain. It's up to John. Stinger in hand. Flash. He's got a bullet. The supplement. He's going to run him down. It's a full step.
Hello, bro. This is crazy.
There's no stopping this train. No stops to be made. Not even for Sen City.
ये क्या भाई? कैसे?
What an incredible way to see the match end. John did what he could.
Close भाई। ये तो निंजा डिजिस मुंह पे किया है उसने।
What a end!
This is not the Sentinels we watched. भाई वो काम आ रहा है वो आदमी का। मैं उस रील को एक्चुअली एक साइड करके एक रील बनाऊंगा जल्दी। No guts, no glory. 2025, the year of champions, curse breakers. मास्टर्स की ट्रॉफी है सेंटिनल्स के पास। आई गेस चैंपियंस की है कि नहीं याद नहीं है मेरे को, बट मास्टर्स की तो है। PRX इज नॉट हैविंग एनी ट्रॉफी ग्लोबल लेवल पे, सो वी नीड पेपर एक्स टू विन। जेंजी पे भी एक है। हाँ मास्टर्स की है, आई नो मास्टर्स की है। चैंपियंस का मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा है कि चैंपियंस में सेकंड आए थे, इतना याद है। जब टेंस ने वॉक इन किया था तब चैंपियंस था या मास्टर्स था, आई डोंट नो, याद नहीं है मेरे को। इंडियन बेस्ड और विन। इंडियन बेस्ड और छोड़ दो, इंडियन प्लेयर्स विन। सबसे पहला सवाल तो वही है कि इंडियन प्लेयर्स विन, और कोई भी हो दो, आई डोंट केयर। EWC में अर्जुन एरागेशी को उठाया है ना जेंजी ने, जेंजी से खेल रहा है वो, बट पीपल विल सपोर्ट हिम भले ही वो जेंजी से खेल रहा है। इट्स लाइक इंडियन प्लेयर्स विन। मेरी इस मामले में आई टॉक टू हेल रेंजर। इस मामले में आई टॉक टू हेल रेंजर। मेरी बात हुई हेल रेंजर से एट टाइम ऑफ VCA से, ये जो मुंबई में हुआ था। ही सेड इंडिया में लाइक इट्स हिज वर्ड्स, ऑन स्ट्रीम ऑफ स्ट्रीम कुछ भी हो दो, इट्स हिज वर्ड्स दैट इंडिया में प्लेयर्स जस्ट गेट्स हैप्पी जब उनको सैलरी मिल जाती है, बूट कैंप मिल जाता है, वो उतने में खुश हो जाते हैं। बाहर ऐसा नहीं है, बाहर द थिंग्स आर वेरी डिफरेंट, जहाँ पे दे टेक विनिंग एज देयर जॉब, ना कि गेटिंग इनटू एन ऑर्ग एज देयर जॉब। तो प्लेयर्स की मेंटालिटी चेंज होगी। फेटल फ्यूरी टेकन में EWC का पार्ट है, बट एनी इंडियन Free Fire and Big Game वही बात है ना. I hope Valo मोबाइल जब आए तब चेंज आए, कुछ भेड़ चाल ना हो. अब मैं एक चीज बोलता हूँ, एक चीज मैं बताता हूँ. ये पूरा टूर्नामेंट मैंने किया है. ये पूरा, ये भी मेरे पास आया था बट आई वाज नॉट फ्री. ये पूरा टूर्नामेंट मैंने किया है. इंटरनेशनल लेग, इंटरनेशनल लेग, इंडिया लेग, इंडिया लेग, ये मैंने किया है. व्यूज देख लो कितने हैं. ऑडियंस को देखना ही नहीं है. कितना पैसा इन्वेस्टमेंट कितना होएगा, कितना बर्न होएगा. ये देखो 1K भाई ऐसे हो जाता है, ऐसे 2.4K इट्स गुड. 1.2K ये क्या है, 1.6K वाज नाइस बट 7 घंटे की स्ट्रीम थी वो. I feel bad. Genji is my fave and second is SEN. My PRX. Like number 1 पे PRX थी ही मेरी शुरुआत से. हम लोग रो रहे थे when the year was not good. भाई बहुत ट्रोल भी हुए, मतलब नेक्स्ट लेवल ट्रोल हुए. ट्रोलिंग का तो भाई बात ही मत पूछो. इतना ट्रोल किया ना हमको. एक नया सेंट लाया, कौन सा लेके आए, कौन सा, ये क्या बोल रहा है.
Moment with you and the boys, and it had to have felt incredible to be able to get this win. But not just get the win, you got the win off of a 12-3 and then a squeaker, Matt 2 breaking Sentinel's hearts. How did that make you feel, man, getting that revenge?
I mean, it feels great. I mean, we watched the VODs and we knew that Sentinel is very good at Sunset. So we knew that their retake is good and we were struggling, as you guys can see. But thank God that we also kind of good at retaking on the defense. So, so yeah, I mean, it's great, you know. Like, it's been a while since we beat any teams. Usually we are the EMEA Slayer, but I guess
Okay,
Now the American Slayer, now the American Slayer. I like that.
I'll accept it. You're speaking about those mistakes. There's many occasions, right, when we see you guys. It's, I would say characteristic at this point when you are having a 5v3 or a 4v2 and you guys, you start going one by one. How do you bounce back from that? Because those are just mistakes, right? But how do you bounce back? How do you forget that and move on?
I mean, it looks bad. You're talking about the split round, right? I mean,
There was a couple.
But we had worse against Liquid that day, so this one we kind of like used to that. So we just said, it's okay, boys, just one round, so we just continue. I guess it's just classic PRX, you know.
Oh, yeah, classic. Well, we want to talk about classic PRX. Let's go ahead and take a look at that final moment there because it literally came down to a squeaker.
This is it. John was flying in for this.
He had the sheriff in hand, and he just starts loading in front of him, and there's your boy spinning away, and he managed to hold it down. And that had to have been frustrating for John, but it had to have felt absolutely amazing for you guys. You're going to the upper finals here in Toronto. What were the expectations for the team coming into this one?
I mean, honestly, we were just praying for playoff, but I guess now we exceeded our expectation. So I guess it's time to win the whole thing.
Time to win the whole thing? Hey, yo, I don't know if y'all heard it. Device said it's time to win the whole thing. I mean,
people here are great.
All I'm going to say is this. I talked to a couple fans in the venue. They asked me, who do you think's going to win? And I was like, look, if PRX wins this, I think they're going all the way. So I feel good about you guys right now because you're not just showing the obvious PRX talent that we see all the time. But we're seeing a lot of good fundamentals. We're also seeing you guys really work together. So is that a product of more coaching with Alex? Of course, the consulting there with Minnie. We talked to him earlier. What's that about?
Yeah, I think we try to balance things out. Usually we used to play just pressing W all the way, and I think people are getting a lot smarter nowadays. All the teams masters. So we figured that it won't work if we keep
averagely जल्दी खत्म हो गया. मतलब जो रोज हम कर रहे हैं उससे तो काफी जल्दी खत्म हो गया.
Teamworky a little bit, and yeah, I guess it works.
How are you enjoying the game without Tejo? Do you like it more? Do you think that it's gone against some of the teams that we have in the tournament?
I think it's great. I mean, no, not to specific teams, but I think we prefer to play without Teho meta.
Yeah.
I
Suits
think
you better.
Yeah, it's a little bit chaotic for us also. So
Yeah, you guys.
Chaotic for you? What?
Yeah.
Well, because it stops
They
them.
like a different kind of
Because it
chaos.
stops
My
them
bad, my
from
bad.
doing
Yeah.
their chaos.
No,
you know?
we don't mind aggressive, but you gotta face us. But if you play Teho, you're just hiding in the corner.
Exactly.
And then
You wanna
press it,
face to face.
Yeah, we wanna have
Become a little iPad
aim.
baby, hitting your buttons.
We don't need another Brimstone, you know. So, yeah.
Hey,
Nothing.
I do love my boom.
मैं अगर राउंड बाय राउंड अगर देखूं तो अटैक के अंदर सबसे पहली चीज ये है कि दे आर नॉट हैविंग एनीथिंग एल्स अदर देन टेहो का ड्रोन। तो भाई एंगल्स कब क्लियर करोगे, कैसा क्लियर करोगे? जब रिक्लियर पे जाओगे तो कैसे करोगे? सिंगल टेहो वोंट वर्क, स्प्लिट पे तो इट वोंट वर्क एनी टाइम सून। स्प्लिट पे तो सिंगल टेहो वोंट वर्क एनी टाइम सून, कभी भी नहीं। Like after the new update, it's impossible that you make single Teho work on map like Split, जहाँ तुम रिक्लियर्स पे खेलते रहते हो। बी मेन का एंगल लेना है तुम लोग को तो भी तुमको लेट राउंड रिक्लियर ही करना पड़ेगा। देयर इज नो अदर ऑप्शन फॉर यू। इवन इफ यू वांट टू टेक मिड मॉल का एरिया या मिड वेंस का एरिया, इनिशियली तुम ड्रोन कर लोगे, इनिशियली तुम रिकॉन कर सकते हो अगर तुम सोवा खेल रहे हो। इफ यू आर प्लेइंग स्काई यू कैन, आई गेस यू कैन फ्लैश। इसीलिए तो डबल इनिशिएटर इंपॉर्टेंट है। सेकेंडरी सनसेट के गेम के अंदर आई वुड से सनसेट में देयर वाज 4-0। एक राउंड जब बोलते हैं ना नल खुलते हैं तब पानी पूरा बहता ही रहता है उनका। सो दैट्स द थिंग, वो रोक ही नहीं पाते वापस। इफ यू सी वापस से अगर हम चलें,
टेक केयर,
Thank you.
वापस अगर हम चलें उस मैच पे, वेयर इट इज, कहाँ गया? चेंजियर्स इज वुल्व्स ना, खुल जा भाई मैच, खुल जा। नीचे चेंजियर्स इज वुल्व्स पे आते हैं। मैप 2 सनसेट, 4 लाइन देख लो। It's 6-1. It's 6-1. It's actually 8-4. Basically half time पे they are 8-4. उसके बाद एंटी को जीते हैं, एंटी को बहुत अच्छा जीते हैं। फिर झड़ियां लग गई है। राउंड बाय राउंड अगर अपन करने जाएंगे तो इट विल टेक अ टाइम, इट विल टेक। उनका तो जाते भी शॉट। सो इट विल टेक टाइम, बट मैं रील्स आने की कोशिश करता हूँ। मेहनत है, करेंगे। बिकॉज मैं प्लान कर रहा हूँ, गाइस इफ यू डोंट नो, आई एम प्लानिंग समथिंग। रात को शांत हो जाओ बे, पू 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 कर रहे हो। ठीक है, वी आर एक्चुअली प्लानिंग समथिंग, और की हेल्प के साथ। वालो मोबाइल आ रहा है, भौंक लो, तुम भी भौंक लो भाई। और कुछ बचा है तो एक एक एजेंट इट प्लेज, एवरीथिंग विल बी एक्सप्लेन, मतलब एक एक करके फॉर द न्यू ऑडियंस जो वैलो सीखना चाहती है और ग्राइंडिंग इनटू मोबाइल। सो एक एजेंट का, हर एक एजेंट का एक्चुअली एक एजेंट गाइड करके लेके आऊँगा, एंड दैट विल बी अ सीरियस वीडियो, एक बेसिक सीरियस वीडियो। क्योंकि वैलो मोबाइल मतलब एंटरटेनमेंट वे में सीरियस वीडियोस वेयर एजेंट की एबिलिटीज, एजेंट के मूवमेंट्स, एजेंट की यूटिलिटीज, एवरीथिंग विथ एग्जाम्पल आई विल ट्राई टू स्पीक इट अप, बिकॉज नए प्लेयर्स को नहीं समझ रहा है भाई। मैं पुरानी मेरी बीजीएमआई वाली टीम को भी पूछता हूँ ना, जो पबजी खेलते हैं, बीजीएमआई खेलते हैं, आज भी उनको समझता ही नहीं है। उनको सिर्फ एक चीज़ लगती है, जाना है, बॉम्ब प्लांट कर रहे हैं, बॉम्ब डिफ्यूज हो जाएगा, पूरा मैकेनिक इज वेरी डिफरेंट, पूरा का पूरा मैकेनिक इज वेरी डिफरेंट। वो एक 4 बनाम 60 का गेम है। इफ आई वुड से कॉम्पी की लॉबी 64 की होती है, 4 बनाम 60 का गेम है। दिस इज 5v5, 13 राउंड जीत रहे हैं। यहाँ एक गलती के बाद दूसरा मौका मिलता है, वहां एक गलती के बाद मौका नहीं मिलता। सो विद दैट I'll be taking your leave, guys. Till then, bye bye, take care.